for you to report from the rest of us.
Give me a break. You can't say the color black without walking on eggshells.
I say hold up, got my glizzy bang bang. I say hold up, got my glizzy bang bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
What's up, fools? Today is 2/2/2025. It is 10:48 p.m. Eastern Time. How's everybody doing? I forgot to set up all the chats again. What the heck? Pro streamer, by the way. Fucking shit. Alright, there we go. How's everybody doing? Anything interesting today going on? My favorite black streamer. Yeah. I just a little bit ago I uploaded a fucking video. It's I said something a little bit ago about possibly making this like a dono sound or something like that, but I said that the worst thing Destiny ever did is create a debate space where losers have conversations like this. 100% should be canceled and arrested for this.
Tyler,
there's you.
Not only
Abide by the
am
server.
I
Don't
also
share dead
live,
bodies.
I have
Answer
more
this.
viewers than you. Tyler, not only am I also live, I have more viewers than you.
I don't fucking
You're on
care.
my show, Tyler. You're on my show.
No, you're on my show.
You're the little
You're on my
bitch who's
show.
walking in
You're
begging
on
for
my
attention,
show.
Tyler.
I'm not.
Tyler,
you literally
you're the
asked me.
little bro.
You were in my
You're
fucking
older
chat.
than me, and you're
You
the
were
little
in
bro,
my
Tyler.
fucking chat.
Tyler,
There's you.
Not only
Abide by the
am
server.
I
Don't
also
share dead
live,
bodies.
The fucking cringest shit of all time, dude. I get it. Yeah. The video that I put up this morning, I took some of the clips of like going over Hassan and Denims and Frogan and put up a video today. And dude, I've gotten so many comments from people unironically defending like showing nudes of people without their consent, be like on Hassan's part, like from what Hassan did. They're unironically sitting there saying like, well, all he did is he just got sent nudes, dude. That's all it is. People just sent him nudes. There's nothing wrong with sending nudes. And then there's other people who are like, dude, he got sent those without his consent. So he's the victim here. These women sent it to him without his consent. This is sexual harassment of him. It's like, even if that's true, like, does that make it okay to go share it with people? You think it's okay to start showing those nudes to other people now? Like, even if I agree with you, yeah, like that's a pretty fucked up thing to just go send nudes to people without their consent or without like, yeah, checking with them first. But does that make it okay to just like send it around? I don't know. I do know it was a thing that like a bunch of women were doing. I think Lav did this a couple of times. I think a number of women have done this where like I'm almost positive Lav was on here talking about this, saying the fact that men would just send her pictures of penises in DMs on Twitter that she would then screenshot the picture and post it on Twitter. It's fucking insane, dude. Like, it's a bad thing to do. Don't send people nudes. But dick pics, yeah. Well, the thing is that like every time I've been sent messages from people that I don't follow with pictures and stuff in them, it will say like, this person sent images, but you guys are not friends, so we censored it or something like that. And so yes, I would have to click like accept in order to agree to see it. I'm pretty sure that's how that works. Oops, don't check your DMs then. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, every time I've gotten DMs from people, if we don't follow each other, then it's just it just censors everything and covers everything up. So okay, yesterday somebody asked me to go over their video and I totally forgot right before getting off stream. So I'm glad I remembered this because I totally forgot yesterday. Oh shit. And it's not in my fucking... I could have sworn I put it in my DMs. Alright, hold on. I think he put it in general chat, so let me... Yeah, here it is. Okay. Alright, let's see what you got, Rudy.
My name is Rudy. Today we'll be discussing the many connections between the 47th President of the United States, regrettably Donald Trump.
Okay, I gotta audio boost this. Forgive me if he ends up blasting music in a little bit, but he's too quiet.
Trump and Jeffrey Epstein, one of the most prolific human traffickers of all time. Within this video, I want to make clear that I am not asserting that Donald Trump knew or had anything to do with Epstein's operation, if you will. But I will be going through all of the connections that these two share, with evidence ranging from concrete to speculative or anecdotal. Although I cannot put an exact pin on their origin, Donald Trump told New York Magazine in 2002 that he had known Epstein for 15 years and that he was a terrific guy. So working with that, assuming it's true, that means they've been in each other's spheres since at least 1987. Right? That's a long time. It's almost 2 decades by the time the Epstein controversy arose. Both Trump and Epstein owned homes in Palm Beach, Florida, which is nothing out of the ordinary for people as rich as they are. That within itself is not suspicious. But it does become...
Yeah, we've gone over a lot of the connections between Trump and Epstein, and the fact that, yeah, Trump really talked Epstein up. I think even after everybody says, you know, he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. I'm almost positive he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago and then later talked him up and was like, dude, you know, he's a terrific guy. I've known him for a long time. I'm pretty sure he was talking him up after kicking him out of Mar-a-Lago. So I don't think the kicking him out of Mar-a-Lago thing was this like, you know, thing proving that he never liked Epstein or that they weren't friends, or at least he stopped being friends with him after he started getting sexual charges.
Subject of speculation later on, so I'll wait till we get there. Trump buying Mar-a-Lago back in 1985 before turning it into the Mar-a-Lago Club, and Epstein buying El Brillo property in 1990. Trump and Epstein would often party together and were videotaped and photographed together on numerous occasions. Although Epstein attended many events at Mar-a-Lago, he was never a paying member and attended for free. Epstein even claimed that he introduced Trump to his now wife Melania, though that story has changed since 2004, when Epstein's deviance was exposed. Trump and Epstein's friendship wasn't the last, however, as they supposedly had a falling out due to a piece of Palm Beach real estate, ironically named, and I'm going to butcher this.
The Christmas tree is still up, isn't it? It is still up. Based.
L'amitié, which translates to House of Friendship in French. So these two knew each other.
If you're going to have the Christmas tree up in the background of content that you're making for a video essay, you at least need the lights to all be bisexual lighting. So you need to just have purple, you know, blue and pink lighting on there. That's it. He's got a little bit too much green and yellow in that lighting. So yeah, you need to get rid of that. And yeah, if you're going to keep it up, just bisexual lighting.
Since 1987. They lived down the street. They were partying together. They were traveling together. They had, I don't believe they had too much business together, although eventually it was business that tore them apart. They were photographed and recorded many times throughout the years, laughing, drinking, talking about women, and even to the point where Donald Trump brought his family, children, around Jeffrey Epstein, which to me is a point as to why one could probably make the argument that Trump didn't know about his operation, although that's not definitive. Now that we've discussed their relationship and closeness, it's time that we start getting into territory that could be described as nothing less than suspicious. Interestingly enough,
yeah, I would say at the beginning, don't say, I'm not saying X, Y, and Z, because, yeah, you want to, that's like the thing that you want to leave kind of up in the air, especially until later. Is like, yeah, I'm not saying he definitely knew about this. It's like, well, lay out your evidence first, then maybe make those caveats towards the end. Keep people watching to be like, oh shit, is he about to uncover something big?
When asked about whether he would declassify certain files and documents, his answer was a bit interesting.
You're right.
Some people think that one way to build trust is to declassify things that everyone's talking about. I know you talked earlier about, I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist. So if you were president, would you declassify, you can answer yes or no to these.
Yeah.
Would you declassify the 9/11 files?
Yeah.
Would you declassify JFK files?
Yeah. I did a lot of it.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
Ooh.
All right. I guess I would. I think that's...
Wait. That one was a very different answer from the other ones. The other ones were like, yeah. Yeah, obviously. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I get, yeah, maybe. Yeah, whatever. Who knows?
Less so, because, you know, you don't know. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there, because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world. But I think I would.
Now, in 2024, both the MLK and JFK files have been released, but coincidentally, the Epstein files are nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, it's it's a lot of phony stuff when it comes to that world. When all of a sudden it comes to Epstein, it's like, yeah, there's a lot of phony stuff. But when it comes to like, yeah, the MLK files, the JFK files, the RFK files, like, no, that we need the people to see this stuff. They need to know what's in there. They need to be able to read it for themselves. But when it comes to Epstein, it's like, there's a lot of phony stuff in there. Who knows? Who knows what could be in there? I'm not gonna lie, that's pretty damning, because like it makes it sound like there's information about him on there. That's what it makes it sound like. It makes it sound like he's already starting to like cover up this, a thing that he knows is in there with him, and so he's already starting to make excuses for it. There's a lot of phony stuff in that shit.
Maybe they were a bit phony. It has been recorded that Trump flew on board Epstein's private jet 7 times between 1993 and 1997. As you can see, he traveled with a host of people, including Epstein, Maxwell, his family, and a host of other people. I do know people who are aware of the flight log, supporters of his, that say that it doesn't mean much, and I can agree and disagree. It doesn't look good, but it's not evidence to say that he was at Epstein's island. Most of his flights were back and forth between places like New York and Washington. Earlier, I mentioned that Trump claimed back in 2002 to have known Epstein for 15 years, and that he was a terrific guy. But he also mentioned, and I quote, "He's a lot of fun to be with," he said. "It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them on the younger side. No doubt about it, Jeffrey enjoys his social life." End quote.
Yeah, that's the fact that they're a bit on the younger side has always been an odd one when it comes to this shit that Epstein did. And then there's also like, there's a bunch of and I'm sure he'll get to this, but there's a bunch of like women who have come forward talking about the fact that Epstein would like bring them to Trump like a fucking, like a piece of meat, or like a, like a slave, like a prisoner. Like they're just bringing him, here you are, here's your woman, have fun, see you later. And that they would like pal around and like high five each other and like, always like goofing off like they were best buds, like little boys and shit. So yeah, there's a number of women who have said some weird things about their interactions.
Knowing what you know now, it's hard not to speculate on whether or not Trump was aware of his buddy's degeneracy, but this statement seems to imply that he was. But, that's not for me to say. Moving forward, Trump also told the press back in 2020, when asked about Ghislaine Maxwell when she was being locked up, he says, "I just wish her well, frankly."
Ghislaine Maxwell is in prison, and a lot of people want to know if she's going to turn in powerful people. And I know you've talked in the past about Prince Andrew, and you've criticized Bill Clinton's behavior. I'm wondering, do you feel that she's going to turn in powerful men? How do you see that working out?
I don't know. I haven't really been following it too much. I just wish her well, frankly. I've met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach, and I guess they lived in Palm Beach. But I wish her well, whatever it is. I don't know the situation with Prince Andrew. Just don't know. Not aware of it.
At this time, Ghislaine Maxwell had already been fully exposed, and personally, I wouldn't wish anyone of that nature well. I know I'm going to butcher her name, but
yeah, that is weird. That is weird, dude. And it's always Trump's followers who make such a big deal about Epstein and like Clinton being in the flight logs, and the Clintons were probably the ones who killed him to hide all of this shit and blah blah blah. But it's always Trump who seems to say nice things about these people, and seems to have been the one with a close relationship with them.
Joanna Schoberg, one of Epstein's victims who was deposed and testified against Ghislaine Maxwell, had mentioned being taken to one of Trump's casinos. Pairing the idea, though, of young girls being recruited at Mar-a-Lago, that's just the one we know about, with the idea of Trump owning Miss USA, Miss Teen USA, and Miss Universe pageants was unnerving all of its own. But wait, there's more. Take a listen to this recording where he describes walking in the dressing room.
Does he have a rat, or is that a rat or like a lizard or something? What is that?
Unnerving all of its own. But wait, there's more. Take a listen to this recording where he describes walking in the dressing room.
It's a mouse?
These pageants where the women are standing there with no clothes and describing them as incredible looking women.
You know, they're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Our first introduction to him was when we were at the dress rehearsal and half naked changing into our bikinis.
Dixon was 18 at the time and says watching Trump storm into a dressing room was shocking.
I think it was a mouse. The tail looks too mouse-like, but I don't know.
I'll go backstage before a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, you know, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it.
Now, as much as I can go on talking about,
and therefore I'm inspecting them and their naked bodies. So this is the excuse that I'm allowed to use now.
Donald Trump's promiscuity with women and lack of regard for consent, that will be subject of another video, potentially the next one for now. So let's get back on track. As if being best buds with the likes of Epstein for almost 2 decades wasn't already a bad look, let's take you to the not-so-distant future of 2024. You are Donald Trump, running to be the 47th president of the United States of America, trying to hit your second term. You're campaigning for days straight, weeks straight. Your plane was having technical difficulties, so you have to land. You charter a plane and make multiple campaign stops. I mean, you worked hard that day. You were feeling good about your chances. You're feeling good about yourself. Next thing you know, you turn on that beautiful fake news, and the radical left-wing media is stringing you up, reporting that you've been flying around all day in one of your old pal Jeff's planes.
Is this just a breakdown of Trump's relationship with Epstein? Yeah, it's called Trump x Epstein, but this is from Rudy, formerly Rudy, from chat. He made this video and sent it in the Discord yesterday, and I said that I would watch it, and I forgot to yesterday, so we're getting into it first thing today.
Right. That's probably how Donald Trump felt. Putting you in his shoes there for a second. As this happened during the 2024 campaign cycle, made many campaign stops, worked all day, and the entire time he was above one of, he was in one of Jeff's old planes. Now, more seriously, I do truly believe that this one is more of a coincidence, but I thought I'd throw this in as it is Epstein adjacent, it is related. But I think it's quite funny. I think probably someone at the charter service thought that that would be hilarious. Probably weren't a fan. The campaign, more seriously, had this to say about the situation. It is a different plane from another former Epstein-owned aircraft dubbed the Lolita Express. That was the center of a sex trafficking case filed against him before his 2019 suicide. The late financier sold that plane in 2017, and it has since been destroyed. They also said that the campaign has no awareness that the charter plane had been owned by Mr. Epstein, or had no awareness that the charter plane had been owned by Mr. Epstein. A spokesperson for the Trump campaign reported that, or told reporters that, we heard about the former owner through the media. He said the former Epstein.
Do you not have to disclose that? Let's see. Does law require you to disclose if a crime was committed with a plane? Yes, it is illegal to sell a plane that was involved in a crime without disclosing the fact. The law also prohibits the transportation, receipt, or possession of a stolen plane. Well, damn. That makes it a little hard to believe that they were just totally unaware that this plane was formerly Jeffrey Epstein's Lolita Express, or I guess maybe not that one. It was he said it was the other one, but yeah, formerly Epstein's plane.
Epstein plane was only used for one day. That being said, I think that between almost 20 years of knowing each other and flying on planes together and photographs with family together and both having this promiscuous sort of aura about them,
predatory,
owning these pageants and having people being recruited at his Mar-a-Lago estate and living right down the street from it's all just a little too close for comfort, right? And this isn't to say, as I said before, that he had anything to do with it, but it doesn't look.
I actually wrote in your chat a couple of times suggesting you talk to Tom. Y'all have a couple things in common. I think I reviewed something that he said a while back that we had a fairly big disagreement on a couple of years ago. I can't remember what it was though. Shit. Yeah, I can't remember what it was. I want to say it had something to do with Vosh, maybe. Yeah, I'm not sure. Huh. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, his upbringing is similar. Oh, okay. Huh. Isn't he was it Australian or something like that? I reviewed one video by him a while ago, and then I think we had like a back and forth on Twitter over something, but yeah, I don't remember.
Good, right? Michael Wolff was also an individual who, throughout the entirety of the 2016 Trump campaign, essentially served as a fly on the wall in the White House, talking to all the people in and out, and was there firsthand to witness the chaos of the first Trump presidency. In this case, he had got clearance to sit down and talk with Epstein about a variety of things, where they did end up talking about Trump and Trump's White House at one point. Meaning that Epstein still somehow had some knowledge.
I don't think so. LOL. He has a similar neighborhood you came from. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Let's see. Or wait, was it the Angry Ginger? Is that what it was called? I did say redhead, didn't I?
So unless you live under a rock, you have been hearing a lot about Project 2025. That is apparently, unless you're Donald Trump. Even though 31 of the 38 people who helped write or edit the project served in some manner in his administration or transition.
Yeah, maybe I'm wrong. I think I'm thinking of somebody totally different. I don't know why. Yeah, I'm thinking of somebody totally different. My bad. Huh. He used to hang with Angela Knight. Oh, okay. That's right. I was about to say, I know this guy from somewhere. I just don't know what from. But yeah, okay. That makes sense. Okay.
How things were going on the inside, or at least was being.
Yeah, no, I think we were on a panel together on Angela Knight's show. I think that's what it was.
Hyperbolic, I think I would say.
And does he go on the Sarah tomato, or what is it called? The rotten tomato, the angry tomato. Doesn't he go on Sarah's show as well? I feel like he's been on her panels too.
In terms of how Trump would use people,
Yeah, that's what I
either he was using an anecdote, or he was actually, using these names in place of other names to describe situations that Trump had been in before or things that he had done before. I'd like to end this video off by going over Michael Wolff's Epstein tapes, where he interviewed Epstein in 2017.
Just tell me about
So I'd like to end this video off when we're halfway through.
his intelligence.
That's Michael Wolff speaking.
With respect to real estate deals, really, he's a salesman. He knows real estate really well. Anything else but that, he knows nothing.
I would agree and disagree with this one. On one end, yes, he does know a lot about real estate and hardly much else. And he also said, hey, he's a salesman. And that's true. That's what he does. He's good at manipulating people. He's good at putting out narratives. He's good at never taking a fucking loss. He just bulldozes through like a bull in a china shop. Anyhow.
No strategy. As I started to say, by executive function. Executive function is, and it's strange because construction by definition is just that. First you have the foundation, you have the steels going up, what stage? But in terms of his anything but real estate.
Interestingly enough, as it is, I'm currently reading a book called Lucky Loser, which details the lives of Donald Trump's parents, his father, how he amassed the massive fortune and wealth that he did, and as well as the uprise of Donald Trump and his many failures in the business sector. But speaking of that, his father was genuinely a talented builder before he started exploiting government funds. He did work hard to begin the amassment of his fortune. He was known for his precision. He was known for his attention to detail. All of that Donald took and threw out the window.
Well, yeah, even Donald Trump, and I've mentioned this a couple of times, but Donald Trump early on in his adulthood was kind of a meme in New York. Like, this isn't just like a new thing where all of a sudden he's this meme in politics, but he was always a meme in New York as well, and in like real estate deals, and like he was always kind of like around. If there were cameras, he was always there, like trying to be in interviews and trying to be part of whatever could get him some sort of publicity. And yeah, he was always like talking himself up in like really cringe and weird ways, and was always doing really bad like deals and just making like embarrassing trades. And there were always papers. They're like, okay, this guy wants to be written about. All right, we'll write about him then. And they started writing about just like how dumb he was and how dumb he looked and how embarrassing he was and how cringe he was, and about like the really bad trade deals that he would make and shit like that. Like he was just a fucking meme for the tabloids to write about.
Figure out if I fire them and what happens tomorrow.
So cause and effect, that has no relationship.
Obviously.
In analytic intelligence.
No.
Now, what's this thing about that functionally he can't read, or he doesn't read, or?
He certainly can't read a balance.
Thanks for the show, Tom.
Thanks. It starts with Saturn. Appreciate the $9.99. Let's freaking go. Getting us started off. Where do I send this $50? I can't find it. There's a link in the description if you're trying to send a donation. There's a link in the description for tips. It's it makes it to where the money goes through faster and get a larger percentage of it. So yeah, right there. Support the channel, donate here, and your messages will be read on stream.
Which is fun. I have no idea. He doesn't read. He uses takes it. So he's not functionally illiterate. But his reading comprehension is anything complicated.
Now, what's other than he has a sense of humor? He can be funny.
So one of the things that he just said is that he can't read. This has actually been repeated by a ton of people, is that Donald Trump can't read. This is not something that's been said once or twice. This is something that's been said by many people who have been around him for a long time, is that he just can't read. Like he's not able to like read full sentences for long periods of time. And so even people from his old campaigns would come out and say that he would get like teleprompter stuff and would never read what it is that they wrote for him. Or they would give him scripts and he would never read the script. And he would like start reading some of it. And, you know, it would say something like, so we're working on a trade deal. And this is a great trade deal. Millions of dollars. The best. No one's ever seen anything like it, frankly. It's the first ever trade deal like this. And, you know, like all of a sudden, like he's just out of nowhere just saying things that are not on the script. And everybody would keep getting frustrated with the fact that, yeah, he just could not stay on script. And so, yeah, tons of people just keep coming out with stories about the fact that he can't read. And I think there's, let's see. The most recent one that I saw was from SNL. Yeah, this one. Where the fuck is the audio? Wait, do you guys hear it? Okay, I can see it's going through and that you guys can hear something. I can't hear it. Nothing's going through for me. What the hell is happening? All right, let me try this again. What the hell? It's making, all I hear is like weird sounds. This is really strange. I don't know what the fuck's going on here. Shit.
What else recommends it?
Okay, let me turn this booster off. Maybe this is fucking my shit up. Yeah, no. All I hear are weird sounds. I don't. It sounds like I'm hearing like audio from my fucking tank or something. Give me just a second. Let me see if I can fix this. Shit. All right, I'm just going to pull it up on my phone. I'm going to pull up my own stream so I can just hear what the fuck is happening on my own stream real quick, because this is weird. All right. I don't know, like every time I put on both headphones, I can hear it. If I have both headphones on, I can hear it just fine. We can't hear it, so this is weird. Wait, everybody else said that they could hear it. What do you mean you can't hear it? It sounds like you have the wrong input or output. Everybody else said they can hear it. I'm listening to it on my phone. It's coming through. So wait, are some people not able to hear it? You can't hear it. Okay, one's if you're able to hear it. Two's if you're not able to hear it. Because I hear it like I'm playing it right here on my phone. Like I'm playing it right here. Yeah, so you guys are all able to hear it, but Mantis can't hear it. Weird. Because, yeah, I couldn't hear it either. At first. But now I can hear it. And she's out of nowhere saying I was wondering why the fuck you said, I'm leaving so I don't answer Tom's questions. I'm like, what the fuck does that even mean, dude? Do I need to restart YouTube? I don't know. I'm wondering if there's more than one channel that's like sending audio through. Let me check this real quick. Because, yeah, that doesn't make sense. No? Everything looks fine. I hear very low talking. That's weird. Yeah, on my earphones, I heard, like, whispering. And, like, it sounded like mouth sounds, like spit sounds and shit. That's all I could hear. But I didn't know where it was coming from. Can you try another video?
I wouldn't say delightful.
His ability.
So that one I had to boost. This one is the one.
Viewers than you. Tyler, not only am I also live, I have more viewers than.
Okay, you guys hear this? Okay, well, yeah, that's the end of the video. Anyways, he was saying that, like, during all of his, if you didn't hear it for some reason, he was saying that during, on SNL, during, like, the practices, he would always say, oh, I'm not going to say it like this. I'm going to say it the way I would say it. Is that okay? Everybody's okay with this? And that everybody was, like, afraid to say no to him, so they just wouldn't actually ever say that, that he couldn't do it, when generally you are supposed to just read it the way that it's said, like the way that it's written. You're just supposed to read it that way. But he would always want to change it and then do like improv, because it just seemed like it was too hard for him to read all the way through. And so then he didn't understand like that a comma changes the way that something is said. And so there was a thing that said, okay, let's get out of here, comma, turkey legs. And shit, I actually forgot exactly what he said there. Yeah, I forget actually what he said, but yeah. Anyways. Okay, it had a question mark on it. That's my bad. So it had a question mark on it, and he was supposed to say, all right, let's get out of here. turkey legs? Like, turkey legs, anybody? Like, you guys want to go get turkey legs? And so, yeah, he was supposed to say, all right, let's get out of here. Turkey legs? But instead he said, all right, let's get out of here, turkey legs. And just called his daughter that he was with at Disneyland turkey legs. That's the idea. So, anyways, yeah, I don't, that's weird. If you guys have trouble with the audio again, let me know, because that's super strange that some people are hearing something that other people aren't, and that I'm hearing something that those some people are hearing, but not others. This is really, really weird. So this has never happened before.
To sell.
There it is.
He is charming. He is able to convince people. It's very much like Clinton. Both Bill and Donald have the ability to go over to a fat, ugly woman, say, you are the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. So he tells everybody what they want to hear. And that is charming. And I'm telling you that I know 4 or 5 people who have recently seen him. I just realized it's something. Where he goes to UN Plaza, Trump Tower, wasn't that amazing? I was going to take the top 4. I went to Donald to see it. And it was, again, what did you pay me? That was it's a $13 million transaction. You can pay me 11, you can quarter the 13, and you get 2 to Wallows. Always. So the idea that he's that dirty business, he's a construction person in New York City, with electricians in the country. I don't know. He's not even a horrible human being. In Jeffrey's book, he does nasty things with best friends' wives. And when he first tries to gain your trust and then uses it to do bad things. That's how it goes.
All right. So that's my first video of Epstein talking about his relationship with Trump. Talking about Trump a little bit. Probably playing this out of order, so I'll go to the next one.
So how do you know this?
That was close, right?
So I need the dump.
The first one was just him talking a lot about the fact that he was like very good at selling women, and that he could go out to dinner with just a big, ugly, fat woman and tell her she was the most beautiful woman he's ever seen and how enjoyable she is while he's having a horrible time, and that he was just very good at like selling them and trying to get them to feel special and get what he wanted out of them.
I was his closest friend for 10 years. I mean, do you just say that? I don't... The evidence surely seems to point in that direction. You know, but I don't go around randomly saying that I was somebody's best friend for a decade. And talking about them in this amount of detail that rings so parallel to reality, and it not be true, or it not have at least some semblance of truth within it. You know, and that's
yeah, saying you were his closest friend for 10 years. Like, for people to keep denying that they were even friends and that they never even, that they were never close or anything. Like, it's weird when Trump says, yeah, we were good friends for 15 years. He says he was his closest friend for 10 years. Like, that's kind of too much to deny at that point.
What we're talking about here, so.
Where's it? What? So you probably know he had a scalp reduction.
I did not.
You're saying male had more than no have. He had his scalp.
Epstein low-key a gray fox? You mean a silver fox? Yeah, I can understand people thinking that he was a good-looking dude. I could get that.
Offices, you know, he made that. He used to be on the phone with fake pianos. I was kind of funny. I was sitting there listening to the guys from Post talking about it. Would say, you know, he's a great guy. You know, I love working with him. And I sit there, like, this is just amazing. But he'd say, Michael, come up, let's go to the office. And he'd say, tell me, what's it like to be there? He'd say, well, you know, you like having sex with your wife? How often do they? He'd say, it's great. Seriously, Michael, how often do you have sex? We don't want to. You and I can go upstairs, or tomorrow come over. There's this girl coming in from Los Angeles, part of the
so sleazy.
So come over to your car. You're gonna have a great time. I promise you, Michael. You know, it's just me and you. You're gonna have a great time. Be up here at 3 o'clock. We can go upstairs. The whole time, your attorney's been on the phone. Listen, he set it up because he wants to story. So he has You know what? Because as an avoid conversation, come on, you must have had that right, right? I said, yes. Tell me about it. And the lights on the speaker, listening down and say, I know you don't. I think you're really hot. And I know you think you're the guy, Michael, like the end of the world, the best guy on earth, you'll be there for you know. Just listen to the next 20 minutes. And you go with your rubbish, set you up.
All right, and then here's the last clip that I have.
I think we have a snippet from one of the conversations that I recorded with Epstein, and I think this was in a restaurant in 2017.
His people fight each other. Right. And then have outsiders. He sort of poisons the well outside. He will tell 10 people Bannon's a scumbag, and Priest is not doing a good job, and Kelly has a big mouth. And what do you think? He turns down and says, you're a prop, and I shouldn't keep you. And I spoke to Carl Icahn, and Carl thinks I need a new spokesperson. So Kelly, even though I hired Kellyanne's husband, Kellyanne is just too much of a wild one. And then he tells Bannon, I really want to keep you, but Kellyanne hates you.
I have more than dozens.
So those were Michael Wolff's interviews with Jeffrey Epstein back in 2017 before his inevitable suicide during the Trump administration, might I add, which is also an interesting set of circumstances for anyone who doesn't believe that Epstein killed himself, which is a very popular theory. It just so happened to be that the person leading the government at that time was the one.
Is that a cat or a bird up here? He's got these like moving things in the background that I keep wondering what they are. Is that a, like, he's got some animals there that are just not easy to tell what they are.
Who doesn't believe that Epstein killed himself, which is a very popular theory.
I think it's a cat.
It just so happened to be that the person leading the government at that time was the one and only Donald Trump, who may or may not have not wanted certain things to come out about him. So, with that being said, Michael Wolff uploads to the Daily Beast. He has a podcast called Fire and Fury, as well as a book called Fire and Fury, which I'm reading right now, about his time as a fly on the wall in the Trump White House. So, with all that done and said, I would like to take this moment to give my opinion on matters.
Epstein sure didn't have reason to lie. Well, I don't. What reason did he have to lie? Again, it aligns with everything else that we've heard from everybody else. This is the problem that keeps happening, is that, like, where people come out with information and their information aligns with, like, what tons of other people are saying about Trump, but then you guys say, oh, well, they had incentive to lie. Even if that was true, that doesn't mean that they are lying. And we would decide whether or not they're lying based on whether or not there's substantiation of the things that they're saying. So when a bunch of other people are corroborating the same story over and over, that yes, it starts to become more and more and more plausible. So regardless of whether or not you think he had some sort of incentive to lie, it doesn't change all of the corroboration that was happening around him, all of the different pictures of them together, all of the other people who have talked about being with them together and them hanging out, and the things that Donald Trump has said about Epstein, the things that Epstein said about Trump. Like, there's just way too much there.
Try to stay as closely directed with the evidence that I have without forming an opinion one way or another, and this is going to be the point where I do that. So I personally think that Donald Trump is a very dangerous and unhinged man. He is currently destroying our country in a multitude of ways, from trade wars to threatening to invade sovereign nations. He has a history of being extremely impulsive, being extremely predatory, and I don't think that that's leading anywhere good. I personally think that he had at least some type of knowledge of what Epstein was doing, whether or not he was involved. If you're a MAGA person, I'd like to take this moment to talk directly to you, right? Talk to me. Don't just sit there and blindly insult me. Don't just repeat campaign slogans and talking points from, popular right-wing media people. Bring me a fact. Bring me an original thought. Don't just tell me I'm wrong. Tell me why I'm wrong. There seems to be some sort of aversion towards facts on the MAGA side of the spectrum, and I don't really seem to understand that. I thought that you guys were.
Yeah, we've got somebody saying millionaires taking pictures together. Who would have thought? Like, yes, just ignore everything that's said, all the evidence there, and just amount it to millionaires taking pictures together. True.
The facts versus feelings people, personally. But now it seems to be the other way around. So don't bring me your vibes. Don't bring me your feelings. Tell me why I'm wrong and show me. Prove it to me. I really would love to engage with you as a human being. I want to engage with you fairly, openly, and, give you an opportunity to speak your truth. But it has to be out of good faith. If you're not coming to me in good faith, I'm going to respond reciprocating the same energy you bring me. And honestly, that's just not helpful for anybody. So that being said, anyone who's still sticking around, thank you so much for being here, for watching this video. It is my first video that I've ever made, so of course it's going to be a bit crude. I'm going to try and do better in the future. My next video, I'm assuming, is probably going to be about the sexual exploits of Donald Trump, his predatory behavior towards women, lack of regard for consent, some quotes that he's made on that. Everyone knows the famous grab her by the pussy quote. So we'll go through that in the future. Don't know how long that's going to take, so don't hold your breath. Anyhow, thank you so much, and see you guys around.
Based video. Yeah, you might want to do a little bit more editing, but I would take some of these clips. So like a lot of times when I do visuals like this, I will make my own visual for it, and like make my own visual for just the audio and everything, and then just source where I got it from, but make my own visual for the people talking, and then maybe even make like the captions a little bit bigger and add them myself, and then try to. I like a lot of music. But
or coincidence.
I think a lot of music also makes it harder for people who are going to review it to speed it up. So there's a back and forth there where like I really like music that's going to set the tone, but also when you have music that's setting the tone, if people want to review it and speed it up, it makes it harder for them to listen to with music that's no longer actually setting the tone and actually something that like they can feel at that point. And then I would also say that probably without like a full streaming setup or anything, it's probably best to just do audio and add a bunch of visuals on top. I think that that's generally the best way to go, is to just have like visuals that you have in front, and then that way you can cut up your voice, cut up your script, like edit out like anything that you said incorrectly, re-record it, and it doesn't look weird where all of a sudden you're like, cutting from one position to another out of nowhere, and it just doesn't seem weird. You can just do it all really simply. But outside of that, I mean, I like the video, and I like there's obviously a lot of evidence here. I don't know if he went over the parts, I might have missed it, but there were obviously a number of women who came forward as well, saying that they hung out with Epstein and Trump, and that they felt like they were like being traded and just kind of handed off to each other like pieces of meat and shit. And then also like a really easy way to make this shorter is to just quote the parts of this that you think were important, but then like kind of allow him to say small parts of it and show him saying like this one thing, and then condense everything else around it. Epstein said that they were friends, he was his closest friend for 10 years. He also talks about the fact that play him saying we were closest friends for 10 years, and then kind of condense everything else around that. Then play another clip of Epstein saying some like one sentence, and then condense everything else around that. But generally, this is I like videos like this, so these will be fun. But if you guys want to go, don't just go to the video and hit the thumbs up, because that'll make it to where his watch time goes down, and then it'll tell YouTube, oh, nobody's actually watching this video, so we're not going to recommend this to people. So if you guys want to go to his channel, here's the link in the description. Just go, maybe give him a subscription, but don't click on the video just to click thumbs up and then leave, because that will downgrade how much people are watching it. So if you weren't here for the whole thing, you can also go and check out the rest of the video yourself. and watch the whole thing so that he is getting more watch time. All right. Yeah, hopefully we don't have any more problems with the audio throughout this. There was a video yesterday that I wanted to watch, and so I think we're going to go ahead and pull that up for a minute. And, oh wait, what was this?
Did you get what you wanted? Did you get what you wanted? Yeah. This is what you wanted, huh? He won. I hope you got exactly what you wanted. I hope you got and you know what, for all of the black people who were quote unquote mad at the Democratic Party because they wouldn't give you reparations or they wouldn't promise you a black focused vote or whatever it is. I hope you get Trump, who's not going to promise you anything. He's going to take you back to slavery. I hope he calls you monkey. I hope he calls you jigaboo and a spook. I hope he calls you monkey twice. I hope buck breaking comes back. I hope they call all the black women mammies. I hope all of that happens so you can see what you asked for. I hope that all
This is actually so fucking accurate, though. I'm not gonna lie. This is too accurate. Like, it really is. There's so many liberals who are like, yeah, well, I hope you guys' entire country goes under. And then everybody goes into the next depression. And then they all, so that they get what they asked for. So that they all regret voting for Trump. I'm like, what? I don't want to go into a depression. I got shit to do. I don't want to do that. That would suck. The only reason that even like streamers are capable of doing what they do is because like we're just living in really good times right now, or we can just say, hey, yeah, just give us money if you feel like it. And yeah, it makes everything a lot simpler. So yeah, if all of a sudden we like get all of the things that liberals want us to get from Trump, it's not gonna be good. Not gonna be good.
all the Mexicans who were afraid of illegal immigrants just as much as the other people were. I hope those people get sent back to their country. Yeah. I hope all of the Hispanics in Miami-Dade who were just afraid of
This is funny because yes, now they're just like wishing all of the most like racist things upon everybody, and they're like wishing everybody gets deported and wishing like for all of the things that they were so afraid of Trump doing, like all of the things that they totally did not want Trump to do and just were really, really upset that he might do these things. Now they're like, yeah, well, I hope he does that. It's like, wait, I thought you thought that was like a horrible thing. What the fuck? But they aren't wrong. Trump is doing what he said: tariffs, mass deportation, and Schedule F from Project 2025. But they were too dumb to know all of that is going to wreck the economy. I mean, again, like it's I don't think that there's going to be much of a difference. I don't think any of these people are actually going to turn around and admit that they were wrong. I'm pretty sure they'll be like living in cardboard boxes on the side of the road, you know, wearing their MAGA hats and everything. So tariffs are nothing new or strange. Many countries have them with other ones. Again, we keep going over this, the fact that like nobody thinks that tariffs in and of themselves are a horrible thing. Nobody thinks that like tariffs are this like this brand new thing that we never had before. People think that the way that he uses tariffs, the way that he overly uses them, the way that he tries to use them as a bludgeon, the way that he uses them to start trade wars, the way that he uses them to try to like pressure allies into doing things that they don't want to do, and the way that he uses them to at like high rates, where we're talking about the fact that we're going to put 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico. Like these are just insane things that are unprecedented. But then yes, like, oh, tariffs aren't new. Okay, fine, sorry. Oh, Trump wants to go and invade Greenland. Well, I think that's a horrible idea. Well, invasions aren't anything new, dude. Invasions have been around for a long time. Tons of countries have invaded each other. I don't know why you guys think that like invasions are all of a sudden this brand new thing, but they're not. They're not. Tons of countries have invaded each other. I don't know if you ever heard of like World War I, but yeah, invasions are just a really thing as old as time. When you say it, yes, but it's not how people make it seem. Okay, I think that Yeah, I think that most people aren't just talking about tariffs overall, right? Like it's kind of like I used this example yesterday that when we're talking about whether or not like there was an insurrection on January 6th, a lot of people then turn around and start acting like we think all insurrections ever are bad. Now, like when Ukraine engaged in an insurrection against their government, now we're supposed to believe that's bad. Or when the, founding of the United States, when we had a revolutionary war, that we had insurrections there, that we're supposed to think those are bad. No, we think insurrections against the country that we like, that we love, the government that we enjoy, the Constitution that we enjoy, that is what we don't like. We do not like attacks on our democracy, on our Constitution. And so when you come and attack our shit that we want, yes, now it's bad. Now it's a bad insurrection. But no, not all insurrections are bad. But this is kind of the way that people do it. It's like, oh, well, if we keep talking about how bad the insurrections are, now everybody thinks that we think all insurrections ever are such horrible things. But that's not the case. We're just talking about this insurrection is bad. This one's not good.
Of communism because they came from a country that was just ravaged by it. I hope that they get shown what it looks like to really be ravaged. I hope they get sent back on boats. I hope they have to swim back. I hope their back has to be wet all over again.
Oh my goodness.
He's going to make you swim all the way back. Yeah, all those people in Michigan who didn't support Kamala Harris because she wouldn't say the word weapons embargo. Yeah, I hope they're forced to go through what happened right after 9/11. Yeah, flight risks all of you. He's gonna put all of you in internment camps. Because that's what you wanted, right? You wanted to be in an internment.
Insurrection is bad when you don't like the results. Sounds like absolute hypocrisy. Okay. That's like saying things are immoral when you think they're bad, but you don't think they're immoral when you think they're good. So if you think that's hypocrisy, then sure, that's hypocrisy. But I think anybody who thinks that like a word makes something bad and not the circumstances and the context attached to the actions is what makes it bad, then those people aren't really thinking about what it is they're talking about. The word insurrection and what fits into insurrection is never what makes something bad. It is always the context of the insurrection and the goal of the insurrection, the thing that you are insurrecting. But if you think like, oh, so you think it's okay to shoot people when it's good, but you don't think it's okay to shoot people when it's bad? Wow, sounds like hypocrisy to me. So, well, no. There's sometimes where it's okay to shoot people. I think that like Kyle Rittenhouse is a great example of somebody engaging in self-defense where a bunch of people are attacking him and he defended himself, rightfully so. This is a time when, yeah, it would make sense to shoot people. Other times, when we're looking at like school shootings, I would say that this is a bad time to shoot people. But if you just think, oh, well, shooting people has to be bad across the board, and if you ever say that it's good sometimes, then that's hypocrisy, then yeah, I don't think that we're on the same level of like having ethical conversations.
Camp. You wanted that, all right? That's what you wanted. I hope everybody who like had religious values and so that they wouldn't support Kamala Harris, I hope you get forced to have babies. I hope your father assaults you and therefore you're forced.
That's not what anyone's saying. Why do you do that? That is 100% what was just said. That is 100% what was just said. They said insurrection is bad when you don't like the results. Sounds like absolute hypocrisy. That's what they just said. Yes, of course. That is what makes it bad, is the fucking results. Yes. No fucking duh. That is what they just said. I don't know why you're acting like I just strawmanned them. I did not strawman them. I'm saying exactly what it is that they fucking said. What do you think they said? Did you read that totally differently? Did you not hear me read it out loud and think I said something differently? Like, what the fuck did you think was said? That is what they said. I didn't strawman them. That's just what they said.
to have the baby that you wanted so badly. I hope that's what happens to you. I hope you get every racial epithet and I hope you get all of the disrespect that you deserve. Because remember that
What
people
the
like us tried
fuck?
to stop stuff like that and you wouldn't listen. So I hope they call you a monkey, a spook, a jigaboo, and I can't even say the other words because I'll get banned. So thank you. Have a good day.
What the fuck? We're saying people have their reasons why they want an insurrection, and you can't just say it's bad because you think it's bad then. That's sure, you're making my argument now. You realize that. You're making my argument now. You realize you just repeated what I said. That's not what he said. That's what I said. What the fuck? I can't with you, dude. I believe that you're not being bad faith. I believe that you just actually are this confused every time you type something, but like I can't just like keep explaining every little thing all the time.
That was your bridge too far.
Yes, and
Not to use the, that was your bridge too far.
Yes, and
Not to use the bridge, by the way, sensitive topic. I don't want to go bridge.
Thank you very much, John.
Hey, everybody. Welcome once again to...
I saw that Jon Stewart was interviewing Chris Christie, and I thought, this is weird. I'm sure that they're going to want to like get Chris Christie to talk a lot of shit about Trump. And I'm sure they're going to bond over their dislike of Trump. But I have trouble believing that he's not going to take a bunch of shots at him the entire time. I believe that I have trouble believing that he's not going to take shots at him. Sorry, Tom, can you explain that, please? Explain what? Exactly. Like, what is it that you want me to explain? No, you said January 6th was bad, but Ukraine was good, given the circumstances. Uh-huh. And you said, we're saying people have their reasons why they wanted an insurrection. You can't just say it's bad because you think it's bad. Correct. You're saying, hey, you think they're bad or good based on the circumstances, not because it's just bad because it's bad. Yes, exactly. Yes, we are still saying the same thing.
The Weekly Show. My name is Jon Stewart. It is end of January, I'm going to say. 2025. President Trump has been president forever.
Skip ahead.
Governor Chris Christie, 55th governor. 55th?
Yeah.
Of New Jersey, obviously ran for president 2016, 2024. Governor, what's happening?
I've liked Chris Christie for a while. I know that he's kind of a meme to a lot of people, but especially in a time when the Republican Party is all becoming more and more MAGA and it's just kind of falling apart, and so like real Republicans with real values and principles are all just kind of disappearing. I really like Chris Christie at this point. I really enjoy him, and I've said before, I think he's somebody that I would vote for in a lot of circumstances. So I think he's somebody who has obviously been turned into a meme over a lot of the dumb shit that he's done and said, but he's not so bad.
Exactly what I predicted would happen, John. I mean, I ran for president for a year telling everybody that, this guy has not changed. He's not different. And that character matters. And
I haven't watched Jon Stewart in a long while. I never watched Jon Stewart. Never watched him, ever. All of a sudden today I keep hearing people say like, well, all the Democrats have left now is Jon Stewart. And I'm like, I don't know anything about this guy. What the fuck? Like, I know that he got really upset when the payments weren't going through to the 9/11 survivors and their families, but or the heroes and their families, but I never watched this show. I don't really know anything about Jon Stewart, but obviously I grew up a hardcore conservative, so we're on very different ends as far as the types of pundits we grew up with.
It matters more than any particular issue. And what we're seeing now in the first, is it now 10 days or so?
Years, I believe years.
is that the problem is going to be that not everybody, in fact, not most people, will disagree with everything he does.
Mm-hmm.
But the underlying problem, in my view, is the pettiness, the vindictiveness, the anger. All those things will inform much of what he does, and it's going to lead to big problems, I think, in the country over the long term.
So why, you've known this about him. How long? You've known him for many, many years.
23 years.
23 years. Okay. I don't imagine that the pettiness, vindictiveness, and anger, and those various things that you talk about in terms of character just recently surfaced. That he went through some sort of midlife crisis and ended up with some personality tics that old people get.
That's one of the weird things with Chris Christie is that he went and worked for Trump in the first administration and then got fired, and then all of a sudden had this hardcore hate for Donald Trump. And if you guys remember, one of the things that he did was Chris Christie had prosecuted crap, I'm forgetting all of their names, but the Trump's daughter, Ivanka, he prosecuted her husband's father because her husband's father had this like big criminal case and his brother-in-law was testifying against him. Yeah, Kushner. And so his brother-in-law was testifying against him. And so then he went and filmed his brother-in-law having sex with somebody else. Illegally recorded this guy having sex with a woman. And then sent him like the videotape to blackmail him with it and said like, yeah, here, I've got this fucking videotape of you having sex with another woman and cheating on my sister. So if you testify against me in court, I'm gonna let your wife know that you're having sex with other women, and I'm gonna send her this videotape. Like, do you know how fucking illegal that is? Do you know how insanely illegal that is? Not only to record somebody having sex without their permission, but then also to use it to blackmail them. And not just to blackmail them, but to stop them from testifying in court. Like, that is insane, dude. That is insane. That is a fucking, like, load of federal charges there. Why am I just now hearing of this? Oh, this is fucking wild, dude. And Trump hired him just recently to be one of the ambassadors for the White House. Like, it's so weird, dude. So fucking weird. And so, yeah, so because he's the one who prosecuted Kushner's father, and Kushner was the one who was in charge of personnel in the White House, Kushner fired Chris Christie pretty quickly, like almost immediately. He went ahead and just fired him. And Chris Christie says that, yeah, he fired him because he prosecuted his dad, so he was... He was very salty about
Jared
this.
Kushner. You talk about him in the book because, frankly, it comes down that he's the
But my overall point is that I think, like, it's a little weird that Christie did that. No, Christie prosecuted Kushner's dad, Charles Kushner, for doing that. Christie prosecuted his father, and then Christie got upset when he fired Chris Christie because he prosecuted his father for doing that shit. That, like, yeah, he's very salty about it now. And so afterwards, yeah, so this is Jared Kushner. This is Ivanka's husband. And Jared Kushner's dad is the one who recorded his brother-in-law having sex to blackmail him with it in a court case. And so, yeah, the whole thing is that Chris Christie didn't seem to have huge problems with Trump until he got fired and Trump didn't stand up for him. And then all of a sudden he had a lot of issues with Donald Trump after that. So it's kind of odd timing there.
who fired you, right?
That's what Steve Bannon told me, yes.
And you believe that?
Sure.
Right. You believe that because there's history between the two of you.
Between me and his father, not between me and him.
But you can understand why he takes it personally.
Yes and
Would
no.
you? I mean, would you separate your experience if your father had been put in jail from the prosecutor who put him in jail?
If my father was guilty, I would. Yeah. I mean, listen, if I thought that my father had not done something and that he had been wrongly accused and wrongly convicted, that would be one thing. In this instance, Mr. Kushner pled guilty.
To illegal campaign contributions.
Tax evasion and witness tampering. Significant crimes.
I was surprised that you didn't give yourself more of a defense for prosecuting Charles Kushner in the book.
I just think that it was so obvious he had to be prosecuted that, I mean, if a guy hires a prostitute to seduce his...
Yeah, Trump didn't just hire him in this White House administration, but Trump also gave him a pardon in the last administration. So the weird thing is that, yeah, he's like, again, when we're talking about like giving family members pardons for horrible crimes, like, and you're looking at one family member just filled out a gun form wrong and then was avoided taxes that he had already paid back by the time the charges dropped, or by the time that he got charged, versus a guy who filmed his brother-in-law having sex without permission and then used that to blackmail him to stop him from testifying against him in court. And like, that is an insane thing to pardon somebody for, and it's your family member. And so, yeah, Trump pardoned his family member for something horrific. Biden pardoned his family member for something just not nearly as bad. And I'm not defending the pardon, but from Biden, I'm just saying that, like, if people actually had a problem with what it was that Biden did, they would have had a much bigger problem with what it was that Trump did in this scenario.
Brother-in-law, and videotapes it, and then sends the videotape to his sister to attempt to intimidate her from testifying before a grand jury. Do I really need any more justification than that? I mean, it's one of the most loathsome, disgusting crimes that I prosecuted when I was U.S. attorney. And I was U.S. attorney in New Jersey, Margaret, so we had some loathsome and disgusting crime going on there. But I just laid out the facts, and any objective person who looks at the facts knows, confronted with those facts, I had a moral and an ethical obligation to bring that prosecution.
So yeah, so this is him talking about prosecuting Kushner's father. This is the...
It is just the latest book to reveal the inner workings of the Trump campaign and presidency. The author this time around, former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie. Here's how he describes watching that infamous Access Hollywood tape alongside then Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump, saying, the tape was hard to watch. It was harder to listen to, but we watched and listened to the Access Hollywood video all the way to the end. The words sounded crude and vulgar playing through the small speaker on Hope Hicks's laptop, even more so with Donald sitting there with us. He goes on to say people started proposing phrases to quote Trump as saying, many years ago, Bill Clinton has said far worse to me on the golf course. I apologize if anyone was offended. And according to Christie, as Trump's team was brainstorming about how to respond to the tape, it was Trump who offered what he said was the best line. Remember locker room talk? Matt Katz is a Christie biographer. He's the author of American Governor Chris Christie's Bridge to...
So anyways, let's see. But Chris didn't turn on Trump after he was fired from the White House. He still helped Trump with debate prep in 2020 election. I don't think that's true. I'm pretty sure he ran against Donald Trump in the 2020 election, and maybe I'm wrong. Did he not run in 2020? Maybe I'm wrong here. Chris Christie recognizes Joe Biden as the legitimate winner of the 2020 election. It does not appear that he has publicly committed to accepting the certified results of the 2024 election. I mean, that's also going to get him in trouble with Trump, is accepting the results. Okay, this is 2024. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, never mind. It says election night was the breaking point for him.
As always, Governor Christie is an open book, says you can ask him anything except about the Mets being 18.5 games out of first place. Right.
Oh, I have a few questions.
No,
I have a few questions.
About the Mets again or no?
You can't ask about the Mets. You can't ask about
the Mets.
let me start then.
So,
I won't ask. No, let me go first. I just need to know what to do with
She always
this.
cuts me off.
No, I really do. I need to because we want to have Republicans on the show.
Yes, we do. Thank you for
Absolutely.
being on the show.
Thank you for coming on. All
Thank you.
Republicans
We
are
greatly
welcome.
appreciate it.
And if everything you're saying about him is true, and I you know, you and I agree on January 6th and everything else that, you know, Donald Trump has done to this country. You also say people can't get the truth from him. I just need to understand, like, how do we do this when you're a candidate, you're trying to push people away from Trump because it's bad for the country, and yet you were in there. Did you not see what was happening?
You mean
did you not say something?
Debate prep?
And everything. I mean,
well, sure.
why didn't you say something?
I think, and Governor, really quickly, I think there's a bigger question that obviously everybody wants to hear your answer to that. There's a bigger question too about the balancing of what generals had to deal with, and their idea that I'm going to stay here because if it's not me, who comes behind me? You certainly saw that with General Mattis and several others, Gary Cohn, several others. At what point, though, do you just say, I'm out? And I think Mika would ask, and a lot of other people would ask, wasn't 2020 a little late to see the light?
Elections are about choices. We've had this conversation a number of times before. I didn't want Hillary Clinton to be president, and I didn't want Joe Biden to be president. Now, for me, everyone is going to have their different breaking point based upon your own sensibilities, your own sense of that choice. For me, it was election night 2020 when he stood behind the seal of the president in the East Room of the White House and said the election was stolen at 2:30 in the morning when not all the votes had even been counted yet. And he had no basis to say it. When you undercut the American people's belief in democracy from behind the podium at the White House, to me, that was it. And I said it that night on ABC. And by the way, Mika, let me just say one thing, though.
If I can just follow up, Governor, really quickly, though. You had told me privately that, well, gosh, I guess I shouldn't say this.
No, it's a private conversation.
Okay, so
Joe, screw it. You did it already, so go ahead.
Okay, you told me that he had started working to undermine confidence in the election to you privately behind the scenes, like in the spring. And you were saying, Joe, this is coming. This is coming. He's going to try to make Americans believe that American democracy doesn't work. You knew that in the spring of 2000.
I didn't know it in the spring, but what I said to you at that time was that during debate prep, which started in late August of 2020, that he started to say things like, well, if I don't win, it's going to be because of the mail-in ballots. So it wasn't really an issue of it being stolen. It was more an issue of him saying that these changed rules and whatever are not fair and they're more open to fraud. And he started to say that. I read that at the time, Joe, as him being concerned about winning, that he felt like he was losing. And that as a result, he was starting to say that already to try to set up an ego protector for himself. But in the end, to me, you ask when, when was, for me, election night 2020. And by the way, during the 4 years of his presidency, at least the last 3 where I was no longer in office and I was sitting at ABC as a commentator, if you go back and look, there were a lot of times where I was very critical of things both he said and he did. And believe me, I know I was, because I'd get the phone calls in the car on the way back from New York to New Jersey with him yelling at me because I'd said something critical on Sunday morning. So, we all have our breaking points.
Right.
That was mine. But I don't think anybody can doubt the sincerity of what I'm saying and the authority with which I say it, because I was a supporter and I did know him for 22 years. And so to have somebody like me saying it, no one's ever done that before.
Right, and I will say there will be a lot of people saying, oh my God, how could you want Donald Trump instead of Joe Biden in 2020? Well, that's why you're running in a Republican primary instead of a Democratic primary. I'm just saying that to our viewers right now, even though obviously I would strongly disagree with you there. Again, that's why we have 2 parties.
So yeah, anyways, it's a little weird listening to him here, but
you've known this for a very long time. And by the way, you were one of his. Boy, he enjoyed making fun of you.
Oh, yeah. Still does.
But in 2016, you helped him. You helped him in the debates and all that. What is it that keeps people in the orbit? Is it a fear that you will lose your political career if you go against him? Is it a close to power? He makes people supplicants. How?
Well, I think that it's for different people, it's different things, John.
Right.
I think both of those factors that you just put up there are the real reasons for lots of different people. For me, back in 2016, I had known him, but not extraordinarily well. I'd known him for a long time, but nobody really gets very close to Trump. But when you are a acquaintance of his, as I was during the years prior to 2016, he can be enormously charming.
I'm sure.
Enormously engaging, very solicitous. And for me, both as U.S. attorney for 7 of those years, and then as governor for a number of those years, he was all those things to me. And so that was part of it. And the other part for me was that it was like, okay, I ran in the primary against him. He beat me. I'm a Republican. He's going to be the nominee. I'll be with him and try to make him better than what he is at the moment. And that was my motivation at the time, and I turned out to be wrong.
Even in that moment, like when he's doing things like, you know, he makes the whatever.
I'm sorry, but I don't think that people like didn't know who he was. Obviously, I think that like the shit with the 2020 election made things much worse. I think that the shit with the insurrection, him refusing to accept the results of the election, all of that, that probably made things a lot worse. But like after you had already had the impeachment with Ukraine, you already had all of the times that he was lying about the stuff going on with Russia, the interference with the investigations, like you knew who this guy was. You knew who he was, and it's impossible for people to like all of a sudden figure it out after the insurrection when the guy was literally denying the election before it ever even happened. Like, give me a break.
Whatever it was, the Oreo joke, or he makes you a supplicant, and this is 2016, and then you watched him as president. You know, you were part of his transition team. You know, he went out of his way to kind of shame you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why go back in 2020? Like, what was it that made you still stick with, you know, it's one thing to say, okay, well, that I didn't really know in 2016. In 2020, you clearly knew. So what is it then?
Well, in 2020, I think what it was looking at these two guys, looking at Joe Biden and Donald Trump. And I really felt at the time like Biden was just too old to be president and wouldn't be able to do the job. And so I didn't like either choice, quite frankly. But
so you went with the one that was fatally flawed character-wise.
Right. I went with that one as opposed to the one who, you know, was in my mind mentally incapable of doing the job.
Had you had dealings with Biden at that time, and that's where you drew that conclusion?
Yeah, and known him for a long time. Like I've known Joe Biden longer than I've known Donald Trump because Biden and I both went to the University of Delaware, and so,
obviously not at the same. I wouldn't
not at the same time. No,
okay,
but,
fair enough.
But Biden was a regular presence there when I was a student, and I was the president of the student body, so I wound up getting to serve on the board where Biden was as well. So I got to know him, and we kept in touch over the years, and then reacquainted when he was vice president and I was governor, and he was very helpful during Sandy and made a number of trips to the state where I hosted him to help see the damage and do all that. So when we had kept in touch over all those years, and I just saw the precipitous decline in the Joe Biden I knew when I was a student to the Joe Biden I knew even when he was vice president to the guy who was running for president. And so that was the reason that I did what I did. And quite frankly, then on election night of 2020 was when I made the break, because when he came out, meaning President Trump, came out and made his speech on election night where he said, you know, the election had been stolen. I was on ABC at the time.
That was your bridge too far?
Yes. And
Not to use the bridge, by the way, sensitive topic. I don't want to go bridge.
Thank you very much, John. Your kindness is overwhelming.
What was the bridge thing again? I don't remember. Let's just get a real quick. Let's get a refresher on the bridge.
To New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, who was cleared of any wrongdoing in a new internal report commissioned by his administration on the Bridgegate scandal that threatened to derail his political career and future. Christie sat down with ABC News for an exclusive interview, and ABC's Jim Avila is in Trenton, New Jersey this morning with much more. Good morning to you, Jim.
Good morning, Josh. He is back and armed with an internal report written by friendly lawyers that says that he is in fact clear, and he's back on the offensive today with an expected news conference, and some of that characteristic bluster from Governor Christie seems to return too in that first post-scandal interview done by ABC's Diane Sawyer. The in-house investigation cost taxpayers $1 million and does not reveal the motive nor much of anything else about why Chris Christie's aides, in an act of political retribution, punished the people of Fort Lee, New Jersey last September by jamming their access to the George Washington Bridge. But it does clear the boss of any wrongdoing.
This report says that I had no knowledge of it before it happened. And nor did I authorize it or have anything to do with it. And that's the truth.
But does it make you feel clueless? Does it make you feel like, what was wrong with me?
Not clueless, but it certainly makes me feel taken advantage of. And also, more importantly, I feel like I let people down by not knowing. Sometimes people do inexplicably stupid things.
Do you really believe they didn't do it because they thought that's what would please you?
Anybody who really knows me would not believe that doing something inexplicably stupid would please me.
What did you say to your children? What did you say?
our oldest son was home on break, and he asked me, "Did you do this?" It was a tough question that your son would ask you. And I said, "No, I didn't." And he said, "Good, I'm glad."
So the aides did this to punish the voters. Interesting. First video I've seen of yours, and you seem to be as unbiased as I've seen a person be, and it's nice to hear someone say, "Oh, I didn't hear that part, maybe I'm wrong." Ha! Well,
Bring you at any...
You'll like me, because I'm wrong all the fucking time. If you guys like somebody who's wrong, I'm your fucking guy. You guys want to watch somebody who's wrong all the fucking time? Watch the Tom Foolery Show. I get shit wrong more than anybody. Okay?
point to thought maybe I'll step down. Maybe this is just too much.
Never. Never. It's not a quitter.
The governor telling Diane Sawyer his rough and tumble style did not inspire his aides to run roughshod over New Jersey commuters, and the scandal is not going to change him.
I am who.
Yeah, I don't really remember this scandal, and I don't know much about it. I was hoping I'd get
the man
some
many are tipping to be the next
information
president of the United States has got himself into a bit of a jam over a bit of a jam. Chris Christie, the Republican governor of New Jersey, has sacked his deputy chief of staff after emails showed she conspired to create traffic gridlock, allegedly to punish her political opponent. Inigo Gilmore has this.
He's the man wide.
Yeah, they said to punish the people of New Jersey, but he's saying to punish his political opponents. That's what I thought happened. Is I thought that they created like a gridlock to make somebody super late to something, and to where they never made it to their own like rally or some shit, or their own speaking event, and that they just created like a fake like traffic jam with like fake construction workers and shit just to make them insanely late to where they couldn't get to where they were going. But yeah, the last person said they did it to punish the citizens.
Widely seen as the great hope of the Republican Party. New Jersey's Governor Chris Christie has been hailed as a pragmatic, bipartisan everyman who's shown the way for Republicans to reach across America's fractured political divide.
Just met some Democrats here want you to run for the White House, let's say.
Well, isn't that nice of them? When we caught up with him recently on the campaign trail, he was on a high, clearly buzzing, just days before he was re-elected as governor, with large support from New Jersey's Democrats.
And I come out here today to apologize to the people of New Jersey.
It was a somber and chastised Christie who appeared at a press conference today, as a political scandal has forced him to sack one of his senior aides for what appears to be the ultimate act of political retribution.
I am embarrassed and humiliated by the conduct of some of the people on my team.
Okay, yeah, I guess that clears that up.
Well, thank you so much.
We usually use that was the water over the dam, but again,
fair
that's
enough.
just an art.
Yeah, you got to really reach for metaphors when I'm talking to ex-politicians.
You got to be very careful.
So many different scandals. Yeah.
But in the end, I said to him, and I said it to him that night, that you have no way of knowing that this election was stolen, and what you're doing here is damaging our democracy, and I can't be supportive of it. And I said that on the air. I said it was a disgrace on the air that night, and we really, except for one or two conversations, have not spoken since. And that was.
I watched. I was telling you guys I watched a documentary recently called Stopping the Steal, and it's on HBO. So if you guys have HBO, you can go watch it. I didn't finish the whole thing, but I did get far enough in to watch him. I don't know why I'm blanking on his name now. But it's Bill Barr. Yeah, Bill Barr. I was watching Bill Barr talk about the fact that literally every single person who did an investigation on this told Trump the same exact thing. Every single one of them, all of his most trusted people, his most trusted advisors, everyone who was like, an expert in the area, or anyone who did like the most in-depth investigations into this, they all told him, every single one of them told him, the election was not stolen. he said that there was nobody who did an investigation into this who actually told him that there was likely a stolen election. The only people who were telling him anything other than that were people like Giuliani and his 4 lawyers, the 4 who have been convicted in Georgia for doing this. But the 4 lawyers were the only ones telling him anything different, and that none of them had done any sort of like investigation into this whatsoever. Like none of them had done anything at all. And they were doing things like, if you guys remember, one of the biggest things that they did was they asked every single person who thinks they've seen anything suspicious whatsoever to fill out an affidavit. And they ended up with hundreds of affidavits. And they're like waving around hundreds of thousands, I think. They're waving around these papers like, we have proof right here. This is the proof. And they don't show any of it. They never showed any of their proof. And they continue doing this all over the place, doing all of these like hearings, talking about all of the proof that they have and the, you know, all of the data, all of the numbers, all of the witnesses, and they would just always wave around these papers and never show anybody anything. And then even when they went to court and were asked for evidence or anything, they would say, "Oh, we don't have it yet. We'll get that. We'll get to it for sure."
November 2020.
Look, I feel it in my bones, a certain fright about where this thing is going to go. And the most difficult thing for me to reckon is that moment that you speak about, that from November to January, that inability to concede the election results without any shred of legitimate court-tested proof, anything that has evidentiary standards. As you know, the court system was really the only thing that held up. The fact that January 6th happened, not as a moment of, a crime of passion, but as the result of careful weeks and months of planning by his legal team as to which obstacle he next had to reach. Like, I think what they said was, this is your final shot. If we can't stop this electoral count, it's over. If we can't somehow make it chaotic and get it thrown into the House, right? The most anti-democratic thing you could possibly achieve, at least in my mind, in an election in America. He was not punished for that. He was rewarded for that with not just an electoral college win, but a popular vote win. So what are we now to make of this? We've all got in our minds that Chris Christie moment, a bridge too far, even for someone that I had doubts about, character flaws, all these different things. He finally crossed for you the Rubicon, and America is unmoved by the character argument and the autocrat argument. So what are you left with?
Well, I think there's two things, right? First off, we have to concede that he is the most fearless communicator I've seen politically in my lifetime. And I don't mean that as a compliment. He is willing to say anything over and over and over again with passion. And for a lot of people who, John, look, you and I spend a lot of time thinking, reading, talking about this stuff. Most Americans don't.
Mm-hmm.
And so for them who just hear a snippet of this or that, they listen to who they think is most convincing, and that sways a lot of people.
Well, I think more than that, they don't even listen to who's most convincing, but they listen to who's going to tell them what they already believe, but give them reasons to believe it. I think that's a thing that even I used to do before I was actually a content creator. And I felt like there's like a lot more that I have to do to actually figure out what's right and what's wrong. Even when I was just watching people to see what they had to say, I was watching mostly people who already agreed with what it is that I thought. And then they were just giving me arguments to use to continue justifying the things that I wanted to believe. But over time, because I was interested in debate and the people that I was watching were going and doing debates, they ended up doing horrible fucking debates. Like, they ended up getting rocked in debates over and over, where then I would end up getting recommended the person that whoop their ass in a debate, and then that person would make arguments that would start to make me question things. And at that point, I was like already making content and was, now starting to like look things up more, double check things more, because I was wanting to go and like make like really good arguments for things. I would do research on that thing that I was trying to make an argument for, and then start to realize, oh shit, like all of the information actually proves me wrong. And I just never even thought to ask this question. Like all of the arguments that I was getting from everybody else, they were true. They just missed all the other context here that just changes everything pretty dramatically. And so, yeah, more and more, I just started to realize how fucking wrong I was. And so then when I come on here and I start to like try to like break things down for people, or they watch me go over research and shit like that, and then I come on and I say something about like, you know, Donald Trump obviously committed these crimes. It's already proven. Everybody starts, oh, it's a witch hunt. There's no evidence. Nobody has any evidence. And every single time I'll be like, okay, you know, they'll come on and debate for a little bit. And then every time I'm like, okay, so what in the indictment do you disagree with? They're like, I never looked at the indictment. Those people are all Democrats who are indicting him, so they're all biased. It's like, what is that really like the beginning and the end of your analysis? Is just like they're Democrats, therefore they lied? Like you didn't look at any evidence at all? Like well, that is the evidence. The evidence is that they're Democrats. Like that's it. Wow. Okay. Fucking shit. Well, I can't even have a conversation with you if you think that makes sense. You're not someone that I'm even able to like attempt to rationalize with. So never mind.
I think the other thing about what happened in 2024 is that elections are always choices at the presidential level. Most Americans feel some type of obligation to vote in a presidential election. They may not vote in any of the other ones, but they feel like for president, I should vote. And turnout reflects that. And it was a choice here that I think, really unfortunately for the country, the Democrats didn't present a choice that for a lot of Americans made sense. And I blame that on President Biden, because he made a promise to us in 2020. He said he was going to be a transitional leader. And we all understood, or thought we understood, what that meant, which was he was going to serve one term. Because at 82, he was just going to be too old to be able to do this. And then for whatever reason, he changed his mind. And I think if Joe Biden had said, not left the presidency, but had said after the midterms, you know what? I held off the Republicans here at the midterms. I did my job. And now it's time to turn it over to a new generation of Democrats to see who the next nominee will be. I think the Democrats would have had a vigorous primary, a lot of really good potential candidates out there. Josh Shapiro from Pennsylvania, Gretchen Whitmer in Michigan. You go through a whole list of them. And instead, what he did was hang on till he was practically being, shoved out the door with his fingernails grasping the door jamb, and left Kamala Harris as the only option. And vice presidents are never well thought of, no matter which party it is, and gave her 107 days to try to convince the American people that she was better. And I think strategically for her, the big mistake was she didn't distance herself from Biden. And when 72% of the country, as the last poll, the last weekend, said the country's on the wrong track, not separating yourself from the person who was president when it went to 72% wrong track is a politically fatal mistake. So I think, John, for people who don't focus on politics, who maybe didn't think about this election until 2 or 3 weeks, or maybe even less before election day, all that stuff matters and is part of the explanation for why he did as well as he did.
But let's go, it's interesting because you talk about it in terms of the people, right? And you say it's a binary choice, this person versus this person. But I think there's something deeper here about a system of government that people no longer feel is responsive enough for them. That democracy in and of itself has gotten sort of sclerotic and is not agile in the way that it needs to be. And is it that, I don't necessarily disagree with Donald Trump's diagnoses. The system is rigged against people. Powerful interests have the ear of our politicians. The government is not responding necessarily to the discomfort of its, let's call them customers, right?
Yep.
I think it's a Trojan horse. It seems like what the Republicans have in mind is kind of an undoing of the relationship that we have established between the people and the government since the New Deal. And further than that, the Immigration Act of the 60s and the Civil Rights Act of the 60s. These are the things that this Project 2025 wants to disassemble. It's sort of like Project 1929. Is that their aim? And everything else is sort of noise. Is the signal here a refashioning of the relationship between the government and the people?
I think that maybe the goal of some of the folks who work with Donald Trump, I don't think Donald Trump has any overarching philosophical goal except that he wants to be powerful and listened to and in charge. I think what is causing this is, you're right about the underlying problem, which I've heard from Republicans and Democrats, which is, I just want some competence. Like, it's their objection is less to, in the main, on the programs and things that government does, is less about the programs in a lot of instances and more about the way they function or don't function. The way they waste money, the way they don't bring things to the people that they really need and aren't responsive. And you can look at this in a number of different ways. And, you know, the wildfires in California are just the latest example of it. But people are like, how the hell does this happen? Why isn't government on top of this? And we've seen it over and over again in a number of different ways. Everything from something as serious as the wildfires to something as just annoying as the air traffic control system. And why are people so delayed when they're flying around the country all the time? Because it doesn't seem like the FAA can run the air traffic control system competently anymore. And I think that anger, when people feel like they're paying a lot of money for this government and what are they getting for it, is something that Trump was really able to tap into. And that, for whatever reason, the Democrats felt the need to defend it holistically, rather than say, look.
No, he was found liable of rape. He was convicted of 34 felonies. Yeah, a lot of people keep mixing up different things. Trump has 2 civil cases. One, it was for lying about raping someone. So he wasn't technically found liable of rape. He was found liable of lying about raping someone, which means technically they felt like there was enough evidence to show that he did sexually assault someone, to where if he said that woman was lying about it and that it never happened, that was enough for him to get to be found liable for lying about it. So that was one. Then the other one was a business transactions where he lied about, that he kept lying on audits, saying that he was worth more money than he actually was, saying that his stuff was worth more than it was, that the audits had like higher appraisals than what they actually had, and then had like gotten much lower interest rates and much bigger like differences in his payments and everything, and then had like thousands of business documents that they had lied on about financial transactions. So those 2 were civil. Then the criminal one is, yes, the 34 counts called the hush money case. And that one is, sorry. The other one, sorry. Oh, no, shit. Okay, so those are 2 civil ones. The third civil one was, no, sorry, yes. I'm sorry. The criminal one was the hush money case. That's the one with the 34 counts. And then that's the one where he got in trouble for fraudulently what was it? Campaign finance fraud. That's what it was. Campaign finance fraud. And that was the 34 counts of felonies. So yeah, that's the one that he did already get convicted of and was sentenced on. But they just didn't give him any time, even though, like, when you get 34 counts, he literally could have ended up with over 100 years in prison. They just gave him nothing. This is just consistently the story with Donald Trump, is that he just kind of gets off on everything. He gets impeached twice, and both times nothing comes of it. He gets found guilty of 34 counts of felonies, and nothing comes of it. And so then also there's the big one again is the one in Fulton County, Georgia, which is the racketeering charges, where he has 18 other co-defendants and another 30-something charges there. And that one, yeah, if you go through the indictment, they've already admitted to doing it. They've already convicted 4 people in this case who have also agreed to testify against Trump. But when you say, oh, well, if they've already admitted to doing it, well, then, like, what's the problem? Well, the problem is that he had so many other legal things that they had to wait on, to where they couldn't get him in the court. And then once he won the presidency, you can't force a president to show up to court. So, especially not when you're a state. And he can't give himself immunity for this, because you can only give yourself immunity or a pardon for federal charges. So the one in Fulton County is still happening, and they just have to wait for him to get out. But it gets weird when a ton of time goes by and they weren't interested in taking it to court until after her parents died. I call bullshit. Sorry, that's quite convenient. I'm sorry, but again, you're doing the same thing again, as I brought up earlier, where you're bringing up irrelevant information that has nothing to do with the evidence. Like, you can't just like bring up other things and say, well, this is convenient. That doesn't change what the evidence shows. If we literally had him on video doing these things, if you turned around and were just like, well, yeah, I think the timing is too convenient. Well, I was responding to someone's direct comment, not you. Right, but I think that they're making the same case, is that they're oh no, wait, maybe they are talking about somebody else. Okay, never mind. Okay, yeah, never mind.
You're right. It can be done better, and here are ideas for how it can be done better, rather than say he's wrong, you're wrong. There's nothing wrong here. Everything's okay. Well,
Right.
people are, they have eyes of their own and they make their own conclusions. So I think it's a little more complicated.
We sort of have two tranches there. One is the wildfire, and the other is kind of the day-to-day. Jesus, I when I want to apply for something, I have to go through 10 pages. And by the way, if we were to have a moonshot, rather than going to Mars, I would like to see all of our best engineers and technicians on a bureaucratic moonshot to try and do a Manhattan Project of ridiculous fucking paperwork and how you simplify that in a way that makes sense. So I have great sympathy for that. The wildfire thing is slightly different in my mind, because that also speaks to a larger, everybody wants to stop these things and react to them. Like Los Angeles and climate change and no water, and like there's a lot of factors that when a tornado comes and there's a fire, I don't know how many trucks you could park near the area and how much water you could have that would have stopped what was something that, from a lot of the firefighters I talked to out there, they thought was inevitable. That when you put that many houses in that dry a place with those high winds, this is going to happen. We're willing to scream at Los Angeles because they hired a lesbian fire chief and a black mayor, but nobody wants to talk about the way that these disasters have been exacerbated by climate and all kinds of other things.
Well, and look, I would say to you, yeah, everybody gets selective about what they want to get outraged about, often depending upon where you sit politically or philosophically. But I do think that there are things that can and should have been done in that instance. And quite frankly, let's personalize it. All right. We're both from New Jersey. We went through Sandy.
Yes.
And I think we've done a lot of things since Sandy that we learned to make, structures more resilient, to not be piling up houses all along the shore that can't possibly sustain storms, to reinforce all of our infrastructure in ways that recognize that these storms can now happen so that we protect those things. And I think that that's what people are expecting.
But it's still hubris. I mean, there is still a certain extent like, okay, Sandy hit, so we learned our lesson. Everybody 8 feet up on stilts and let's put a berm up. But like, God is going to come in and go like, really? Stilts? You think stilts? We have to have a certain acceptance of our vulnerability on this. I think we can always do a better job. There is no question in my mind that there were things that could be done. But when we focus so much on DEI and all this other dumb shit that they think is determinative, like,
I can't remember if it was Sandy or something like that, but I remember my parents did have a condo in Destin. Yeah, I think it was Destin, Florida. It was either Destin or Panama. But yeah, they had a condo there that we would go to every summer, and it was up on stilts, and there was a hurricane that just completely wiped it out. And it was really nice there. I really enjoyed going there when I was younger. But if you guys have ever seen the movie The Truman Show, I've talked a lot about this. It was actually recorded in that neighborhood. That's one of the neighborhoods at least. But yeah, that's like where all of these condos are where The Truman Show was filmed, the movie.
they built communities that were really dense with millions of people in arid areas that have fire things. Like, I'm pretty sure that was not DEI. That was probably a white dude who designed that. Like, What are we doing?
Well, look.
Oh, and I've actually forgot about this because we were talking about, shit. What is the show on Netflix that's like Out by a Lake, where the guy is like learning how to funnel money from different people and doing like money laundering. And he was like working for a mob boss at the beginning who was like threatening to kill him, and so he disappeared and changed his name and everything, and then kind of started doing the same. Ozarks, yeah. Ozarks is filmed here as well. So the bar that he would go into all the time that he bought in the show is filmed literally like a mile down the road from me. Yeah, and it's right on a lake as well. So yeah, that's there's literally it's just a coincidence, but there's a road right across from where I used to live called Ozark as well, that it has like a bunch of different Ozark type names all over the place over there. So it's just a coincidence that a show named Ozark started filming here. But because yeah, that these roads had all been named that for like a decade before this. But yeah, they there's a number of movies that started filming around here ever since they all started moving into fucking Atlanta recently.
I think you and I are saying the same thing. I think that there's bad decisions that are made, and you can't. The other thing that I used to say to people all the time when I was governor was, there's some things that I just can't help. Like, you can do the very best you can, and there's some things you can't help. Now, people don't like to hear that. And part of it is that people just don't like when bad things happen for obvious reasons, and they need someone or something to blame. Now, when you're also doing things that don't make sense to people, those become easy straw men to knock down, right? So if people look at DEI, and I think a majority of the people in the country now feel this way, that maybe that's not the best way to be making some of these selections and choices of people for jobs, and maybe it should be based predominantly, if not exclusively, on competence. It creates an easy straw man, John, for folks who are looking for someone or something to blame.
I understand, but so let's break that down a little bit, because I think that is an incredibly powerful thread that's been going through our society for a long time. That this idea of DEI is anti-merit. It takes our meritocracy that we work so hard to fix, which says, like, when were we a meritocracy? Like, at what point is diversity less competitive? Introducing more people into the system who have different skill sets and come from different things. Hiring is subjective. There's no objective test. It's always subjective. Let's look at the Secretary of Defense, right?
Yeah.
Well, now we live in a meritocracy. We've restored it. Lloyd Austin is the DEI candidate.
It's always subjective to an extent. Most companies have some sort of testing that they use to decide whether or not somebody is more or less qualified for the positions that they're applying for. And all of the businesses that I worked for, we used all sorts of testing to try to see who would be best for what positions, and especially compared to what position that they were applying for. And that most of the time, you're going to get most people around like a certain area where there's like no real difference between them. They're all gonna end up within like a small area. So where you might think of like school grading, where you have like 1 to 100 out of what you can get on a test, it's normally like 1 to 5. And when you're doing 1 to 5, most people are ending up around like 3 or 4. So when you look at everybody on these 3 or 4s, and then you start to think like, okay, well, now we're gonna like come up with some different sort of measure to differentiate like which thing would be more beneficial to us and what would actually bring us some sort of utility here. When some people do decide that like, yes, more diversity is going to be a little bit more beneficial, that's when a lot of people end up acting as though they're doing something like horribly discriminatory. But if it actually is beneficial for the company, then there's no way that actually can be discriminatory. There's no way that can be actually like, yeah, racist. There's no way that that's like something wrong that you're doing in that case, because it is still based on a meritocracy, and it still is based on like what's beneficial for your company across the board.
He had, I don't know, 40 years of experience running large organizations. Like, if you got those two resumes between he and Pete Hegseth, which one would be considered of merit?
Well, and that's my point. My point is diversity in and of itself is not something that causes there not to be merit hires. Okay, you can look at two resumes blind, and if your example is a really good one, you know, whether it's Lloyd Austin or Pete Hegseth, on the paper, Lloyd Austin has significantly more high-level experience to be Secretary of Defense than Pete Hegseth does. I think that what has developed over time, because some people have taken that to an extreme, meaning the DEI implementation, is it allows people to think that, and in some instances they're absolutely true, it's absolutely true, that those decisions were made purely for the diversity part of it, with the merit being well below it.
But where is that done? I'm trying to think, like, my experience. You have experience hiring as well, right?
I do, a lot.
I have experience.
Well, yeah, again, it's the same on when you're talking about somebody like needing some sort of degree to get in. Again, yes, like once you've met the minimum requirements for the degree, that you are now like good enough to get the position. And so, yes, as long as you're good enough to get this position and you're capable of doing the work, you have the minimum amount of education. Again, most businesses are not just hiring a bunch of people from like Ivy League colleges. But when they are, you're again not getting huge differences between the candidates. You're again not getting massive differences, whether they were coming from Harvard or I'm blanking on all the Ivy League colleges. But yeah, whether they're coming from one Ivy League college or another, it doesn't make a huge difference. At that point, you would have to get into like test scores and shit like that. But you may be valuing other things above just the test scores. Once they meet that minimum level of education, it's probably best that you start looking at other aspects of what it is that they can provide to your company.
What I found was hiring has a certain inertia to it, right? Generally, the people that kind of started whatever industry or whatever office did generally hire close to people that resemble them. So, and I'm not even talking about white, black, I'm talking about like, I'll just go with late night comedy, right?
Yeah.
David Letterman revolutionized late night comedy. He did it with, a lot of Harvard, Lampoon, SNL, same way writers. So the comedy writing industry was, for a long time, not necessarily out of malevolence or prejudice, the inertia of it, the status quo of it, was nerdy white dudes from Harvard and the other Ivy Leagues.
Very bad to say about Conan. That's horrible to be saying that about Conan, John.
But even when we went to like, oh, we're going to do blind submissions, what we didn't realize is all the agents are also steeped in that same status quo. So all the resumes, even when we would get them, still predominantly, when we went specifically to say, now this is what you would consider DEI, give us not that. Open it up to make sure you give us women, people of color, other writers, so that we can at least see what that is. And all of a sudden, we found these incredible writers. Now, you could say, oh, you put diversity over competence, but that's the red herring. We didn't. We opened up what were stagnant pools that were incestuous.
I still, most of the time, every time I've gone through DEI, it doesn't seem to actually be what it is that they're trying to make DEI out to be. It sounds like they're talking about DEI as like the cartoon character that it's kind of made out to be in the media. Whereas for the most part, it seems as though DEI is like you actually making the workplace more accessible to more types of people, but it's not necessarily hiring more types of people. It's not necessarily hiring larger swaths of people or different races or different genders or more trans people or anything like that. Generally, it seems like DEI is you just like creating a work environment to where if you do hire candidates that are desirable candidates and people that you are like highly recruiting, that once you hire them, it is something to keep them there. It's something to actually make sure that they're actually going to stay at the company and that they're not going to get there, feel super uncomfortable, feel super unwelcome, and then just get up and leave. That seems to be like what a lot of DEI is for. And and that, yeah, they do just like classes and training and like all sorts of, they have advisory roles to come in and help the company make their environment a more inclusive environment for people. But it's not like, what is the, I always forget the name of this, but it's the, yeah, it's the one where they actually like said that you would hire people based on race. For starters, it remains illegal for employers to consider any single candidate's or employee's race, even with the intention of creating more diverse, equitable, or inclusive work environment in any employment decision under Title IX. Yeah, so this is what I like. This is what I'm saying is that yes, it's still illegal to do this. Affirmative action. Yes, thank you. So yeah, your thumbnails are awesome right now. Wait, are you talking? Are you talking to me, or is that just like a random statement, or were you just anyways, but yeah, it's still an illegal thing to do. And so yeah, it's not something that they're allowed to do. Just like pot's illegal. Yeah, okay. Well, thank you. I do think my thumbnails are amazing as well. Thank you. I was just looking at them. Yeah, they've gotten like a much higher click-through rate than just the regular old like, hey, watch a bald dude with glasses talk about whatever. But yeah, the point is that everybody thinks that's what DEI is, but they don't have evidence that that's what DEI is. So when you say, oh, well, of course they're not going to tell you that's what they're doing. Okay, well then how do you know that's what they're doing? Where are you getting it from? You think that's what they're doing. Where did you get that from? You didn't get it from anywhere. You just started saying it. Everybody just started saying it. Republicans, at least. Republicans at all just started saying it. And they created this caricature of DEI when that's just not what DEI is. That's not what it ever was. And so people, you can have issues with DEI, but you would have to know what it is first. You would have to know what you're talking about first. You would have to know what it is that like the programs are first, and what these third-party groups are that are coming in and giving training on DEI are. Like, you would have to have an inkling of what it is that you're talking about before you decided whether or not you had an issue with it. And yeah, most people are arguing against the fucking cartoon character version of DEI rather than what DEI is in reality.
And we opened up those tributaries. And isn't that what increases competition, not decreases it? Like, here's another example. All this talk about meritocracy. Vivek Ramaswamy comes out and says, all right, well, we need these engineers on H-1B visas, right? They're very talented. And everybody freaks the fuck out. How dare you prioritize these?
DEI is different than Title IX. Yeah, but Title IX is what makes what you guys are, sorry, not you guys, but what people are calling DEI illegal. The Title IX is what makes it illegal. Title IX says that you're not allowed to discriminate based on race, sex, gender, or any of these immutable characteristics. What people are calling DEI, they actually mean affirmative action. And affirmative action was like clearly ruled to be illegal by the Supreme Court, and that, yeah, you would have to have some evidence that that's what people are doing before running around saying that that's what they're doing. But nobody ever has evidence that that's what they're doing. Nobody has evidence that they're doing affirmative action, but they just use the word DEI to describe affirmative action.
What, better engineers? Like, what are we actually talking about?
Right. I would give you the way that I tried to.
They ruled it to be illegal and then allowed it to continue. No, they didn't. They straight up said that like any colleges that were doing these sorts of things were not allowed to do it. And again, DEI already existed before that and was not doing affirmative action. DEI was not affirmative action.
To approach it I became U.S. Attorney in New Jersey in 2002. I had never worked in the office before. So when I got there, I just did a lot of walking around the office to see, like, okay, who's here? And John, it was the whitest, malest office I had ever been in my life. And I was coming from private law practice.
Right.
So what I did was I said, look, I am forcing us to go out and recruit candidates who are African-American, Latino, Asian, women, and bring them to me. And if they're not good, I'm not going to hire them. But I'm convinced we're not seeing them. And the aha moment for me on that concept and why it was the right way to go was there was a young guy that I hired very early on, African-American, University of Michigan, University of Penn Law School, clerked for Alan Page, the former defensive tackle
Minnesota Viking
in the Supreme Court.
Purple people eater
of Minnesota. Absolutely. And I said, and he's from New Jersey, grew up in
I'll find the court case for you. The court case, when you say that they allowed it to happen, then if you're going to go actually pull up the court case, what you're going to find is that there's exceptions, and that the exceptions exist, but they didn't allow it to continue because the main thing that was being stopped was them using affirmative action for people to get into colleges, and that 100% was put to a stop. But they weren't again, when it comes to what we're talking about, where you're using like race, sex, gender, sexuality, these sorts of things for hiring practices in businesses where it's just not related, that is not where they allowed it to continue. Rudy, we did watch your video. I'm sorry I forgot to watch it last night, so we did watch it at the beginning of stream. Yeah, it was a good video. We enjoyed it.
Maplewood. And I said to him, why did you ever apply here before? And he said, because I knew people like me wouldn't get hired. And, we then went about this process of hiring, a large number of African-American, Latino, and Asian prosecutors. But I would tell you that every one of them checked both boxes. They checked the box of they now look more like the community we represent than we did before. And these are really good.
Wasn't it found that Asians were being discriminated against in terms of college recording? So I'm not sure. I know that the first two lawsuits, it was said that they weren't being discriminated against. In the last one, I believe that they still found that they weren't being discriminated against, but the rules around this type of admission practicing was still against Title IX. I believe that's what they found. I could be wrong. Let's see. Students for Fair Admissions versus Harvard case was a lawsuit filed against Harvard University by Students for Fair Admission.
Oh shit. I'll go back and see. Thanks for the sub.
Thank you for the $2 dono. Thank you, sir. We got about 45 minutes left. We got to make $13 to get to the 6-hour mark. So what happened in the case? Let's see. Yeah, it says where they ruled against race-conscious affirmative action. So it doesn't seem as though they actually found there to be discrimination, but they did find that the policy of affirmative action was discriminatory. And so they went ahead and just got rid of that. The ruling overturned the 45 years of legal precedent. The ruling is likely to reshape affirmative action in America. Colleges have changed their admission procedures to comply with the ruling. Some Asian Americans have expressed disappointment with the ruling. Some Asian Americans have argued that the ruling exploits concerns expressed by Asian Americans to undo policies that help minorities. Yeah, the difference in this case is that when we're talking about classes like, or colleges like Harvard, Asian Americans are going to get into those schools at a disproportionate rate compared to everybody else. And so Asian people and white people felt like black people and Latino people were getting put in their place. That's what they felt like. They were being replaced by these people, when in the first couple of cases, they found that they weren't being replaced, that it was where like the things that they used to decide who would normally get in, they would use like a bunch of like testing measures that would decide like where you rank. And then they're going to take the top groups of these people to take up all of the positions that they have for that semester. And the people who would get in automatically are the people who are just like highly ranked in this scorekeeping way, in this way of scorekeeping. But then later on, you get towards the bottom group, and now you have a bunch of people that like have all the same qualifications across the board, and there's not a big difference between them. And so there was always like just very subjective measures that they used to decide whether or not, who did or didn't get in. And so a lot of this would be, write an essay about this, or tell us about your growing up, tell us about experiences, tell us about like this, blah, blah, blah. And so in this case where they're saying, hey, there's a tie here, these people, when it comes to some sort of, a meritocracy, like they meet the same exact levels. So now we are just going to say, okay, well, we don't have a whole lot of black people at our school, and it is beneficial for our school to have more people of more different types of cultures. And so we have more diversity because this is where people are going to learn more about different types of people as they become adults. And so, yes, we want to have more black people here so that we have a more diverse, population and a more diverse culture. And so that's where in the first couple of rulings, they allowed it, is because they were saying, yeah, this is already, like, you're already making a decision on something that's already super subjective anyways. And so this is not an area where this is all that ridiculous. Plus, on top of that, they do allow that sort of hiring when it comes to like movies and entertainment and shit like that, right? If I wanted to have a co-host up here and I'm like, you know what? I really want somebody that a lot of people are going to be willing to watch for a long period of time. So I want to make sure that I get like a really hot woman with big tits, probably a boob job, maybe like this color hair, and like now I'm using like, she's got to be straight, she's got to be like, now I'm using all of the markers that you're not allowed to use, but I'm using it in an area that just makes sense. Like, yeah, this is just that is kind of the utility in this area. And so it totally makes sense. Well, when we're talking about people not giving the top spots to people who are black, but instead they're giving the bottom spots to people who meet all of the other like qualifications, they're just black and now help with the environment of the school, the culture of the school, what it is that other students are going to learn. Yeah, at that point, they were like, yeah, it kind of falls into the same area where now it just does have utility to what it is that they're trying to do. And so it makes sense. And so, yeah, that's the only reason that these lawsuits didn't work the first couple of times, is because they felt like there was utility there. Later on, they felt like that it didn't matter if there was utility there, which kind of does set a weird precedent where it feels like, okay, then why wouldn't you get rid of like entertainment then? Like, this is and this is something that Hooters does as well. Hooters doesn't hire waitresses. They don't hire like employees. They hire entertainers. They hire actresses and models. That's what they hire. They are hiring models because that way they can make everything about the same shit. Sex, gender, looks, like they can make it about, how big your boobs are, and all that shit is because, yes, you're a model. You're not a waitress. You're a fucking model. And so we're going to be able to hire you based on these characteristics. And so, yeah, it's, this ruling kind of set a weird precedent where it's allowing things that are inconsistent with what they're not allowing. Yeah, it's a little weird.
Good lawyers.
But that's the point of DEI. DEI is not there to just change the color scheme and the palette. It's to look at a broader, and by the way, it includes hiring veterans, people of different socioeconomic status. Like, it's not just race. or gender. Like diversity brings a resilience to your organizations that it might not have otherwise.
And I don't think, John, that that's the way it's been implemented across the board in government. And I think people see examples of that, and it makes them paint the entire effort with the same brush.
But without that, when has merit ever been implemented in that way? Legacy admissions to colleges, legacy admissions to the big firms. Like, why do we assume that the so-called meritocracy, the way that things were done in the past when America was great, was an objectively meritocratic system? It wasn't. It's rigged. It's always been rigged. It's more rigged by that than any measure of bringing on somebody whose experience for the position may be slightly more unorthodox.
And my argument to you is I don't think it makes it any better to just rig it in a different direction. And I think that's what people perceive was going on with DEI.
It's not rigging it in a different direction. It's unrigging it. That's my point. But
that's where we disagree. I think there have been a number of areas where there are people who hire certain folks just for their diversity. And
I don't agree with it, but it gives colleges an excuse to let in people who might have had lower test scores. Again, that's what I'm saying is that, again, the reason that it was allowed every time was because they weren't giving people the spots with lower test scores. They weren't. That, like, all of the people who were left at the bottom were all people who had pretty much the same test scores, same qualifications. They all just kind of scored the same on what it was that they were using to rank them. And so then, once they have all of these people who are equal across the board, now they're using some sort of immutable characteristic as like a tiebreaker. And so that's what I'm saying, is that I was talking to somebody else. Oh, okay.
I've seen it happen here in New Jersey.
You guys at people so that I know, because yes, this is like the 4th or 5th time where even like somebody said that, and then there's other times when somebody is talking to me, but I'm not sure because yeah, you guys are never adding people when you say stuff to them. So yeah, my Christmas tree's not gay, Tom. Yeah, right.
You know, in the government since I left.
You mean it's not bi?
Where people say I am going to make sure that I have one of every. It's almost like a half a Noah's Ark. Okay, I'm going to have one of these and one of these and one of these and one of these. And I think.
But you just told me that's what you did in the prosecutor's office.
No, what I did was get them in to interview them. And if it turned out, John, that they were also really good lawyers, they got hired. I'm talking about something different. I'm talking about predetermining the outcome in the way that you just talked about. And I believe that legacy admissions predetermine the outcome, that there have been some in charge of government across this country who have predetermined outcomes and said, I am going to have this many African Americans, this many Latinos, this many Asians, this many lesbians, this many gay men. And I think that when people see that, they say to themselves, that's not right either. Not that the other way was completely right, but
it is different in politics. Like, politics just is different. So where I think it was insanely retarded of Joe Biden to come out and say, I'm going to pick a black woman to be my vice president. I thought that was so stupid. I thought that was a really stupid thing to say. That, like, instead, if you chose her based on those things but never said anything, nobody would ever know, that's fine. Like, or when he says, I'm going to choose a black woman to be on the Supreme Court, like, you're just already, like, kind of helping undermine everything that they're going to do and say. I know that lots of people turn around and they're like, well, everybody's always kind of made a lot of these decisions anyways. They just always chose the white male. So why does it matter when all of a sudden they're choosing the black woman? And it's like, but they didn't normally say that. And if they did say that, people would find that weird as fuck. Like, if Obama had come out and said, I want to make sure I get a white male who's really old to appeal to all of the bigots in the country. Like, that would have been weird as fuck. That would have been a big problem for a lot of people if he said that shit. Like, but it makes sense that he would do it. Everybody understands that, like, that's a part of politics. You just probably shouldn't say it out loud. Like, a lot of people say, oh yeah, I'm voting for Kamala because she's black, or I'm not voting for Kamala because she's a woman. Like, there's a ton of people who say shit like this, that, like, everybody knows that these are just things that we use within politics, that everybody uses all sorts of subjective measures to decide who it is they are or are not going to vote for. Lots of times, every time I insult Trump and talk about how I would never vote for him, I get a bunch of comments from people who start saying shit like, yeah, but he's funny, dude. I like him because he's funny, so that's why I vote for him. Like, okay, I go to clown shows for that shit. If you want a clown show for your president, that's you, but not me. But anyways, like, you can choose whatever measurement you want for, to pick who you want to vote for. I don't really care, but yeah, the point is that, like, yeah, we understand that people do this. It's just really dumb to kind of say it out loud.
But now you're really screwing it up. They're both wrong.
Right.
And I didn't get any objection when I did what I did in New Jersey. It wasn't like a bunch of people started picketing saying when they started to see African American, Latino, and Asian and women prosecutors in the federal courthouse that they started saying, what the hell is Christie doing over there? He's turning the place into this.
No, I know, but that's because there's been a purposeful dismantling of anything that looks to repair the damage done by what were the legacy and the exclusionary practices of the past. That's purposeful. The backlash against DEI is not a populist uprising against hiring. It's the purposeful framing of that through political actors. That's what Christopher Rufo, that's what DeSantis, like, that's what these guys are doing intentionally. This isn't the world suddenly saying, oh my God, what happened to our competence? Like, there was something about they wanted a diversity program in hiring pilots. And everybody was like, why don't they just hire the best pilots? And the idea is, like, you really think they're out there just going, give me a black guy that doesn't know anything about, the qualifications needed to become a pilot or won't study to become a pilot. It's just another way to retreat from I think, the added competition of diverse populations.
I would say that airlines would not hire pilots given the importance of the safety of what they do,
right?
If they didn't think they were competent.
But you saw that was a huge story.
I did. Right. However, I will also tell you that I think that a lot of people don't view certain government positions nearly as critical. And so they feel like, I can do this. And I think the public senses that. And that's the problem, John.
But they're getting blamed for the government's lack of agility and responsiveness. So where I object to is now suddenly we go, I appreciate the diagnosis, right? Government not responding to the discomfort of the people in an agile way. What I don't appreciate is that is being blamed.
Well, and it felt like, again, from my perspective, it felt like a lot of people recognized that when in 2019 and into 2020, when Donald Trump was dealing with the pandemic, it seemed like a lot of people on the right started to realize this and say, you know what, maybe getting a fucking, television game show host to run the country was not the best idea. Maybe we didn't think about, like, how much he could really affect the country and how bad this could have gone. And that, like, yeah, we would have been much better off with somebody who had a lot of experience dealing with stuff like this instead of somebody who was just gonna kind of treat it like a game. It felt like a lot of people were coming to that realization. And then, yeah, looking at the last election, it feels like, again, all of a sudden, oh, okay, maybe they didn't actually have that realization, or maybe it's just like they're a victim to presentism, where it's just like it's hard to remember things that happened years ago. You're kind of always in the moment and forgetting about the past and learning from the past. And so, yeah, when Republicans all over America were super furious over January 6th and everything that happened and the fact that Donald Trump was refusing to accept the results of the election, then they were super mad about it. Now, they don't even remember that they were mad about it. They don't even remember that they ever cared about that shit.
On DEI and illegal immigration.
I think that it's being blamed on political actors on the other side of this, John, who are using it for their own political purposes. Let's be honest. There are people who, on the Democratic side of this, who will do it to try to make themselves look more caring to the minority community, more in touch with the minority community. And I think that their motivations are craven in that regard. Not everybody, but I think a lot of them.
Listen, the best example of that was after George Floyd, when the Democrats gathered, I can't remember where it was, in the rotunda, like in kente cloth.
Yeah.
And, is Nancy Pelosi standing? And I agree with you. A lot of it can be performative, right?
Yes. In Gucci shoes and kente cloth, I mean, it's
exactly.
It's a little
But
bit.
the fact that it's distasteful doesn't mean that it's not necessary. And I think, and this ties back in, and this will bring it back around maybe to Donald Trump and sort of how this is going. Make America great again. You're not quite sure what they mean. Do they mean return it to the default setting, which is, I guess, as you said, white male and competent? Like, is that the idea behind this? And is that what people are voting for? And in your mind, is that Donald Trump's vision of this?
No, I think Donald Trump thought it was a cool slogan that would respond to what people were feeling, both when he ran in 2016 and when he ran in 2024, which was they were at that moment dissatisfied with the status quo. So if you can tie into that politically, rhetorically, and say, I'm going to make America great again, it does two things. It tells people, I agree with you, it's not great now. And two, I'm the guy who can make it great like you remember it. And
yeah, it is a problem, though, that everybody kind of, again, this is a problem with presentism, is that like today, and when Donald Trump was running in 2016, at the time, we had one of the best times in the economy in my entire lifetime. We had, some of the lowest prices. We had, some... it had been like some of the most peaceful times in human history. We had the biggest booms in technology, and everybody had cell phones now, and everybody had tablets and flat screen TVs, and like there was just all of this stuff all over the place that all of a sudden was just normal for everybody to have. And and then we had social media, and we had all sorts of new types of communication, and it was just, stuff that even poor people had, and that this was just a great time in human history. And then here comes Trump while we're all living our best lives. Like, doesn't this suck, guys? Isn't this horrible? This is so bad, isn't it? Yeah, we got to fix this. I know that things suck for you sometimes, and that's the Democrats' fault. That's the Democrats' fault. And we want to take things back to when they weren't bad. We want to take things back to when they were so good. But yeah, this is why he's asking the question, is because every time you ask somebody, like, oh, well, when is it that you're like trying to take things back to? When is it that America was great before that's not great now? They never really have answers for it. You're naming a bunch of stuff bot controlled by the government. I mean, some of it, when we're talking about prices and like basic necessities and the economy and shit like that. I mean, obviously you might feel that way about technology, but okay, if like you're currently on YouTube right now, so I don't think you actually believe that. But yeah, the point is that like these things are things that all made our it made our like lifestyles just so much greater, and like our accessibility to information, and our accessibility to education, our accessibility to communication, to like all sorts of things. It just, our lives were improved so much over such a short period of time. And then you have somebody who comes in and knows that even though you are living your best fucking life right now, it's not perfect. And because it's not perfect, I can make you focus on the few little things in your life that aren't great and that aren't perfect, and then get you to like hyper focus on that. So then now, like, you start to not look at everything like it's all great, but instead look at it like it's fucking horrible. It sucks. It's so bad. And then now we can kind of, really like fearmonger about that stuff and make you fear that this is possibly going to get worse if you continue with a Democrat. And so, yeah, that's kind of the idea that's used, is that I can find anything that you could look at within your life that isn't great, that isn't perfect. And now I can tell you that that is like the root of all your problems. And the reason that it exists is because of the Democrats. Whatever it is, I can find a way to link it back to the Democrats in some sort of way rhetorically to where you're going to feel like they are the ones to blame. And so, yeah, it just seems to be the game plan.
Many Americans are going to have different feelings about when it was great and what made it great. The classic marketing tool of Donald Trump on this was it can mean whatever you want it to mean, John. And so people think Donald Trump has a vision.
You don't think it's more purposeful than that? I mean, the co-opting of the language of like America first. I mean, it's got so many. Look,
well, those are two different things, and
but they've really put them together. They put them. You know, I will. What did he say in his inaugural speech? I will always put America first. He must be.
Like race and the left. Yeah, I would say that, yeah, the race and the left were two things that, yes, were at like the best points that they had been, well, at least race. So race and racial race relations were at like the greatest points that they had been in a very long time. And that they were, I guess not in a very long time. They had been the best that they had ever been because things just continued to trend upwards and continue to get like better and better. And obviously they did continue to only get worse under Donald Trump. Like obviously that's when the biggest like BLM riots and protests and everything started to take place. And those weren't just like a cause of Donald Trump, but it was this amalgamation of a ton of different issues that had all been happening around the same period where it starts to look like things are just turning in a horrible direction, where you see the rise of the alt-right, you see the Unite the Right rallies in Charlottesville, you see numerous times people marching with tiki torches, chanting things about like the Jews will not replace us, and carrying swastika flags, and then you have these small events where a couple of black men are killed unjustly, and now because there's so many other things surrounding it that makes it look like it's just tensions building. Yeah, now people start to feel like, oh my goodness, everything's getting so horrible right now. We have to go do something about this. Whereas in reality, it probably wasn't getting all that crazy. It's just that there were too many things too close to each other. And then you add COVID on top of that made people just really unhappy at the time and really not like really feeling unsafe and kind of scared for the future and scared for what else could happen. And so it was too many things stacking on top of each other to where a lot of people ended up acting out in ways that we hadn't really seen in the past, because it was just too much shit at once. But they didn't get worse. What got worse was the fear mongering. Again, I don't think that there was horrible fear mongering from Democrats and from the mainstream media and shit like that. I don't think that there was like a whole lot of that. I think that most of the shit that we saw was from like what we called the SJW movement from back in the day. And these were not massive content creators. When you go back and watch this, the anti-SJW movement was always 100 times bigger than the SJW movement. Like the anti-SJW movement was always so much bigger, so much better, and just had a much larger following, had way more content creators, and all of those content creators were 100 times the size of all of the SJW content creators. And that, yes, that was the fear mongering. The anti-SJW movement was the fear mongering, where they would go find these tiny little people and pick them up and just put them up on a spotlight like they were the fucking, next president or some shit, and act like they were ruining the country when those people didn't have positions that were like represented in mainstream media. They didn't have positions that were represented in the in like government. They didn't have positions that were like very popular, and mainstream media is the problem, not social media. No, that's fucking retarded. That is like one of the most retarded things you could possibly think. It was 100% independent media that caused all the fear mongering, that caused all the fucking fear and all of the fights and all the bullshit that happened. And that, yeah, every time we go over this, nobody ever has any evidence of the mainstream media doing something or saying something that was like real fear mongering or super untrue or anything. And but we can find nonstop evidence of that every single day from the groups that I'm talking about, and continuing today from people like, Tim Pool and Steven Crowder and Candace Owens and all of these same people. They are just never ending with the fear mongering that they take from the tiniest little moment and then blow it up into something where it's the most irrelevant people and the most irrelevant things being said that are just not representative. But they use that to strawman everybody else that they believe to be their political enemies. So I think that like the major divide right now is like most Democrats and liberals, not leftists and like far left Marxists or anything like that, not progressives, but most Democrats and like liberals have just a much better grasp on reality, and they're able to argue against the Republicans and their actual takes. They can argue against Donald Trump and his movement and MAGA and what it is they actually believe. Whereas MAGA, and Republicans, when they argue against Democrats, they are arguing against things that like nobody believes. They're arguing against shit that nobody thinks anywhere, and they can never find anybody who believes these things except for just, yes, one person one time that's taken out of context, or this one random 15-year-old on TikTok that they found. Like, it's always just the most irrelevant nobodies that they use to be representative of a massive movement. Whereas, yes, the other side is using like the leader Donald Trump, but then when they use the leader Donald Trump as representative of all these people's beliefs, everybody's like, why do you always take him so literally? Stop acting like the things he says are real. Start just treating him like a fucking child who doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. Stop treating him like an adult. Come on. Like, this is the like major divide right now, is that, yeah, one side just doesn't matter what happens or what the other side says or what their side says or what's going on. They will just never acknowledge reality. And the other side is only acknowledging reality. And yeah, that is just the most obvious divide currently.
Very aware of the evocation of that, no?
The fact that you would assume that Donald Trump knows any American history is startling to me, John, because he doesn't.
I honestly don't think you're giving him enough credit. I think
no, you're wrong. I've known him a lot longer and a lot closer than you have, and I am telling you, he doesn't know. I could give a lot of examples of how he messes up American history. He took me to the Lincoln bedroom one time, and
I mean, we all know that he did give a speech where he thought that there were airplanes and airports in the Revolutionary War. So I don't find that that's so hard to believe.
He pointed to the desk in the Lincoln bedroom and he said, that's where Lincoln wrote the Gettysburg Address. Now, anybody who has read the history of the Gettysburg Address knows that Lincoln wrote the Gettysburg Address on the train on the way to Gettysburg.
Right. I guess that was why it's so short.
Yeah, exactly right. It's a short train ride.
Right.
What he did at the desk was sign the Emancipation Proclamation. And I said to the then president, now president, I said, no. It was the Emancipation Proclamation there. He wrote the speech on the way to Gettysburg. And he looked at me and said, Chris, you really going to correct me on this? I'm the president. I live here. So I have to tell you, John, I think you're giving him too much credit.
Right.
But let me say there's a difference, I think, between Make America Great Again and America First.
Okay.
And what I used to say in the campaign was, America First. I want everybody to raise their hand here who believes in America Fourth. Put them up.
Right.
America Fourth. Like,
well, it's sort of
AOC believes her own spin, legitimately gets in her own way. Right. Like, yeah, like AOC is somebody that is like, has been pretty stigmatized within the Democratic Party for a very long time. AOC is somebody who has been like looked down upon and has been shunned for a long time. But for Republicans, AOC is the person that they use as like a representative more than anybody else. They hyper-focus on AOC more than anybody else in the Democratic Party. And she is somebody who just has like so little political power and has done absolutely nothing in her time in office and has been very, very incapable the entire time she's been in there. But yeah, she's like her and the squad were people who were constantly getting in trouble for the things that they were saying. They were constantly like Democrats were coming out and calling them out for the things that they would say, or calling them out for the, their tweets and calling them out for their interviews and calling them out for shit that they were doing wrong. And so, yeah, it was like pretty obvious that they were not ever like representatives of Democrats, and it were more representatives, obviously, of the more progressive wings within the Democratic Party. But yeah, they use her as like the voice of Democrats, and Democrats can't stand her for the most part. She has definitely done a lot better over the last 4 or 5 years, and she has really become a lot more professional and a lot quieter and a lot more pragmatic, and the way that she talks about things seems to start to like she's grown up and like she actually knows what she's doing now. But like her base and a lot of the people like on TYT and all of these other people started turning against her and saying that like she's that she betrayed all of them, and that she sold out, and that she wasn't the the fucking justice warrior that they all thought she was. And yeah, they all just acted like she completely gave up on everything because she was actually working within the system now and actually doing much better at being a part of the process and working with people like Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and other people like that. And like, it's just, those are signs that I think, oh, okay, she's actually learning. She's actually doing a lot better. This is dope. Whereas her like base looks at it and is like, this is disgusting. I can't believe she's doing this.
It's one of those things that goes without saying in my mind.
Exactly, right? So these are things that are inoffensive when you look at them literally, and allows you to then sell to people a couple of things. The people who are there now, it was Obama and Hillary back in 2016. It was Biden and Harris in 2024. America's not great because of them. America's not first because of them. It is a purely political and rhetorical idea that, and this is the point I think you were getting at when I interrupted you, there are people around him who want to populate that in a way that is much deeper and much different. But I'm telling you, from Trump's perspective, he came up with that stuff and just went like, this will sell. And he's selling. Wow. Remember, this is a Democrat. Trump was a Democrat. When I first met Trump, he was a Democrat donating to Hillary Clinton. This is not a guy.
But again, transactional, I'm sure, to try and get.
But look, John, as transactional as you might want to be, if you are steeped in what Donald Trump now says he's steeped in, philosophically, how could you write a check to Hillary Clinton? You couldn't, because you'd say to yourself, look, that's to use your phrase, a bridge too far. Like, okay, I'll give to this one or that one because I have to, because I need permits in New York or something like that. But why am I giving to Hillary Clinton? Well, I'm giving to Hillary Clinton because at that time, he could have cared less about anything philosophically. And I think people are reading too much into him philosophically. He is transactional, John. Whatever gets him from here to there.
So then let's talk about then the people around him. I definitely view the way he runs this country as, look, he has run the Trump Organization. It's not a publicly traded company. He runs it. He is the emperor of that empire. He is the king of it all. And I think that's where he's most comfortable being, obviously. And he is looking at the federal government to reflect that ethos, that he is steeped in that kind of imperious way. What I am seeing is our system is not very well prepared to handle somebody who's going to push it. There's enough cracks and air and loopholes and things within our system that if you want to push it, and by the way, he's nullified Congress because now he's got the House and the Senate and he's got the judiciary. Like, everybody wants to say, okay, he's a fascist. What I'm looking at it as, haven't we handed him the keys to that type of ruler? He's been handed it democratically. Like, that's what's most frightening to me is you always think of the last bulwark is the consent of the governed, right? He has that. And the Democrats are in utter disarray. So how do you realistically stand up to a person that is very comfortable operating at that imperial level of our government at its kind of, the founders didn't think of it that way. They thought it would be a check and balance between judiciary and legislative and executive. I don't think they viewed it as two parties fighting each other and a president that's going to push the shit out of this. Unitary executive. I mean, they almost made it that the president was like an 8-person board. So I've yet to see what is the effective response to a democratic system that can be used in the way that it was designed to create a more autocratic system.
Well, a good
Yeah, I mean, we've obviously been talking about this a lot lately, is the fact that, like, we're starting to see some of the major flaws within our system. And the fact that, like, so many people are so easily brainwashed against, like, the mainstream media, against the, you know, science and all the institutions within our country that have made our country what is so great about it, have made it what it is, that, like, has made it the superpower in the world, and all the things that have brought us to the forefront, that these things are now also being used to or also, like, everybody's being turned against all of these things that are, like, the pillars of our democracy and of our government, our constitution, our culture, our, like, you know, just our constitutional republic is all built on these things. And when somebody is able to just come in and say, oh, you know what, I obviously want to lie about a bunch of things, so it would be so much better if I can just tell everybody to ignore everyone who's supposed to hold me in check and fact check me, science, news, all of those things. I can just program everybody to not listen to anything they have to say.
Hit the dono button, thumbs up, medium light skin tone.
Let's fucking go. With 4 minutes to spare. Well done. Well fucking done. So that, what is that? Wait, fuck. I'm blanking. So it's 32. So that makes it 7 on round 2. Yeah. Let's fucking go. Thank you. Naomi with the 1999 dono. It didn't read the amount. It's really weird. Why it doesn't? I don't know why it doesn't say how much it was anymore. That's really strange. Huh. Thank you, Naomi. But yeah, like, if you're able to just come in and just tell everybody not to trust everyone who's supposed to be holding you in check, and everyone who's going to be the most knowledgeable and the most capable of keeping you in check, it is a horrifically dangerous scenario where we turn around and have choo-choo. we can choo-choo all y'all want. Let's fucking go. $12 on round 2.
Choo-choo.
We got $13 left for round 2. To get to 8 hours. Well done. Thank you, Wrestling, for the $5 dono. But yeah, it's a horribly dangerous scenario where you can just get everybody to exclude every single institution that is there to hold our people in positions of power accountable. And it is terrifying. It is a terrifying scenario where now everybody just refuses to listen. Because lots of times we talk about people being, like, uneducated and not knowing what's going on in the world. But it's not as much about education. They don't have to be educated. They just have to be informed. And these are the people who are just the most uninformed. That is the issue, is that they are uninformed. And if they were just willing to listen to the experts, willing to listen to the authorities, willing to listen to the media, willing to listen to all of the people throughout all of our history have been the ones that were the ones giving us our information, that they would just be way more informed and way more willing to listen to reason. But Now, we have too many people in independent media who have way too much to gain from telling people not to listen to mainstream media and to only listen to them instead. They make way more money from it. They get way more views from it. They're getting way more fame from it. And so, yes, they just have way too much to gain by lying about mainstream media and getting everybody to listen to them instead. And they've all benefited from what it is that Trump was doing to benefit himself. It just so happened to, as a side effect, benefit them as well. So they all went along with it.
Question, and here's what the founders also didn't count on, that we would elect lousy people to the other branches or appoint lousy people to the other branches. Now, you look at what's happening in Congress right now, and you have a group of people who, in the main, are unwilling to stand up. I mean, the only way a check on a power is effective.
Mainstream media turned to editorials and hyperbole too much. It's hard to sift through the bias in order to get the facts for most. Sure, but the problem is that when it comes to independent media, that's literally all you're getting. That is 99.9% of independent media is just people going to mainstream media, getting the facts, getting the information, and then using that to then twist it, change it, and then give their opinions on it. And so yes, now at least with mainstream media, when you have a pundit who's, editorializing and just giving their opinions on things and telling you how they feel about it, you're at least getting somebody who's informed and who has real credentials and ethics and all of these other standards that they have to abide by. Whereas when you're getting it from independent media, you're getting it from somebody who has no safeguards, no editor, no ethics board, no company that's going to fire them, you just have nothing to stop them from saying whatever the fuck they want. And so yes, now when we have a bunch of people getting all of their information from Twitter and Facebook and YouTube and Twitch and Kick and all of this shit, it's just, we are a million times more worse off. So whereas we can look at mainstream media and obviously have some faults there and have some criticisms and have some areas where they could do better, the main problem with mainstream media is that everybody wants to listen to somebody who's entertaining to give them their information. That's the issue. That is the main fault. Everybody who watches them, and anytime they put up a new pundit who is going to say things in a very hyperbolic way and is going to give a very strong opinion and is going to say things in a way that's very entertaining and bombastic, that's the person that's going to get all the views. And so every time they get a new pundit that gets all the views, they're like, oh, well, we need more people like him. So they bring in more pundits and more people to just editorialize and give their opinions. And now this becomes the majority of things. But now that's the majority of the information that you're getting, now everybody is like, well, there's no real journalists anymore. I don't want to watch this. I want real facts. I want real information. And so while the people in mainstream media are presenting themselves as not a journalist, just an opinion person, just a pundit, just somebody just telling you what I think, not someone here just to give you facts. I'm here to tell you just what I think about shit and, give you my thought process on it. The people in independent media are saying, I'm the real truth teller. I'm the one who will really give it to you straight. I'm the one who will sift through all the bullshit to help you at the end of the day. And they're not. They're not. So we have the independent media people just being insanely dishonest about who they are and telling way more bullshit. And then we have the people in the mainstream media being honest about who they are, telling way less bullshit. And so yes, if you had to pick one to listen to, you would be way better off with the mainstream media people who are just way more informed and actually getting their information from good sources. But when everybody gets mad that the mainstream media is just too much opinions and not enough journalism, they then turn and go to people who are way less journalism and way more opinions instead. And it has just fucked everything so badly.
Is if you're willing to exercise the check. And the founders couldn't also make it self-actualizing. There are human beings who have to actually do it. And my problem with folks in my party right now is that people who I know.
Tom Ford Show, don't you think so many people have a deep distrust in our institutions on the right and the left is telling them? I don't think that most people actually do. I don't think that they do. I think that most of the time when we talk to people and we ask them questions, they almost always actually trust them. I think that they are told to distrust them, and so they have a feeling of distrust. But every time you get into a conversation with them about it, they see, you know, and you ask them like, oh, well, what about this? Oh, well, what about that? Oh, well, what about this? Well, what about that? They always prove that they actually do trust our institutions in the end. It's just that they know that there's a feeling of distrust, and so that's what they end up reporting on. But most people don't actually distrust our institutions. Most people trust them across the board every single day, and they just have no idea how much they trust them with almost every single action they make throughout every single day of their lives. So,
disagree. Who I know better are so wed to their position that they are unwilling to say what they truly believe. And that's the problem with the way the system's operating, John. The system is fine. The people we've handed the keys to operate the system, not just in the executive branch, but in the legislative branch, are not doing their job, even to being honest with themselves.
So, and this is the question that gets back to what we talked about originally. And it's not a gotcha. It's not meant to the thing. You were one of those people. You knew in 2016, you knew what this guy was. You knew all those things. You had rationalizations for why. You didn't act upon that and call it out earlier. You not only, it's not even that you stepped back, you actively participated in there. So you I think rightly have identified something, but very clearly it's something you yourself, I think, fell victim to. And you can say, well, in 2020, when he finally wouldn't concede, that's when I knew. But you did know. And these people know, and they don't do it. So what do you say to them, and what do you say to yourself?
Well, a few things. I think, first off, to be fair about your characterization of me.
Wait, when do I have to be?
You don't have to be. I'm suggesting you might want to be.
All right, fair enough.
That I did run against him in 2016.
But you weren't running against him. You were running for president. That's
different. No. It became pretty clear early that he became the front runner.
Well,
and I'm not one of those people who tries to, hit in the side pocket, John, as you know.
Right.
I went right at him in 2016.
No question.
And in 2024.
Yes.
But I believe.
I don't know. He went a little harder on Rubio than he went after Donald Trump, but he did go hard on Donald Trump. It was surprising later when Donald Trump actually brought him in as part of his administration, or that even Chris Christie was willing to be part of Trump's administration. But yeah, he went really hard on Rubio. I remember that for sure.
Believed in the system that we just talked about.
Okay.
And I said, okay, this is who the people have chosen. I'm going to go try to make him better. I'm going to work within the system to try to make him better. And that's what I did in 2016. And throughout the first term of his presidency was to continue to be the agitator to him to try to do things differently. And one of the people who had known him for a long time, so I could get him on the phone and say, this is wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Suggest people to serve that I think would make it better. That was a manifestation of my belief in the system. And what I concluded on the evening of 2020 was he didn't give a damn about the system, right down to its very basic, which was the democratic act of electing a president. And that's when I said I'm out.
Do you still believe in the system?
I do. And the reason that I still believe in the system is because there's no friggin' alternative.
Well, apparently there's a bunch of alternatives.
There's not. I mean, and I don't think there will be one with him either.
Right.
I still believe that, and you talked about the consent of the governed. That's why we have elections every 2 years. Now, if he does the things that I fear he will do.
You really think it's going there? You think do you think the chaos is purposeful to start invoking some of those more emergency type powers? Is that where this is going?
No, I think the chaos is being done because that's the way he loves to operate. That's where he is most comfortable. He is most comfortable in chaos. And he's most comfortable in having people fight with each other and have him be the ultimate arbiter of those fights. He loves that. He loves the interchange and the back and forth, not for educational purposes.
So this is all just a fucking episode of The Apprentice?
It's all a TV show.
Like the Secretary of State and the Secretary of Defense is going to be like Meatloaf and Gary Busey arguing in the boardroom?
It's all a TV show, John.
Oh,
look,
God.
John, what have you heard him say about the way he makes selections for positions?
I see him on TV.
The greatest compliment he feels like he can give to anyone, which he said about Pete Hegseth, for instance, was he's out of central casting. And so for anybody to think that this is anything other than that, but with real life ramifications, has not watched him over the period of time. Now, there will be things that he will do that I will agree with philosophically. But the problem for me is I cannot rationalize away the character mistakes, the pettiness, the vindictiveness, and all the rest of it by saying, yeah, but I agree with him on what he's doing on fill in the blank, whatever it might be. And that's where you have a lot of Republicans right now are rationalizing it that way. Well, I agree with this. I don't like him, and I disagree with him personally. But I feel like I agree with many of his policies, so I'll be with him. The problem is that he does things like this, pulls the security detail from Mike Pompeo. Now, that is nothing but pettiness and vindictiveness colored with absolute mortal danger. Here's Pompeo as CIA director and Secretary of State, who executes an order from the commander-in-chief in alignment with our system, and gets Soleimani assassinated. The Iranians now say we're going to kill Pompeo and a couple of other folks too, John Bolton, Brian Hook. And as a result, the intelligence community says we need to give these guys security. Because they didn't jump through hoops to support Donald Trump, he's now pulled it and said, hey, they have money. They can buy their own security. Well, that may or may not be true. I don't know the financial circumstances of those three guys. But what I will tell you is
that was so fucked up. That was so weird. I couldn't believe he did that. So yeah, he pulled the security details from people like Fauci, and yeah, made it to where they don't have people protecting them, while his base is the ones who are like threatening these people all the time. And then yeah, when all the reporters and everybody were asking about him pulling the security details, he's like, "Oh, they made a lot of money, so they can get their own security details." What the fuck, dude? What are you accusing them of? What are you accusing Fauci of right now? Like, you're saying that he made a lot of money with the like, I think this is one of his conspiracy theories, is that Fauci made a lot of money with the lab leak and shit like that, and that he got rich off that. And so yeah, he can afford his own detail now. He made so much money off the lab leak. It's so gross, dude. And then pulls his fucking security detail while he's accusing of more conspiracy theories. So gross, bro.
Having had public security and private security is much better because they have access to intelligence. They have access to information that private security guys just don't have. To me, that's the essence of the problem here, is that no matter what he may do from a policy perspective that you agree or disagree with, he will always revert back to pettiness, vindictiveness.
He will always take the cruelest option he can possibly come up with.
Absolutely right.
So that brings us to, and I'm cognizant of your time, and I really do appreciate you being here, and this will sort of bring us back around to the end. When I look at that, his pettiness or his cruelty or his...
Would he be saying this if he wasn't fired? I mean, from what it sounds like, I don't think he was. Let's see. So... Chris. Yeah, I think that, like, because I know that he was fired in the first administration, but yeah, people were saying that he was working with Trump in the 2020 election and helping him run there, and then after that, when Trump refused to accept the results of the election, Chris Christie started to call him out, and so yeah, I don't think he actually like started going after Trump because he was fired, because he still helped Trump for a long time after he was fired. So this is again like one of the problems that we have with people who just look at like incentives and then are like, well, based off these incentives, it's like the incentives don't always tell you what it is that people are going to do. I wouldn't even say the majority of the time. They're like, in most of the time, people are using like very small amounts of information for the incentive, whereas we can we can get like a lot more information to kind of come to a broader conclusion.
His comfort in chaos. I feel like the arguments against him have been litigated now for 10 years through the public and through the courts. You know, we've gone through 10, 12 years of he's terrible. He's a threat to democracy. He's an autocrat. And Americans saw that. They saw January 6th. They saw everything. They saw the convictions, the felonies, and they went, yeah, we're good with that. Not only are we good with that, we're better with that than we were the last time. And we've talked a little bit about, you know, your idea that Republicans have shown their character by not in any way standing up to that aspect of it, even if they might agree with them philosophically on certain areas. So now let's talk about the Democrats, because this is the team I consider my team. And I feel they are utterly rudderless. They've litigated the he's an autocrat and he's a dick argument. It hasn't gone anywhere. And it seems like they are utterly unprepared for this onslaught and are still just shouting autocracy rather than, look, this guy walked into office with a Project 2025 book. This is a 50 to 60 year project they've been working on.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a problem where you literally can't talk to people about reality whatsoever. Like, you're not even allowed to. When everybody's running around talking about how Biden ruined the economy, and you're like, wait, how did he ruin the economy? He didn't do anything to hurt the economy. He actually ended up having like one of the best turnarounds for the economy, and with inflation, and was like leading in the entire world for how he was dealing with things, and that we ended up with people making more versus the inflation than they had before the inflation, and blah blah blah. And that but you're not even allowed to say that, because if you do, everybody's so brainwashed with the bullshit that Biden ruined the economy that if you say that, and if you ask them for evidence that Biden did something to hurt the economy, they all lose their fucking minds. Oh, you don't know? Wow, just look around. Just have common sense. Like, that's all they'll answer with, and they think that's acceptable. And if you keep asking them, like, no, but seriously, like, show me any evidence that Biden did anything to hurt the economy. All he did was benefit the economy. All he did was just do the best possible job with the economy he could have done. And everybody, just still runs around. Oh my goodness, I can't believe they're so dishonest. This is insane. It's like, stop with your fucking frustration. Give me a fucking answer for once. Like, engage with some evidence here. But they don't. They think that they're like hyperbole and their their cries are enough. Just like, oh, the eggs, Tom, the eggs. Yes, the eggs. Oh man, it's just it makes it to where it's impossible to have a conversation with anybody about what's really going on. And I don't know what you do about that. There is nothing you can do when that's what you're fighting against. Like, when everybody that you talk to is just making up shit. And they're just completely convinced without any evidence whatsoever, but they're convinced just because the orange man said so. Like, there's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing you can do. That's it. You're just done. Like, you're fucked. There's no fighting that.
How is it that the Democrats are so flat-footed here? And where is their counter to that idea that Americans feel left out of the government? Why are they just status quoing it? Why are they just sending out Chuck Schumer to put his glasses down by his nose, to look down and read a statement in as flat a monotone as you could possibly muster about the existential danger we face of this autocrat, and then like take a quick call from his kid and laugh about, my grandson lost a tooth. And then he goes back to, like, why is Obama laughing with him at a thing? It all feels performative. And what is the actual, where's the book that says this is what the relationship with the government is, and here's how we're going to fix it?
First off, I'd say they overplayed and over-litigated the character things on Trump, especially in the 24 campaign. The people who were not going to vote for Donald Trump on the character issues already determined they're not going to vote for Donald Trump. The people that the Democrats had to persuade were the people you and I were just talking about, who said, like, look, I get that, but the government sucks, and you guys are running it and it sucks. And what's your answer to that?
I don't think that they have to stop talking about the character things. I just think that they needed to do them better. I think that a lot of the problems is that they would kind of flip back and forth sometimes about like, oh, we're just going to talk about how great we are and that's it. And we're just not going to talk any shit about Trump. We're not going to say anything about his criminal cases. We're not going to say anything about how poorly he handled the economy. We're not going to talk any about the, January 6th. We're not going to talk about the fake electors. We're not going to talk about any of the shit. We're just going to keep talking about how great we are and how great we did. And then eventually they kind of flip. And then all of a sudden it's, okay, well, let's stop talking about how great we are because everybody keeps getting mad when we talk about how great we did with the economy and how great we did with the border. And so let's just talk about how much Trump sucks now. And then that's like the focus. Like, okay, well, let's just talk about how much Trump sucks and how bad he is and how much he's not capable of doing anything and, how big of a criminal he is and how much of a fascist he is. And it's like, damn, you guys got to get it through your fucking skulls at some point. You have to do both. Anytime that somebody asks you a question, start off with the answer of how much Trump sucked at it. Tell them to go look it up. Now, most people aren't going to go look it up, but if you tell them to go look it up, they'll think that you're telling the truth. And then, you finish it with, go look it up. You can find it. He did that. And then when it comes to us, and then you talk about what you guys did in the same exact area and how great you guys did and how much better it was. And again, just like finish it off. It's like the data's out there. People can find it if they actually were willing to do their own research. They would be willing, they would be capable of finding it. And like you use the same types of rhetoric that everybody else is falling victim to. You just use the truth to you just get the truth across with that same type of rhetoric. It's not an insanely hard thing to do, but
I'm live again. Thanks for watching my video and for the good advice. 1. My Christmas tree isn't gay. 2. I have a pet mouse, turtle, 2 cats, and a dog.
Oh, nice. Okay. So it's a mouse and then a turtle, 2 cats, and a dog. All right. Well, your tree would be a lot cooler if it was fucking gay. Also, we didn't want it to be gay. We wanted it to be bi. So, looks like you didn't learn anything.
And neither Biden nor Harris during this last cycle had an
Thank you for the $5, Rudy.
answer to that, nor did Chuck Schumer, nor did any of the rest of them, because their answer to all that was, oh, yeah, but Trump will be worse. Well, you know what they figured out? People went, nah, maybe not. Because you guys aren't giving me an alternative. And I think that the problem is that there is 2 things going on inside the Democratic Party. There is an unresolved conflict within the Democratic Party from the very progressive wing of the party to the more traditional Democrats about who's going to run the show and who's going to write the playbook. They haven't resolved that problem. And they all papered it over. And you got to have the fight inside the Democratic Party to what is it that we stand for governmentally? What do we believe in? What would we do for people to deal with that disconnect and the discontent that's going on? They haven't answered those questions.
But the Republicans are very good they've lined up a lot of their think tanks with their media, with their political arms. They have fights too. They've got a Freedom Caucus. Like right now, the Democratic strategy appears to be, let's hope Chip Roy is so fucking crazy that he'll just stand up and make it impossible for the House to pass anything, rather than you can't just tell people to steer away from that crash. You have to give them a direction to drive into. And I know that's being reductive, but they don't seem to have that same infrastructure or leadership.
You're right. They don't right now. And that's the problem with having gone back to Biden. Going back to Biden in 20 was a reaction to Trump. It was like, okay, he's the guy who will be least offensive and will make Trump the focus.
But he won. I mean,
well, but won what? Then he came in. Right. But no, but John, this is what I mean. That, like, when he got there, he started to go much more progressive than he had talked about during the campaign.
Oh, I mean, if your idea is like the Democrats lost because Biden was too progressive, I would.
No, let me finish the thought.
All right.
It was cognitively dissonant for people. They didn't believe that's who Biden was, either outside the party or inside the party. So he got the worst of both worlds. The people inside the party who were progressive never trusted him. They didn't think he was one of them. The people outside the party who were more moderate said, son of a bitch, he lied to us. He is a progressive. He got absolutely sandwiched politically. And now no one knew who he was. And the worst thing in politics to be, John, is to be perceived to be inauthentic. And Trump's power is that people believe what he believes, what he says. That's what they think.
Which is entirely the opposite of what reality is. He's a guy who says, I'm the free speech is back. And by the way, somebody should remove MSNBC from the air and CBS, and I'm going to sue everybody. Like it's incoherent.
Correct. I totally agree that he is a transactional speaker, right? Whatever gets him, the old song, whatever gets you through the night. For Trump, that's the way he speaks all the time. Whatever gets him through this moment. But my point on the Democrats is they were in the worst possible space they could be. They didn't have a game plan, as you mentioned, an offering to the American people substantively, and they were viewed as inauthentic. Well, shit, what's going to happen then? People want common sense. They want a common sense articulated alternative to what they're being presented with. And in the absence of one, they'll vote for the group that they think looks most authentic. Now, the challenge for Republicans to not make it seem like it's going to be all like hearts and flowers and it's going to be easy. When you've got a 3 or 4 vote majority in the House, 2 right now, everybody's a king. And whatever's happening right now, remember, it's all been executive orders. Not a thing has happened through Congress.
He's basically nullified them.
Right, at the moment. But he's not going to be able to do that on the tax law. He's not going to be able to do that on real substantive changes to immigration.
But don't you think reconciliation allows him much more leeway through the Senate? I mean, he's going to push everything to reconciliation.
It does through the Senate. But in the House, here's his problem on reconciliation. There's a large group of Republicans, and by large, I mean 25 to 30,
Chipperoy,
that are going to say, like, hey, we're not increasing the debt ceiling in March unless there is significant reductions in government spending.
See, here's where I think he's going to get around that. And I truly believe this. I think they're being really shrewd about this. I think they actually are going to be ruthless in cutting spending. And I think you're seeing that now with the freeze on everything else. Like, I think he's calculated that into their project. I think these guys, again, they've thought this through. They have a game plan. In my mind, this really is, and maybe it's just because it's my team, I'm so frustrated with their inability to mount any coherent opposition other than we're telling our lawyers to file an injunction. And I mean, come on, guys, this is autocracy. And it goes back to the only path I see out of this really dark tunnel that we're in, and I do feel like it's dark and going to get darker, is they have to have at least one of the handles of power. And to get that, they have to present a convincing, authentic, coherent, and directed and led vision, not of I'm a progressive, I'm a conservative, I'm a thing, I'm a that, of how to make this thing work.
Yeah, again, I don't think that they need to change anything. I don't think Democrats need to make like a big leap or a big jump or really switch their talking points or switch the way that they talk about things, or like I think that this is all kind of like Chicken Little, the sky is falling bullshit. The sky is not falling. The sky's fine. There's no problems with the sky. It's fine. Just chill.
How to make it work for people to agilely respond. They're paying money in. What are they getting back? And what does that mean to their lives? And if they can't do that, we're royally fucked. That is the premise.
You should be extraordinarily disappointed in your team and the lack of any coherent, saleable, authentic plan. I totally agree with you. But remember this. Games are both offense and defense.
Uh-oh. Now you're talking about now. This is all bringing it back to sports radio, baby.
That's exactly right.
Let's go.
We're going to get on FAN any moment now.
There you go.
It all comes back to offense and defense. There are big expectations on the Republicans to deliver on a bunch of the stuff they're talking about. And for instance, when you talk about significant cuts in spending, when you only have a 2 or 3 vote majority, there are a lot of moderate Republicans from New York, Illinois, California, who are going to have a hard time voting for some of those things. And let us not forget the premise of what I mentioned before. What they care about the most is keeping the title, John. And the title is kept for them by the people back at home, not by the people in Washington. So the challenge for Republicans and for Trump is going to be, can he muscle this through and have them basically say, you're going to have to sacrifice your career for what I want to get done here? And I got to tell you something. I haven't seen that type of political courage out of any of them because they're unwilling to stand up and do those things. So Democrats, though, if they're counting just on that to get them over the finish line to getting a handle of power in either the House or the Senate, I think they're going to be sorely disappointed. They have to do both. They have to hope that the Republicans make strategic mistakes in that regard, but they gotta come up with a plan that is authentic and genuine, that that people in the center of this country, and I mean the philosophical center of this country, can say, "Oh, I agree with that. Yeah, no, that doesn't offend me." And they don't have that right now. And you're right about Chuck Schumer. I mean, if you could have a worse salesman to put up next to Trump, I don't know that it's possible, right? Now, I think Hakeem Jeffries is a little more politically skilled than Schumer. Of course, that's a low bar, but nonetheless, I think he's a little more skilled than him. And getting Pelosi out of there would be a real help because
Yeah, I think Hakeem Jeffries is like the next. He is that motherfucker. He's coming. I've heard some people say that they think that Kamala Harris is going to try to run again in the next election, but yeah, I think Hakeem Jeffries is. I think that's the fucking guy, dude. I think that's the guy, and I think that the fact that he has like a swag that is just so reminiscent of Obama. I think this guy is on his way, bro. He is. I know that a lot of people don't like how much he gets into like Christianity and shit like that, but he is that motherfucker.
It's a very irresponsible statement that was made by the president. Bodies are still being pulled from the Potomac. Children were killed. Future ice skating Olympians were killed. Future leaders in Wichita, Kansas, and beyond were killed as a result of this tragedy. And we don't need misdirection, and we don't need misinformation coming from the highest office in the land. We need
Are we trolling? Wait, no, you don't like Jeffries?
Integrity, we need decency, we need leadership. There is not a scintilla of evidence that exists to suggest that women and people of color are to blame for the tragedy that took place. And it was shameful.
How are you?
Good.
Good, thank you. So just quick questions on two things. One, I was hoping to get your reaction to conversations that Governor Kathy Hochul has had with President Donald Trump on congestion pricing. What is your reaction to that possibly getting put on pause or even just pulled altogether? And then also, I was hoping to get your reaction to reports that the Justice Department is considering dropping the charges against Mayor Eric Adams, and if you think that's appropriate.
I'll continue to support Governor Kathy Hochul and her leadership here in the state of New York. I have an expectation that I'll speak with her at some point later on today to discuss the dynamics around congestion pricing, and I don't want to get out ahead of that conversation. With respect to the mayor, as I've repeatedly indicated, he's entitled to the presumption of innocence and to work through the judicial process until that judicial process comes to a close.
So yeah, this is the guy moving up right
or
now.
wrongly, and people have a certain perception of her in the middle of the philosophical middle of the country that's not positive. So the fact is that Democrats have to change the cast. If we're going to go back to the TV show analogy, they got to change the cast, and they got to get some better writers for the script, because they don't have that now.
Perhaps if they opened up the hiring to more diverse. See how we tied it all around?
I'm telling you, this is really one of those things that people say, wow, those two guys.
I like him, but I don't think the current climate enough people will get behind him. Why not? Why not? I think he's been making a lot of headlines ever since the election ended. I think that he has been like a really good representative of the Democrats. He's been somebody who has made us made them look good. He has been somebody who is constantly kind of pushing American values and Constitution and pride in our patriotism and that sort of stuff. And so yeah, I think he's somebody that has already been like a big leader within the in the Democratic Party, and he was what was he, the House leader? The leader of the Democratic caucus since 2023. Yeah, served as House Minority Leader and leader of the House Democratic Caucus. So yeah, he's yeah, he just handed the gavel off to Johnson recently as well.
Really get it. It to me, John, the frustrating thing for somebody like me is, like, as governor, I tried to be this way. I tried to be practical and consistent. And sometimes you're going to like it and sometimes you aren't. But my job is to run this thing and to get it to work as best as I possibly can get it to work. And I don't think anybody's thinking about it that way right now. They're all thinking about it from a political advantage, a chess or checkers, depending upon the level of intellect that's going on in this stuff.
And I think ultimately, you as a governor, I think ultimately what's going to happen is the states are going to have to, the system is still federalist. And I think we're going to see power returning to some of the states. And I think you're going to see governors' profiles raised within that. And I think they're going to come up with really creative solutions to protect the people most vulnerable to a lot of the shit that's going down. And I have faith that someone may not rise out of the legislative arms of the party, but out of the executive arms of the party, you may start to see some changes made and some things come up. But ultimately, I really appreciate you taking the time to talk with us today and giving the insights into what you were given. So thank you for being here.
No, John, my pleasure. Always happy to come back. And I'd say as things go along here, because it's going to change.
Right.
It's going to change.
No,
and I would say there are not many people out there who know Trump as well as I've gotten to know him over time, and been someone who he said was the greatest governor in America, and now is the worst SOB.
And he's not hyperbolic
at all. And the worst, now I'm the worst SOB in the world.
Yeah, this is again when people listen to Chris Christie and they say like, "Oh, he's got, a bias that he like doesn't like Trump because he left he left his administration and blah blah blah." Like, even if those things were true, the problem is that the things that Chris Christie says just align with the pattern of what everybody who's worked with Donald Trump have said. Like, he's just saying the same things that everybody else has said. He's saying the same things that Donald Trump's chief of staff said. He's saying the same things that Donald Trump's AG said. He's saying the same things that Donald Trump's vice president said. All the people who were closest to Donald Trump during his first administration all say the same things. And so, yes, this is later, Naomi. Have a good night. But yeah, the point is that like, he's not, if he was saying something that was like super outrageous, that was just totally outside of the norm from everybody else who weren't fired, all of those people who weren't let go, all of these people who were all the same people that hate Trump say the same things. See, they didn't, again, this is what I'm talking about. That's just a fucking retarded way to say it. Like, you're saying, you mean all the people who worked for Trump and wanted him to succeed the most say the same things. Oh, you mean all of the people who were like most loyal and gave up the most to really help him succeed all say the same things. Oh, all of the people who spent years of their lives dedicating them to Donald Trump and his presidency and his campaign because they believed in him, those people all say the same things. Yes, that is correct. That is what we're talking about. Yes. All of these people who were not scorned by Trump, who were not fired by Trump, who were not kicked out or anything like that, they all, on their own, with their own volition, came out and started saying these things about Donald Trump. So yeah, it doesn't work when all these people who worked with him all say the same things. Like, even like, yeah, I'm sorry, but yeah, you just at some point you can't just hide in your bubble away from literally everybody to pretend that everybody who ever says something bad about Donald Trump is lying. And even though they all say the same thing, and that most of them have no reason to do this, and that it only hurts them, and that it doesn't benefit them whatsoever, and it doesn't align with any sort of narrative, it doesn't align with any sort of incentive, it doesn't align with anything, that they are putting their butts on the line to come out and say mean things about Trump while knowing that it'll ruin their entire careers, that they all come out and say this. Like, the fact that you'll still ignore that is, it just means that there is literally nobody that you'll believe. The people that like him and support him say the same things, correct? Whose bias do you take? Well, I don't think bias matters. I'm not a fucking 4-year-old. I understand that literally everybody is biased and that everybody is likely to say things. I'm going to take the things from the people who have the least amount of reason to say something. I'm going to take it from the people who are losing the most by saying it. I'm going to take it from the people who align with the most people who talk about these things. I'm going to take it from the people who have the largest pattern, who have the most evidence, who are able to kind of present enough information and have enough corroboration from others who are saying that, who were there. Like, that's what I'm going to do. I don't like bias is like maybe one small tiny element that for normal people, but for you guys, you think that you can just find a bias. Well, like, for you, as long as they say something bad about Trump, that means they're biased against him. And if they're biased against him, then we can discount them. Meaning that literally anybody who ever says anything bad about him, you will automatically discount them. Off the rip, automatically, no matter what. Because if they said something bad about him, that means they're biased against him. And if they're biased against him, we shouldn't listen to anything they say. So you have just built a system to where you automatically never listen to anybody who ever says anything bad about him. Every time. It's insane. It is circular logic, but whatever. Okay, I don't know how much of this we're gonna actually make it through, but we'll skip around for a bit because it's probably gonna be a whole lot of talking.
Considering the historical context of Jews being pogromed from Arab countries, is it really that crazy for them to not feel safe as an ethnic minority?
Yes, but okay, and nobody feels safe, right? We all agree nobody feels safe. This is why I say my work, hopefully, is focused on creating new understanding of each other so we can mitigate this harm. I can't believe he doesn't after all of this work, after all of this, he never... Ethan, this is why I had to stop watching Ethan. Again, Israel is in the best position they can be in. Israel is scared of the possibility of being Palestinian, meaning being the underdog in a genocide in which they are truly being targeted in a way where they have no defense. Israel is afraid of a fear that is actually happening to Palestinians. And they're justifying it because they say, well, I'd rather protect my babies than your babies, which from an animal perspective, absolutely understand. From a humanitarian perspective, excuse me? Excuse me? And
yeah, but again, that's not even like the main issue with Ethan, because Ethan's talking about people who are Americans, who live in America, who are treating him this way just because he's Jewish or just because he's from Israel. Like, he's not even talking about like, you guys need to feel bad for Israel or anything. He's saying like, hey, like me, my family, my wife, my kids, like we're all like in danger because of the types of rhetoric that Hassan and his viewer base, use against us, and that this is all obviously not okay. And the problem is that when we look at everybody acts like Ethan's doing something horrible himself, but you don't see Ethan talking about Palestinians the same way. You don't see him talking about all of the other people who are supporting Palestine and say free Palestine. He doesn't talk about them the same way. He doesn't say like, kill all the Palestinians or kill all the you know, we need the end of Palestine or anything like that. Like, these aren't things that he says. But then when we have a bunch of people saying, like, yes, we need to kill all the, what is it, the Zionists, and, you know, kill all the, you know, we need an end to Israel and shit like this. Like, you're very defensive of that rhetoric. And there's nobody on the other side using the same rhetoric. There's nobody on the other side who's calling out Hassan using similar types of rhetoric to Hassan. They're not there.
And that is the difference from an animal perspective, which we all are. We're all evolved animals, I believe in science. So obviously, biologically, you want to protect your offspring. You want to do whatever it takes, whatever, you know, this is human history. And yet here we are, slowly learning to be more compassionate and loving. Hopefully, compassion means to suffer with. And so Israel, I know why they're scared. I know why Israelis are scared, but also they're scared of what they're scared. That's what's happening to them. It's just like with white Americans. Straight Americans are so afraid progressive people will get some sort of power in America because they think they're going to torture them the way they torture us. I swear conservatives are so afraid of progressives because they think we want to discriminate against them the way they discriminate against us. We don't care if you're religious, bro. We just want fucking civil rights and to use the bathroom. But they don't get it, because when you're hateful, when you're bigoted, and look, when you have prejudice, everybody has prejudice, but when you're like moving on fear, this is why I say fear is the root of all evil. When fear is the foundation of your belief system, your understanding of other people, you always think someone's out to get you. I'm not out to get you. I just want to pee. Thank you. I just want to pee, you know?
A little bit. And that's pretty much the entirety of our disagreement. Despite what you've read on TikTok and Twitter, I've donated $6,500 to a Palestinian charity after the war started.
Hey, Ethan Klein, thank you for the dono. Ethan Klein gave $6,500. My goat. Thank you, Ethan.
Condemned Netanyahu as a war criminal. They're led by Netanyahu, who should resign in disgrace and go to prison for being a war criminal. Called the West Bank settlements an abomination. Settlers in the West Bank are religious zealots. They're monsters. They're genocidal. I've even said the West Bank settlers are valid military targets. When you talk about like colonial settlers and stuff, like that's what's actually happening in the West Bank right now. And these people are more or less valid military targets, in my opinion. My only crime is wanting a two-state solution instead of one, and thinking it's not okay to kill Israeli civilians. That's it. That's why they're calling me a Nazi Zionist. And because of Hassan and others spreading this malicious lie about my beliefs, I'm even getting harassed on the...
He's being called a Zionist because he doesn't understand their argumentation. It feels like only a Zionist could literally be this dense after this long of this discussion, not understanding it. Genuinely. Like, genuinely, it's been like 2 years. A year at least. Like, why haven't you done any work to research why their argumentation is if you understand?
I have never heard any of them even attempt to justify their argumentation. All of the people that are most read on these issues, all of the people who do have most of the information. I was saying I've never heard any of them even try to justify their argumentation. I've never heard any of them even make an attempt at justifying the things that they say. All they ever do is just strawman the other side and refuse to listen, refuse to hear what's being said, refuse to engage honestly, refuse to be consistent even, where they're willing to call things out from one side but not the other. And so it's where she's saying like, oh, they just don't understand. All of the people that I know that are most read on this issue and have the most information and are just are most educated on Israel Palestine and understand the history the best are all the people who are going to and are fairly progressive people who don't want any sort of discrimination against either side and don't want racism or anything like that against either side. That, these are the people who are going to all call out Hassan. And it seems like Hassan and his side never even attempt to justify the things that they're saying and are instead just always just acting like everybody else is crazy. Everybody else is just hearing and seeing things that don't actually exist.
Understand their perspective, you wouldn't be reacting this way. And the fact that you are tells me you're like snorting Zionist propaganda, even if you don't realize you are. That's what it does. That's what propaganda does. It makes you parrot their talking points, but you think you're not. And that's the point. And that's what he's not getting. I don't think Ethan is a conservative Republican. I think Ethan is one of those dirty centrists. And I do think you're dirty, guys. Get over it. Read a book, choose a side, Jesus. Like centrists think they know what's going on, but all you know, it's like centrists read the headlines and think they read the articles. Conservative.
So this is an issue with wording. Centrists are not people who are like refusing to choose a side. Centrism is the side that they've chosen. Like there's a difference between a centrist and a fence sitter. A fence sitter is somebody who doesn't have any beliefs and refuses to actually like pick a position, whereas a centrist is somebody who has values that kind of align with both sides. These aren't but this is like how a lot of people like think of centrists for some reason, is they think that they're all people who just refuse to actually take a position. And everybody who knows me, like, they know that I obviously have positions. I obviously have staunch positions on everything that I'm willing to debate, that I'm willing to stand by, that I'm willing to defend. Like, I'm not somebody who's like, oh, I don't know, maybe, like, who knows? Like, no, I have very strong positions on everything that I believe, while also being a centrist, because the political spectrum moves, the Overton window moves. And so if you had beliefs before and then everybody else fucking moved and you're like sitting there like, well, I still like my values. I still like my beliefs. So I'm sorry. And I'm assuming maybe she's just saying a centrist on like Israel-Palestine, but I don't know. I think anybody who's picking a side in this whole thing is on the wrong side. Like, I think anybody who's picking a side is on the wrong side. I think, yeah, you ought to be a centrist in this, because yes, anybody who picks a side is on the wrong side. Obviously, Israel has like a disproportionate amount of power here, but it doesn't like, if you're the bigger brother and you're just a lot stronger than your smaller brother, it doesn't mean your smaller brother just gets to keep like taking a fucking knife and trying to stab you in the eye every day. Like, eventually, you probably just need to fucking stab your little brother, or sorry, not stab your little brother, punch your little brother in the face. Like, it's kind of necessary.
Read the Fox News and the whole article, and progressives read like progressive stuff, but the whole article. Centrists just read the headline. They're like, I know what's going on. You don't.
I 100% disagree. I 100% disagree. I've never heard a progressive talk about this issue and sound like they understood what they were talking about, ever. I've never been able to get past, like, they'll have like 1 or 2 historical facts about Israel-Palestine, and then that's it. That's it. Like, they just know like a couple of things, and then they can use those couple of things as talking points, and they'll use like, the March of Return, or the walls, or they just have like a couple of talking points that they use, and then that's it. And that has been almost every single progressive I've ever spoken to. Obviously, there are some that are a bit more well-read, but they have just a totally different like way of looking at things, where they think everything is just about the power levels, and they don't have any analysis past that. There's no way that somebody who has the like greater amount of power could be in the right, or even or just as bad as the other side. Whereas, I'm sorry, but if you're the one with the greater power level, yet you keep trying to negotiate with the other side, and the other side keeps refusing all of your attempts at negotiation and all of your attempts at peace, all of your attempts at treaties, and they just over and over and over turn you down, or renege on the deals, or just whatever. Like, if they're the ones who continue to make sure that there's never actually going to be any peace, it doesn't matter that you're in power. Like, it doesn't matter that you're stronger. It doesn't matter anymore. If they're like, ideal is like your complete and utter demise or nothing, then yeah, like there's just not much you can do to negotiate with those people. That you're kind of just fucked.
You don't know what's going on. You don't know what's going on. A conservative knows more about you in a sense, because at least they're reading their full propaganda. Like, I feel like the centrists just don't know what's actually going on, which is fine. I love that. Good for you.
So how come you don't like Palestine?
I like Palestine.
No, you don't.
Why do you say that?
Because
Chat says, you think
If you go listen to Ethan and Hassan talk about this issue on their show, it is blatantly obvious who has more information on this. And I wouldn't like put Ethan up as somebody who has like an insane amount of information. And I would definitely say that it is glaringly obvious that he just has more information on this and is bringing up the more obvious points in every scenario. Whereas Hassan is bringing up like random anecdotal things that don't actually bring you to much of a conclusion.
conservatives read the article? Oh, they read the fuck out of Fox News articles. Conservatives love to read. The conservatives in my life, they be reading, educating, but they're only reading their sources. I'm reading both.
That I don't agree with this at all. Conservatives almost never read articles. They listen to radio shows. They listen to independent media. They get their information off of like Twitter, Instagram. Like, we have so much data to like go over the fact that like, yes, they are just way more likely to get their information from somebody like Tim Pool than they are to get their information from an article. And if you go and look at outlets, there's not many conservative outlets writing articles because nobody fucking reads them. Nobody reads those articles. You have like 2 or 3 outlets, and it's like the New York Post and Fox News, and that's it, because nobody reads them. The like Fox News makes all of their money off of their television programming and off of the they're talking about video, right? Well, that's what I'm saying. But she's saying reading articles, and it's like, wait, they don't read articles. They fucking watch. They watch the like television shows. They watch YouTube videos. They look at like Instagram memes and TikTok videos and Facebook memes and shit like that. But they're not reading articles ever. And so all of the other things that I just mentioned are like the worst ways to like get information, because it always has to be like condensed for you or explained to you, but you can never like actually go and read it yourself. So yes, it'll be radio shows, it'll be television shows, it'll be YouTube shows, or it'll just be some like meme headline from fucking like Facebook from a Facebook post or something like that.
Both. That's the thing. I'm reading as much as I can. They're only reading, they do love their conservative books, trust me. They love their conservative blogs, trust me. They love it. Centrist Ethan admits all the time he doesn't read or listen to things. He admits it all the time. He says it. He says like, oh, I don't read that. I don't know. Oh, bro.
Wasn't she in the IDF?
Yeah.
Oh, damn, that's crazy.
Mandatory service.
That's sad. That's terrorism, bro.
She was born there.
That's sad. Feel bad for you guys.
It's like, look, it's like people saying if you're a military soldier, you're a terrorist. Like, that is a position for some people. It's like with the vegan. Sorry, I hate to bring up the vegans again, but you guys were you're cracking me up. When I see vegan argumentation that like, if you eat meat, you're pro-animal rape. I love that. That's so great. What a great argumentation for absolutely no point made. But like, that's what that is. It's an extreme position to express a feeling you have about government policy. Oh my gosh, IDF, that's terrorism. Military soldier, that's terrorism. Animal rape, meat eaters. You know what I mean? Like, I get what you're saying. I know where your brain is going. Bad argumentation, but I feel you. Like, I kind of get what you're saying.
Well, the problem is that like online, it can seem like bad argumentation because you're looking at like the very small fringes of the left who disagrees with the fact that like, Hamas and Hezbollah are terrorist organizations, right? Whereas like literally you got like 99% of the United States definitely agrees that they're terrorist organizations because we all have like, United States liberal values. And so we're all like on the same page as far as like what it is that we're looking at and what it is that we're going to consider to be terrorism. But yes, when you're online and like you're constantly like looking at tiny little small fringes of the left who's going to disagree with that, it can seem like, yeah, why would you keep using this sort of like line of argumentation. It's like, well, because most of the people that we're engaging with are not this like small little 0.1%, but it's like, you know, the rest of the world who knows what the fuck's going on.
But also maybe there was another way to phrase that. But okay, like okay.
Bro, you're ugly as fuck, bro. You're ugly as shit. You look like a rapist, bro.
Okay, first of all, rude.
You look like a fucking rapist, Ethan. Feel bad for you guys.
Okay, that guy's crazy, bro.
Klein, bro, you're ugly as fuck, bro. You're ugly as shit. You look like a rapist, bro.
I'm tired of all these coward Americans in the South trying to act like they're so tough. Oh, I'm American. Oh, you don't even run your own country. You don't run your own country, bro. You don't run your own country.
This guy, he's in a fedora and his username is dating and money. What is this? Fresh and fit for Palestinians? What is this? Is this the Arab fresh and fit? Move on.
A foreign country named Israel runs your country.
Oh my God, bro. I love you.
Yesterday we watched both Denims and what's her name? Frogan say this isn't even a Hassan fan. This is a Sneeko fan, dude. Like, this is obviously, you can just look at him and tell that he's a Sneeko fan, not a Hassan fan. Like, why are they acting like this guy is a Hassan fan? And then, like, yes, seconds later, you get this clip here.
I'm so sweaty, bro.
I love you, bro.
No, Hassan, don't touch him, Hassan. Don't touch him.
I love you, bro. I have to interview you. You're like you're my hero, bro. I love you, bro. You're
Hassan, say no.
guy in the world, bro. Hold on, I think I look gay now.
Okay.
Who is this freak of nature? Why is anybody talking to this loser homophobe?
3, 2, 1.
Hold on, I think I look gay now.
Okay.
The funny thing about me, I don't like terrorism, and I don't like terrorists. If they're Jews, Christians, Muslims, they're all bad.
I don't see color. Racism is bad. I have a black adopted son, but I don't see color. He's just Randy to me. I don't see color. I have an Asian cousin.
He didn't say I don't see color. He's pointing out that, like, one side is choosing who's good or who's bad based on, like, which side they're on. Whereas he's saying, oh, I'm looking at, like, the actions that are being committed and applying the same consistent moral weight to each thing. Whereas, as Hassan admits, he's looking and saying, well, who's being backed by a Western power? Whoever's being backed by the Western power, they're the bad guys. I'm siding with the other people. That's not a, like, real moral. That's not a way of, like, going through some sort of moral process of. You're not analyzing anything. You're just choosing teams, and that's it. So he's saying, I'm not choosing a team. I'm just doing, like, real analysis based on the moral actions.
He's just Sandy to me.
What is terrorism? It's intentionally targeting civilian population for political goals. I don't like it. None of it. And over time, I started to learn that my co-host, he really likes terrorists.
They do musicals. They're very musical people. Are you being serious? Dog, what do you look? You think I made this? I know they're singing, but I'm seeing this guns and shit. This isn't a music video, Hassan. Taking over these ships, they started targeting the ships.
I've already debunked all this. If you guys want to watch it, thank you.
People on this helicopter right now? Yes, they're streaming this. Yeah, they're flexing. What? And they're coming in hot with guns. Yeah, but you have to understand, this is a deterrence. We think the Houthis.
She debunked it.
This video from Ethan Klein just came out, like, And that's what I actually think is interesting about Hassan, which is also why I credit him for being very strategic, because he is in politics, but he actually has an incredibly clean record, unlike a lot of these, you know, centrist liberals, streamer. Listen, look at this. Like, Ethan, the way he's gone after Hassan so hard, and then Hassan makes one comment about them backing this guy, it's like the end of the world for Ethan. That's what I'm saying. Everything is the end of the world when it's Ethan. But, you know, everyone else just has to cater to his feelings always, right? Or they're an anti-Semite, right? That's Ethan's narrative.
Application for a warrant for his arrest by the ICC. I don't know. I'm legitimately shocked.
Shout out to R. Thank you so much for the super chat system. It can't keep you down. Can't keep us down, girls. Okay, let's go. Ethan's gonna yell.
Why I'm frustrated with this whole situation. You guys know me. I'm more than willing, more than happy to address shortcomings and errors that I've made. And
he is to an extent, but then he stops. He is to an extent, but then he stops. And we all have limitations. I have limitations. You have limitations. He does to an extent, but he doesn't deeply understand the issues. He doesn't deeply understand the issues. Deeply. Like, he only understands them superficially, which is what everyone's...
ultra fans who can no longer have, they hold no standards. And Hassan can go out there and glaze an international terrorist organization and its leader and glaze up Hassan Nasrallah like he's a fucking great dude.
Hassan Nasrallah was assassinated. Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization that is also a part of the Lebanese parliament. Do you like them or no? I think it's a resistance group. They're pretty successful against Israel. They are a terrorist organization. Like, they're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization. I do not like them then. Well, like, I like what you like. I don't have an issue with them. Let's just say.
I'm gonna give you guys
Okay, just pause there. Okay. What do we think this means? Like, what do we think Hassan is saying, right? What do we think Hassan's narrative is? And I'm not defending it. I'm asking you to explain it. What do you really think he's saying in that moment? What do you think Hassan, and who's biased and in a bubble as much as any of us, Hassan, who's Turkish, Hassan, who has connections to people around the world in this region, Hassan, who's more of a connection, right? What do we think Hassan is saying? What do you think he's expressing, right? What do you think he's hoping to say? Who do you think? And again, if you're getting all of your media from Western media, who, by the way, again, you have to deeply understand, right? You have to deeply understand that to people around the world, America is a terrorist organization. That they see America as this threat to their dignity and sanctity of life. That we are living in a superpower nation if you're American. And you are so fucking privileged, even when you're the worst of the worst subjugated minorities, compared to every other person around the world who at the snap of a finger, America can send bombs down to your country and everyone has to mind their own business about it, right? So remember, like, America has its perks, but it also is responsible for deaths around the world in a way that is so painful to other countries. So you have to understand that if you're a person who's American, which anyone could be, and you're part of another, you know, part of the world, you have connections to part of the world, you might want to have those two people meet in a way, but you still have to have them acknowledge how they've ruined your life, which is why when Biden comes out and makes a strong speech apologizing for what Americans did to natives, that can be very powerful and healing for nations. And how long did that take? How long did that take? And it was just a verbal apology. It doesn't bring back all of the people that were genocided. And so it is a part of healing, and we have to move forward as a nation, and we have to acknowledge those things. But people will say, well, how much do we have to acknowledge it? We already acknowledged it. You sound like boomer parents. They're like, I'm sorry you feel that way. Well, Israeli soldiers are like knocking Palestinian bodies off roofs, like with no care in the world, making jokes about Palestinian homes being blown up. Well, there's little mermaid blankets in the background indicating a little girl lived here. Okay? So again, I'm not saying, I'm trying to take, again, we're going to zoom out. I'm not saying America has to be perfect. I'm saying we have to acknowledge that none of us are. Not any group in the world, not any political militia group, not freedom fighters, not you, not me, none of us are perfect. So when we make a decision to be pro one side versus another, this is a part of our value system, right? But being pro-America, being pro-Israel is not really any more better than being pro any other Arab nation around the world that has its own reason to want to protect its people. You think it's better because of the way you've swallowed up the media, the way that you've been convinced by the narrative. But the narrative is what you want it to be. And how many animes have you guys watched? How many Disney stories have you watched? How many stories have you watched? How many understanding? Because narrative is so important.
I feel like if we're talking about the fact that like you have a bias just based on where you're from, we're starting at like such a rudimentary level of like obviousness that we're not really getting into much nuance at that point. Like that is the most obvious thing in the world, is that, yeah, obviously everybody has a different like set of values and they look at things differently based on where they're from. But I think that like when we're looking at the United States and, you know, the UK versus Italy and Nazi Germany, I think that while we can all understand those soldiers wanting to go out and fight for their countries and why it is that they want those things, I think we can all pretty objectively say that America and the UK were just objectively better than Nazi Germany or Italy back when they had fascist and authoritarian dictators running their countries who wanted to go out and take over the whole fucking world. I think that, yeah, when we have some countries who want people to be more free and have more abilities and have, more freedom to do more things, I think that we can look at that and just say, yeah, that's objectively better. Like, all those people who want to practice their beliefs and who want to, like, savor their culture and hold on to it and everything, they're capable of doing that in a more free country as well. And if they're being forced to do it because of the country leaders, then, yeah, I would say that we would just kind of say that that's objectively a lesser country. So, yeah, I think that, yeah, if we're starting off talking about the fact that there's biases based on these things, like, yeah, I think everybody understands that there's biases. I think that we can also look at a bunch of objective markers and say, yeah, this is just obviously better. And I believe that that's what she said in the past too. Her and I have had numerous conversations about this where she said, yeah, I think that, like, the more freedom somebody gets and the more capabilities they have, the more ability they have to make their own decisions, and the more autonomy, the more agency that they get, the more that that this is just better. This is something that I find to be just overall better. I think that's the way that most people would view it as well.
You know the complicated nature of the good guy versus bad guy narrative. You know nobody's ever the good guy or the bad guy, but one side is always the one who extends the length of the violence. And usually that is the oppressor. And in this circumstance, we are the oppressors. America is considered the oppressive force because it's the one holding everything in the balance. So when you say, okay, I'm pro-Palestine, but also I don't want 8 million Israelis to have to leave their home, you're discounting any of the reality that Palestinians are having happen to them, right? And so you're doing this thing where you just sound like a white liberal who's like, I don't see color. Everybody's the same to me, but we're not.
But I don't think anybody's saying anything about the Palestinians. I don't think anybody's, like, saying anything about the Palestinians being bad people, and I don't think anybody's saying Ethan's not talking about how, like, great Israel is and how great their actions are. That's the problem. That's the difference here, is that, like, Ethan is not sitting there condemning the, Palestinian people while people like Hassan are condemning Israeli people. And so, yeah, these are the massive differences between these two sides. But if you're not condemning the people of either side and you are condemning the leaders of both sides, that apparently is centrism, and you need to pick a team. Pick a team and just fight for that team. Don't be nuanced. Do not have, more thought process to where you actually think, oh, I need to be consistent based on some moral principles. Don't do that. Just pick a team and then fight for them. That's better.
We're not. And if you don't see color, then you don't see people. Snapping at employees and creating constant saying, like, super bad. All killings, super bad.
Injured. They bombed the French Marine barracks in Beirut. 300 dead. Attempted murder of the head of the Turkish Jewish community. Suicide bombing of the Argentine Jewish Mutual Association building, Buenos Aires. 85 killed, 300 injured.
This is 1994, right? So it's like 40 years ago.
I don't have an issue with them, let's just say.
Bombing of the restaurant near the
Okay, this is all the 80s. So just, like, keep in mind, it's literally 40 years ago. I think that context matters.
U.S. Air Force Base in Spain. 18 killed, 83 injured.
Bad, all bad.
U.S. Embassy in Beirut. 11 killed, 58 injured. Hijacking a Kuwait airline plane.
I want him to do this, but for Israel and America. That's what I want. That's all I want. I think that's what everybody wants. Now do this for Israel and America. Go ahead. That's what I want.
Wait, he does though. He does though. I think that, yeah, if you start off believing that, like, most of the world hates America, you're starting off in just another dimension from everybody else. Like, you can go through tons of polling that shows that the most people's feelings about America are, for the most part, good feelings towards America, but their feelings change based on who's in power and which party's in power. So if you're somebody who's a lot more conservative, you're a lot happier when there's a more conservative person who's in power in the United States. And if you're somebody who's more liberal, you're a lot happier when there's somebody who's a lot more liberal in power. Unless you are in one of the very, like, hardcore conservative countries where you're talking about, in the Middle East and more fundamental Muslim countries, then it's the opposite, where they're happier when there's somebody who's more liberal in power, because they're generally not going to be, like, starting as many wars. They're going to be more willing to find peace and more willing to, kind of slow things down and pull things back. But those liberal leaders are also people that you feel are using soft power and economic power to force your leaders to become more democratic and more open to democracy and more liberal values that you don't want in your country. And so you also don't like those people. And so there's a two side, you know, a problem there as well. But yeah, these are like, I'm sorry, I just how many terrorists does somebody need to praise before they like before you think it's kind of bad? How many times do they need to be like happy that somebody like killed a bunch of civilians before you think, all right, this person's kind of a piece of shit? But like somebody can just tell Ethan he looks like a rapist and that person's like really bad, and then another person gets excited when a bunch of civilians are murdered by Hamas, and that person's, well, we need to understand where they're coming from. I don't get it.
Yeah, really bad. Just like those two Israeli boys who said if they could press a button and kill every Palestinian, they would. And those people work with Netanyahu. Okay? So again, when we're having these conversations,
It doesn't look like it's in
bad,
this
all
video.
bad.
She said she went over that stuff, but it's not in this video, so I don't know. There's like there's a couple more of these that I'm not sure which one it's in, because there's like 20 of these videos talking about Hassan and Ethan.
So yesterday I posted a little clip from stream about Hassan, and I know that a lot of Hassan viewers found my channel recently because of my Destiny video, which I love. I love having you here. It's so nice. But I think they are coming into this bubble, this space, and not understanding what I do here. So then when I make a criticism of Hassan, especially since I use a clip from an H3 Reddit, they're going to think, oh my God, Brittany's falling for the H3 Reddit, like slander of Hassan. Oh my gosh, Hassan. If you want to protect Hassan, that's okay. I'm not here to protect anybody. Basically, yesterday, Phil DeFranco was streaming. He got crazy views yesterday, 50,000 people watching Phil DeFranco yesterday. And then Hila and Ethan were streaming, of course. And I guess Phil and Ethan talk on the phone. I thought they were beefing, but I guess they're not beefing. So let's check it out.
Can Ethan call into Phil DeFranco?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know where this has been debunked. She didn't mention where to go if you actually wanted to see it get debunked. So I'm just not sure. Because yeah, I've seen those clips 100 times, and I've seen the context around it, and I've never seen anybody say that they were debunked. So I'm interested to find out where that's coming from. But all right.
A foreign country named Israel runs your country. Oh my.
Some eggs, man. No, guys. If you watch streamers, because chat saying if you aren't familiar with Hassan, I think it's a bit more charity to Ethan is needed, because you probably haven't seen Hassan. Stop saying I'm ignorant. All of you, stop it. I'm going to block you. Listen to me when I say this. You don't understand streamer language. It's bad. And Hassan and Ethan, all of them are guilty of it. I'm guilty of it, right? I don't care if Hassan says something that's anti-group of people, if I've deconstructed what he said and figured out where it applies to. I don't care if Ethan says things about Ben Shapiro and I can deconstruct it and figure out what he meant by it. If I can deconstruct what you said and figure out what you meant by it, then I can understand, like, hey, you're being edgy, it's inappropriate, and this is the standard for this space, but it's not okay, right? Because when you say Hassan said a lot of hateful things about a lot of people, you mean everybody? That's the problem with humanity. We are very casual, right, with the way we hate people openly. We should be hating.
Wait, someone said the hijacking video is debunked. Yeah, Brittany was saying that she debunked the video of the helicopter, the Houthi helicopter landing, and then watching like propaganda. So I don't know. She did have a video about like Hassan's, like, you know, joking language or something like that, and. That's all that's the only thing that I can maybe think is like possibly the thing, but I don't know.
Designated by the into radicalization.
Yeah, I just want.
No, that's a bad one. No, if you want everyone to have universal health care, you have to explain to conservatives why it benefits their wallets. Like, it's the same way gay people during Prop 8, I protested, I advocated, I was there. Okay. In order for us to
Oh
get...
yeah, here.
You guys want to watch it? Thank you.
People I'm seeing these guns and shit. This isn't a music video, Hassan. They're taking over these ships. They started targeting the ships.
I've already debunked all this. If you guys want to watch it, thank you.
People on this helicopter right now? Yeah.
Yeah, she just says she's already debunked all of it, but I don't know where.
Yes, they're streaming this? Yeah, they're flexing. What? And they're coming in hot with guns. Yeah, but you have to understand, this is a deterrence. We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
Luffy is not a freedom fighter, and I will die on this hill. Hassan has never been wrong about anything more in his life. Luffy is not a freedom fighter. Luffy doesn't give a fuck about you. Luffy does what he thinks is right, which is different. Okay.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization. Do you like them or no? I don't have an issue with them, let's just say. But they are a terrorist organization. Like, they're designated. They are designated by.
Yeah. I sent you likely the video. Wasn't I just on this one?
So the way we're going to have this conversation is I'm going to come into it from a 5 headspace. I think it's really important that I do that just for my work, for my audience, because ultimately, even though I know people who aren't in my audience are going to come in here and have very strong...
Okay.
Confused. I'm trying to give you as much information as possible on the back end so that you at least are... So Kanye was wrong then? Kanye is still wrong, yes. If I explain to this man Israelis come extraction brigade, his mind will explode. Israel has a unit.
What did you just say?
Israel has a unit that harvests the sperm of the soldiers in case of their untimely demise. This is called the Goon Platoon. That's what I like to call it.
Dude, what is going on?
It seems weird, right? This is what happens when you, much like the Nazis, in an identical capacity, have this insane religious and ethnic superiority complex and want to build an ethno-state. This is the type of weird that you engage in, called eugenics.
I know about that. Wait, so what about their sperm? They take the sperm from the sack when they die?
She thinks it's just another rocket attack.
I repeat, this is not a joke. This is the Israeli state itself posted this video.
But a gripping fear prickles through Shiley's entire body, and it's outside their bedroom window. Her husband, Yahav, fights the danger as Shiley runs, leaving everything behind to protect her baby, Shaya. She clings to hope that she won't need to raise their newborn alone. 4 days later, her heart shatters. She hugs Shaya tightly and knows she must fulfill Yahav's dream to create more life. So Shiley puts out a call for the unthinkable, to retrieve his seed and be able to continue growing their family. She's in her own war against time, and the crowd leaps into action to...
Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't. It's almost impossible to even find points where she's not talking. To where, like, I can even find. Yeah, and the helicopter video is just not in this, and neither is the point where they're talking in the room. So I just when I'm going through all of her stuff, I can't even find any point where she's even touched on it. Yeah, I don't know.
The American state is a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well,
he is regarded as a pretty brilliant person in terms of like everything that he's done.
Then I saw clips like this where Hassan is explaining how he's hiding his power level to funnel in normies into radicalization.
I think that in the short term, in order to combat against that, you have to advocate for a much lighter form of propaganda. You want America, in the way that I feel about it, and if you want America to get out of the way for places with more revolutionary potential to do what they would normally do, I think that, you know, one thing you have to do is advocate for a lighter form, while simultaneously still doing agitated propaganda that goes beyond, social democratic ideas.
I just wanted to put emphasis on the exact point of the so-called radicalization funnel, where, for example, Hassan and JT catch them while they're young, as they say, and then they start looking into this new idea, etc., and then move forwards through the funnel, get more and more informed, get more and more radicalized. Now, you do your part in the funnel for the cause, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. You're doing, in my modest opinion, a great thing for the cause.
Now listen to Hassan during our very first conversation lie to me about how he's a social democrat to hide his power level.
Isn't Hassan just saying, like, maybe I'm being too charitable to Hassan, so you guys can call me out. Ready? Isn't Hassan just saying, okay, if you want everyone to have universal health care, no, that's a bad one. No, if you want everyone to have universal health care, you have to explain to conservatives why it benefits their wallets. Like, it's the same way gay people during Prop 8, I protested, I advocated, I was there. Okay, in order for us to get people to be chill, we had to put our best gay foot forward as a community and represent us in the most family-friendly way, because God forbid a gay person's on a float, everybody panics, okay? So you have to like feed it to them, like calm them down, because everyone's moving off of fear. So they're calm with you. And so like, you know what I'm saying? Is that what Hassan is saying? What's Hassan's ultimate agenda? Universal healthcare, not destabilizing countries, which is never going to happen.
I'm getting something in my like sinuses, and it fucking, every time there's something in my nose that's stinging, and every time I can feel it sting, it makes my throat hurt and my eye like start like fucking twitching, and my eyes like all fucking watered up and everything now. I don't know what the fuck it is, but it's like in the nostril, like right in here, and I can feel it just like pinch all of a sudden, and then my eye starts watering up and my fucking throat hurts. You may want to lay off the cocaine. Why?
Because, you know, America and billionaires, okay? So what's the ultimate agenda Hassan has, right? Chat says, break the context, is on a far left commie podcast. It wasn't universal healthcare. Yeah, I know, but like, what is the agenda? So what's Hassan's most extreme, what does it look like? In Hassan's most extreme ideal world, what does it look like? You know, like what's the outcome if Hassan gets his dream life? Like, what does it look like for people? What is it, you know?
We should move to
a mix between Soviet Russia and communist China. I think this is what he said, is that he wants a mix between Soviet Russia and communist China.
Towards a Sweden-style economy, or a Norway-style economy, which would be a social democracy. You have to advocate for a much lighter form of propaganda with robust social safety nets.
Cold radicalization funnel, catch them while they're young, as they say.
and protections for workers, like higher unionization rates.
A lighter form, while simultaneously still doing agitated propaganda that goes beyond social democratic ideas.
Hell, he's proclaimed it loudly that he is a self-described propagandist.
I'm a propagandist.
Well, no, I'm not calling you that. I'm just saying.
Everyone's a propagandist. American propaganda is universal. Everyone has an agenda. When conservatives say the liberal agenda, the gay agenda, yes, everybody has an agenda. Hassan has an agenda for universal healthcare and progressive values, though I do argue I'm more progressive than him. Though I think I'm not a big fan of systems. I'm more a big fan of people. So I don't really need to advocate for systems. I need to advocate for systems that benefit people. That's my philosophy. But like that's just what they call like a dog whistle, like a talking point. Like conservatives say that like the liberal agenda, everybody has an agenda. Nice try. Everyone has propaganda. Next try. Next.
I'm saying I am.
Okay. Well then,
I'm saying I am. Before you even play it.
A propagandist is much more than someone with a bias.
Oh,
Someone
my
who
God,
knowingly
Ethan.
lies to further their...
No, that's not what propagandist is. Everybody sells you propaganda as a way of marketing. Think of propaganda as marketing with your life. even like
I don't think that this is true. Because a propagandist is somebody that, like as she kind of said, is somebody with a goal to convince you of, right? I would say everybody has a bias, but I don't have a... I would never say that I'm a propagandist. I would never say that I'm like pushing propaganda. I would never say that I'm trying to like push my ideology on people. More so than anything, it is more like search for truth, looking for facts, looking for evidence, and trying to like come to a conclusion as best as I possibly can, and like using the help of others through either debate or people like fact checking or whatever to like get the best conclusions possible so that we have the best information possible. And then if you have a different value set, you're able to come to your own conclusion on that information based on whatever it is that you're based on whatever your values are. But I don't think it's true that like everybody's a propagandist. I think that tons of people are people who are pretty clearly just trying to like analyze the facts and like push for whatever it is that they believe is true. Now, technically a propagandist is somebody who is trying to convince people of their ideas. That is what a propagandist is. But the term propagandist has been stigmatized to where lots of people just automatically think, oh, if you're a propagandist, you're automatically lying, or you're automatically being dishonest or saying things in a misleading way. Just the same as if we say somebody is like using rhetoric, a lot of people come to the conclusion that using rhetoric is automatically dishonest and that you are saying things in a misleading way in order to convince them. But both of these things are not necessarily dishonest, or not necessarily people saying things in a dishonest way. Yeah, I always thought that propaganda had a negative connotation. It does. It has a negative connotation. For sure. It's just not stigmatized. It's literally in the definition now because that is what it is. I'm pretty sure the definition just says like generally in a misleading way. Propaganda is a form of communication that aims to influence or persuade an audience to support a specific agenda. It can be based on fact, but it's often biased or misleading. So yeah, that's what I was saying, is that it's going to say like it's often biased or misleading. Propaganda is often used to promote a political cause or point of view. Information, especially of a biased or even say here it says especially of a biased or misleading nature, used to promote or publicize a particular political cause or viewpoint. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. That is the same thing. Is that like it has like this connotation to it, or it's like it's stigmatized in this way, but like it can mean that you are just there just to try to push an agenda. Like then there's still like businesses today who have somebody who's called like the head of propaganda. Like that is that's the person who's just kind of in charge of marketing their campaign or marketing their goals and getting their talking points down and shit like that. None of those people would say that they're being dishonest about it. And so I think that when Hassan says this, I think it's a stupid way for him to say it, because obviously if you were a propagandist, you would know better than to ever call yourself a propagandist, because a propagandist understands rhetoric fairly well and understands that like this type of word is going to be heavily stigmatized and and is yeah, is something that you're not going to win over a lot of people with. Yeah, it's kind of a dumb label to use for yourself.
Rosie the Riveter was propaganda. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's all propaganda. Military ads are propaganda. Like, it's marketing.
Political agenda. And then I had a terrifying vision. Had I been duped? Was Hassan presenting a Trojan horse to my community, where he was just a left-leaning Democrat like myself, and as he said in the previous video, was funneling them into radicalization and turning them...
I mean, yesterday we watched Hassan go over this, and if you guys haven't seen that video yet, I just published it this morning, but we go over Hassan's like response to this, and this is just like the video that's only 33 minutes long, but it was like we did like a good 4.5 hours of going over stuff that him, you know, Denims, Frogan, like all these different people were saying about this stuff, and it was weird because Hassan literally said during this, he's like, yeah, I told him I was a propagandist, and I told him that I wish that I had not really sold myself as a socialist, and then I would like tried to like better sell myself as more of like a progressive or somebody more liberal, so that people found me more accepting and found my views more accepting. He's like, I literally told Ethan this, so he was pretty straightforward with the fact that like he is trying to be misleading with the way that he presents himself.
Them against me.
Liberals are some of the easiest to manipulate people on the fucking planet.
Oh wait, he did say turn them against me, right?
And as he said in the previous video, was funneling them into radicalization and turning them against me.
Liberals are some of the easiest to manipulate people on the fucking planet, dude.
I learned how much he hates liberals.
Hold on. Okay, so like definition of propaganda, since chat's talking about it, information, especially of a biased or misleading nature, used to promote a political cause or stance or view. So obviously when Hassan is using it, he's being sort of facetious, right? Which means we're all being facetious because we're all edgy on the internet. That's why I moved away from the stream the world, because it is so unnecessarily destructive. Pretty, but you don't stop it. And in the next 4 years, my transition is going to be after Trump is gone and I'm 40, I will be better. I will be more grown up because the stream. Ethan, listen to me. Hassan, listen to me. These Machiavellian mothers who are chopping off the tits of their daughters.
Okay.
They're copies because we're so pro-gun. Do you know what? How is this? But it's a problem in this country. Is the same way. I mean, I love all forms of music, but I am not supporting any violent lyrics because I don't.
Okay. Let's see.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Patel, I think you know that I have great respect for the men and women of the FBI, their mission, fidelity, bravery, integrity. I believe they deserve a director who respects their work and sacrifices, and they deserve a director who's focused on their mission. This is not about bingo cards or games. This is not about revenge. This is about the safety of our country and the people that work in the FBI. And the FBI runs on facts, it runs on truth. Truth matters, and without truth, the whole system breaks down. You said that Donald Trump has every right to tell the world that in 2020, 2016, and every other election in between was rigged by our government because they were. Yes or no, did you say that?
I don't have that statement in front of me. But
okay, that was from August 27th, 2023 Thrive Time show. I'll put it on the record. These claims made in that statement were rejected by courts, including by Republican judges. Is that correct?
I don't have enough of the facts in front of me to make that assessment.
I will put that statement on the record, but I think everyone in this committee.
That was like his whole fucking interview, is everything that they brought up. He's like, oh, I don't remember. You'd have to show me. I don't really remember that. I'm not sure.
Including the Republican members knows that these statements were rejected by courts. You were asked about the police officers in the Capitol who testified in the January 6 hearings, and you accused them of lying. Is that correct or not correct?
I don't think that's accurate.
Okay, Joe Packed podcast, March 2024, we'll put it on the record. I was there. The police officers were heroes that day.
Yes.
Did you post on your personal social media account in May of 2024, January 6th, never an insurrection. Cowards in uniforms exposed. They broke the chain of command.
I believe you're referencing a post that was shown in part earlier. I don't have it in front of me.
You posted it, and it was on your account, and we will again put that out there once more as we go on. I don't want to...
What is the Joe Peck podcast? What was his name? Something Patel. I can't remember his first name. Cash Patel. That's right. What did she not say his name was Joe Peck? What's his name?
Of 2024, January rejected by courts. You were asked about the police officers in the Capitol who testified in the January 6 hearings, and you accused them of lying. Is that correct or not correct?
I don't think that's accurate.
Okay, Joe Peck podcast, March 2024.
Joe Peck podcast?
I think that's accurate.
Okay, Joe Peck podcast,
I don't know what she's saying. Joe Packed podcast? Joe Pecked podcast? I have no idea. Yeah, that's what I thought. Peck, like Joe Peck, but I have no idea who the fuck she's talking about. Huh. Yeah, everything's just coming up with information from him on the Joe Rogan podcast. So this is some bullshit. How bullshit?
March 2024, we'll put it on the record. I was there. The police officers were heroes that day.
Yes.
Did you post on your personal social media account in May of 2024, January 6th, never an insurrection, cowards in uniforms exposed. They broke the chain of command.
Joe Peck on Spotify? Yeah, it's still don't see anything.
I believe you're referencing a post that was shown in part earlier. I don't have it in front of me.
You posted it, and it was on your account, and we will again put that out there once more as we go on. I don't want to lose any more time on this, but every one of these, there's a record of it, and you haven't answered. You promoted a COVID vaccine reversal or detox supplement. One scientist said, I quote, none of these substances in any form would minimize side effects from a COVID-19 vaccine. That is preying on innocent people. Did you perform clinical trials before you made that claim?
I'm not a doctor, so no.
But you did promote this supplement and told people that it would reverse or mitigate the side effects from COVID vaccine.
Did I give people an opportunity to make an independent choice for what's best for their families? Yes.
You did that last year, correct?
I don't have it in front of me again, Senator.
Mr. Patel, the FBI tackles some of the most complex threats that we face: terrorists, hostile foreign powers, violent gangs, fentanyl, criminal
I
organizations.
don't have it in front of me.
Your mission, though, has been to go after people. I've looked
I
at
don't
it.
know
I've
what
read
I
this
said.
stuff. Yes or no? When Trump wins, did you say this? When Trump wins in 2024 and is in power in 2025, we can prosecute them, referring to Justice Department officials for an actual RICO statute violation for criminally organizing the United States government to break the law to rig presidential elections. Did you say that, yes or no?
Again, Senator, you're reading a partial statement, so I'm unable to fully respond.
Okay, again, we'll put it on the record. X22 report podcast 20, that is from, I'll get you the date, about a year ago. One of the names on your list was Bill Barr. You Chairman Grassley has called him one of the most capable cabinet officials I've ever been able to vote for. Senator Graham has said I have nothing but total respect and admiration for the job done by William Barr as Attorney General of the United States. Is Bill Barr on your list of whatever you want to call them, been referred to as an enemies list? You called him deep state after serving his country as the Attorney General of the United States. Is he on your list because of a personal vendetta?
Well, it's not whatever we want to call it, Senator. With all due respect, it's not an enemies list. That is a total mischaracterization.
I asked you, I actually used the words you used for the list, which was deep state, right? That's what you put at the
It is a
top.
glossary
Against
in
the
the
Attorney
back.
General of the United States. Is it because of a personal vendetta that he's on the list? You're under oath.
I have no personal vendetta against Bill
Okay, he said about you, you would never be able to command the respect necessary to run the day-to-day operations of the Bureau. That was actually in writing in his book. He had virtually, about you, no experience that would qualify you to serve at the highest level of the world's preeminent law enforcement agency.
Joe Pags. Ah, Joe Pags. Well, damn. Well, damn. Sheesh, this guy puts out a lot of episodes too. He puts out numerous episodes in a single day. What the fuck? I still haven't seen the Selena Gomez video. I keep seeing people talking about this, but yeah, dude, we could literally have to go back fucking 3 or 4 years to find this shit.
Welcome back to Fox and Friends. The White House responding to the now deleted viral video of actress Selena Gomez weeping over mass deportations. The administration posting a video featuring angel moms Patty Morin, Alexis Ngari, and Tammy Nobles. Watch this.
You don't know who you're crying for. What about our children who were brutally murdered and raped and beat to death and left on the floor by these illegal immigrants?
I just feel like it's a ruse to deceive people and to garner sympathy for lawlessness.
I think it's a ruse to actually act like the fucking people who beat your kids who were illegal immigrants did it because they're illegal immigrants. I think that's the fucking ruse. If being an illegal immigrant had anything to do with whether or not the kid was beaten, I think that would maybe give you some sort of justification for your retarded positions. But when it doesn't, and instead you hold the positions anyways, it just, I think the easiest fallback is probably racism or some shit like that. It's probably the case.
Do something, but they can't. My daughter was a child. There's many other children whose lives were taken due to people who crossed here illegally.
They didn't cry for our daughters.
You didn't cry for our daughters. Well said. Here to discuss is Vice President of the National Border Patrol Council, Art Del Cueto. Art, I have to tell you, and I've interviewed many of these moms, other relatives associated with these children's deaths, and that's the exact reaction I had when I saw that video. Where was Selena Gomez when these children, when these women were brutally murdered?
You're absolutely right. And listen, not to sound insultive, but I had to look her up because I didn't really know whether she was an actress or a singer. And I apologize for that. But realistically, where was she? I mean, where were a lot of these actors? Look, it's insulting because I see a lot of these Latino actors and singers that live in the United States, California and Florida. They were doing the big outcry that said if President Trump wins, they were going to either move to Canada or Mexico. I haven't seen them pack their bags, but some of these individuals sure are doing a lot of these little videos to try to boost their ratings and get more likes. But
Who said it? Was Selena Gomez one of those people, or are you just naming random people who you saw on Instagram?
reality is, it's what it is. They're on a soapbox. They're looking for ratings. They really don't care about this country, and they don't care about the actual victims that have been brutalized by the illegal aliens that have come into this country.
We know that you've been doing your job, Art, because you.
Oh, and the people who are standing on the graves of little kids who were murdered to try to push a political agenda against immigrants coming into the country are not looking for ratings and are not the ones who are just looking for attention. Totally, bro.
Don't know who Selena Gomez is. You've been on the job. That said, I have to give kudos to the administration, to the Trump administration, to their communications department for not letting that go by, to engaging in the culture, to calling Selena Gomez out directly for this, and using using the moms and their own words to counter that message. So I really give a lot of credit to the Trump administration for not just letting that go by and letting Hollywood and these actresses who have private security and face none of the issues that, say, a little Jocelyn Nangari, a Mexican-American girl who just went to the corner store and ended up brutally raped and her body discarded under a bridge. It's just unbelievable. I want to talk to you about this too, Art, because these mass deportations have gone are underway right now, and apparently people are warning illegals using TikTok about the raids so they can evade these raids. What do you know about this, and what can be done about that use of TikTok?
I think we just got to remain vigilant. Look, it's been happening for quite some time. Even the criminal cartels the last 4 years, they were using TikTok, they were using Instagram, they were using any...
Like Jola said the other day, all of a sudden, every Trump supporter has been accosted by an immigrant at some point. Yeah, true. True. You know what? I've actually been accosted by too many Trump supporters, and I thank God there were illegal immigrants close by to save me every time. Thank God that there was some illegal immigrant, and because they actually commit crimes at much lower rates than the general population, thank God that there was an illegal immigrant there, a moral citizen there to save me.
means of social media to recruit kids, to help them smuggle, to help them, bring more people down to the border, supplies, whatever it may be. So it's not surprising. These groups are going to continue to utilize anything at their disposal in order to further their criminal, enterprises. It's something we've been seeing for quite some time. In fact, I think some of the...
That's not true. Yes, that is true. Legal immigrants commit crimes at a lower rate than the general population. Illegal immigrants commit crimes at a lower rate than legal immigrants. So illegal immigrants are some of the people who commit crimes at like the lowest rates. It is definitely true. 100%. It has been done over and over and over and over and over and over. It's been replicated over and over and over and over. There's just undeniable evidence, and anybody who denies that has literally just never looked into it, because it's been proven way too many times at this point for anybody to be unaware of that.
Intel guys within the different agencies should start monitoring those.
Yeah.
You literally have to have been living under a fucking rock.
Oh yeah, that's interesting. Use TikTok to actually throw them off the scent and get them another way. For those who haven't seen these TikTok warnings, here's what it looks like.
Hey there, I am in search of Florida cute winter boots, 129. I do see that Orlando and Tampa have great cute winter boots.
Yesterday, there were spottings of ice cream trucks in Orlando at several different locations. I've heard some people say in Winter Park, I've heard some people say Boggy Creek, and I've heard some people say South John Young Parkway.
Okay, so what you see there is they're using these names. Winter boots is another name for ice, so that they don't get it's a code for it, right? Or ice cream trucks. Can ICE and other law enforcement do anything about
Later
this?
thing that is. Have a good night, man.
Look, you're not going to combat that. You're going to have these people that are going to just continuously go out there because they want to interrupt, the actual law enforcement that's out there. But it's winter boots, whatever names they're using. Look, I grew up on the border. I was used to hearing Chile Verdes every time you saw Border Patrol.
La migra. Absolutely. Art, listen, you are in a situation now where finally what you've been advocating for such a long time is finally happening. I just want to give you a last word before we close this interview on what you think Donald Trump has done so far.
Look, he first and foremost, he's put America first, and that's a big deal. It's just sickening that you're going to have individuals out there that are going to attack law enforcement and say, they're anti-immigrant, that they're racist. No one's anti-immigration. We're pro-immigration, but we need to be doing it the right way. There's a vetting system. We're anti.
My fellow Americans, this week as we prepared for Thanksgiving, Canada held an important election, and I'm pleased to again send my congratulations to Prime Minister Mulroney. One of the important issues in the Canadian election was trade, and like our own citizens earlier this month, our neighbors have sent a strong message rejecting protectionism and reaffirming that more trade, not less, is the wave of the future. Here in America, as we reflect on the many things we have to be grateful for, we should take a moment to recognize that one of the key factors behind our nation's great prosperity is the open trade policy that allows the American people to freely exchange goods and services with free people around the world.
Crazy.
The freedom to trade is not a new issue for America. In 1776, our founding fathers signed the Declaration of Independence, charging the British with a number of offenses, among them, and I quote, cutting off our trade with all parts of the world, end quote. And that same year, a Scottish economist named Adam Smith launched another revolution with a book entitled The Wealth of Nations, which exposed for all time the folly of protectionism. Over the past 200 years, not only has the argument against tariffs and trade barriers won nearly universal agreement among economists, but it has also proven itself in the real world, where we have seen free trading nations prosper while protectionist countries fall behind. America's most recent experiment with protectionism was a disaster for the working men and women of this country. When Congress passed the Smoot-Hawley Tariff in 1930, we were told that it would protect America from foreign competition and save jobs in this country. The same line we hear today. The actual result was the Great Depression, the worst economic catastrophe in our history. 1 out of 4 Americans were thrown out of work. 2 years later, when I cast my first ballot for president, I voted for Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who opposed protectionism and called for the repeal of that disastrous tariff. Ever since that time, the American people have stayed true to our heritage by rejecting the siren song of protectionism. In recent years, the trade deficit led some misguided politicians to call for protectionism, warning that otherwise we would lose jobs.
Have a good night.
But they were wrong again. In fact, the United States not only didn't lose jobs, we created more jobs than all the countries of Western Europe, Canada, and Japan combined.
Crazy.
The record is clear that when America's total trade has increased, American jobs have also increased. And when our total trade has declined, so have the number of jobs.
It's weird seeing a president who's able to read. Yeah, I know, dude.
Part of the difficulty in accepting the good news about trade is in our words. We too often talk about trade while using the vocabulary of war. In war, for one side to win, the other must lose. But commerce is not warfare. Trade is an economic alliance that benefits both countries. There are no losers, only winners, and trade helps strengthen the free world. Yet today, protectionism is being used by some American politicians as a cheap form of nationalism, a fig leaf for those unwilling to maintain America's military strength and who lack the resolve to stand up to real enemies, countries that would use violence against us or our allies.
Have a good night.
Our peaceful trading partners are not our enemies. They are our allies. We should beware of the demagogues who are ready to declare a trade war against our friends, weakening our economy, our national security, and the entire free world, all while cynically waving the American flag. The expansion of the international economy is not a foreign invasion. It is an American triumph, one we worked hard to achieve and something central to our vision of a peaceful and prosperous world of freedom. After the Second World War, America led the way to dismantle trade barriers and create a world trading system that set the stage for decades of unparalleled economic growth. And in 1 week, when important multilateral trade talks are held in Montreal, we will be in the forefront of efforts to improve this system. We want to open more markets for our products, to see to it that all nations play by the rules, and to seek improvement in such areas.
Is he talking specifically about Trump? No. No, this is November 26, 1988. This is 2 weeks after I was born. This is, yeah, this is him talking about the fact that, like, Reaganomics, you want free trade with, oh, see my other comment? Oh, Reagan was a time traveler too.
We will be in the forefront of efforts to improve this system. We want to open more markets for our products, to see to it that all nations play by the rules, and to seek improvement in such areas as dispute resolution and agriculture. We also want to bring the benefits of free trade to new areas, including services, investment, and the protection of intellectual property. Our negotiators will be working hard for all of us. Yes, back in 1776, our founding fathers believed that free trade was worth fighting for, and we can celebrate their victory, because today, trade is at the core of the alliance that secure the peace and guarantee our freedom. It is the source of our prosperity and the path to an even brighter future for America. Until next week, thanks for listening, and God bless you.
Reagan is woke. Yeah, it's weird today. The people who are pro-capitalism are fucking woke now. The fucking free trade people are woke. Fucking soy liberals who want capitalism. Crazy. Yeah, my sinuses are fucking killing me today. I don't know if I'm gonna make it much longer. So if I if I end up getting off a little early, I might I might like add whatever time I didn't finish today to the next stream, but my sinuses are hurting. Yesterday I wanted to go and talk to, because last week I had planned on going and talking to Mr. Girl, and I wasn't able to get in. And then, is Philly calling in? No, he's not able to tonight. But yeah, I was supposed to call in to. So they told me, they were like, come back next Saturday and we'll put you in front. And I totally forgot yesterday to go jump in line for Mr. Girl's show and talk to him. So I yeah, totally missed it. Totally forgot. Fucked up. Oh, I'm not getting off right now. I was just
Though
saying.
often called the Bermuda Triangle's little cousin, the Alaska Triangle is probably better considered the big cousin. Covering a vast region that links Anchorage, Juneau, and Utqiagvik, this eerie expanse has witnessed over 20,000 disappearances since the 1970s, averaging a staggering 2,250 vanishings each year. That's more than 6 per day and far exceeds the Bermuda Triangle's infamous track record. So, what's going on here? Could it be the pull of unexplained magnetic forces? The work of extraterrestrial beings? A shroud of political intrigue? Or is it just the harsh wilderness, unpredictable weather conditions, and rugged terrain, combined with the unholy vastness and remoteness that famously characterize Alaska? Today, we'll be looking at why so many people steer clear of Alaska, other than the cold, and how,
The
though
wind is
such an
bullshit,
empty
dude.
and inhospitable place, it came to be known at all.
Yeah, the
Alaska's
wind is
name is
bullshit.
derived from the Aleut word Alyeska, meaning the Great Land. And the name is fitting. Covering an area of around 665,000 square miles, Alaska is the largest state in the USA. It's so massive, it's equal in size to 1/5 of the rest.
Wait, I didn't know that. I thought Texas was. Okay, Google. What's the largest state in the United States?
Alaska. On the website
Fuck it.
usatoday.com,
Okay, Google.
They say
Shut up.
Rest of the
don't know what you're
USA.
talking about.
To put that into perspective, if you placed Alaska over a map of the lower 48 states, it would stretch all the way from Georgia to California. And of the almost 12,300 miles of coastline in the entire US, around 6,600 of them, over 50%, belong to Alaska. Alaska is about as unknown to humans as the world's oceans. Despite having over 365 million acres, human civilization has only settled 160,000 acres of it. That's less than 1/20th of 1% of the state, making it almost completely undiscovered. Alaska is truly the last great wilderness.
There's no way it's actually like practically undiscovered. Just because people haven't settled there, that doesn't make it undiscovered. Like we go through like the fucking rainforests of Africa and all over the ocean and all over the bottom of the ocean and all over the world. It doesn't make it undiscovered just because the people haven't settled there. I would bet that we have like names for these lands and names for at least most of the rivers or lakes or mountains and shit like that. Like, we probably, yeah, it's discovered.
In the United States. The state so big that even if you could see 1 million acres of it every day, it would still take you a year to see the whole thing. So what's actually in Alaska if there's so little human settlement? First of all, mountains. Alaska is an extremely rugged and mountainous territory. It boasts 17 of the 20 highest mountains.
Let's see. Am I able to? All right. So Alaska is up here? Yes! Suck it, you fucking pieces of shit. Damn, that is so far away. I didn't realize that, like, we literally have... Dude, Canada is straight up pulling an Israel on us over here, bro. Canada is straight up pulling a fucking Israel on us over here, dude. We've got Alaska over here, and then we've got the United States over here. So we straight up have, like, Israel in between two halves of the United States. This is like Gaza and the West Bank over here, and then you got Israel right here in the middle. That's fucked up, dude. I can't believe they did that shit. What's up, homies? Appreciate the raid. Okay, so let's see. What do we have? What do we have? Wait, seriously? We don't even have, like, satellite footage of this, or what? What the fuck is this? Okay, there we go. Let's see if we can find some fucking bears killing each other. Someone needs to tell Trump to build the wall between Alaska and Canada. True, dude. Keep all those freaking dang Canadians out of our Alaska. Oh my goodness. Bro. We need to get some fucking skateboarders out here, dude. They would love these pipes. There's no animals. Where's all the wildlife? And why is it so green? It's supposed to be white. Oh man, that is so cool looking, dude. All of these rivers just like winding around like that. That is so cool. Is this like a... I don't know. What the hell? This is so blurry. I'm never gonna find a fucking bear like this. Ooh. Ooh, look at how shiny this is. Why? Why? Where's all the bears? Dude, this is so cool. Oh, there's an airport here? What the hell? This is like out in the middle of nowhere, dude. There's nothing else here. What are these called again? These are, like bayous, or... Is that right? Is a bayou? Keyuk Creek. Bro, I'm pretty sure I remember this airport on GTA. This is the one over by the trailer park. Steps?
In the U.S., including North America's tallest peak, Mount McKinley, which stands at over 20,200 feet high. Alaska's mountains compose 3 main ranges: the Brooks Range, the Alaska Range, and the Aleutian Range, which stretches out far into the Pacific Ocean. Below and between these mountain ranges lie dense forests, glaciers, and tundra, a kind of biome where tree growth is hindered by freezing temperatures and short growing seasons. Alaska is also a land of many lakes and rivers. The state has 40% of the United States water resources within its bounds. The 86,000 square mile area of Alaska that is covered by water could fit the city of Los Angeles 183 times, or Minnesota once. Of the 3 million natural lakes to be found in Alaska, around 3,200 are officially named. Its 12,000 rivers taken all together run a total of 365,000 miles through the landscapes, and less than 1%, or around 3,100 miles of these, are officially designated as wild and scenic. And that's just the liquid water. As for the frozen kind,
the liquid water.
It just so happens that 5% of Alaska, or 29,000 square miles of it, sits under glaciers.
I suck
We're
at
talking about
geography, too.
around 100,000 glaciers. That's over half of all of the glaciers the world over. As a state that is far more wild than tame, the Alaska State Park System is the largest in the United States by far.
Yeah, when I did the bear versus man video, most of the data that I got was from Alaska, because a lot of people were saying, oh, well, we don't really know because we don't have anybody who actually lives around bears. And I was like, well, the people who live around bears, like, are the people who live the closest to bears are the people in Alaska. So I'm getting, like, you know, if there's, and most of them are trained on, like, how to stay away from bears, how to, like, you know, stay safe and make sure that they're not, like, in dangerous areas and putting themselves in dangerous positions. And yet they still have the majority of the bear attacks and the majority of people killed by bears and hospitalized by bears. And so, yeah, I got a lot of my data from that, just kind of able to show, like, yeah, if you actually did live around bears, they would be fucking you up pretty regularly.
With 3.2 million acres to its name. And the Wrangell St. Elias National Park and Preserve in Alaska, covering 13.2 million acres, is the biggest national park in the country and can fit Yellowstone in it 6 times over. And so, unsurprisingly, the biggest state park in the United States, Wood-Tikchik State Park, is also in Alaska. Comprising 1.6 million acres of wilderness, the park is over 8 times the size of New York City. With such quantities of frozen and flowing water, and the tundras and high mountains making up Alaska's geography, it is characterized by what can only be called an extreme climate and environment. In North America, Alaska ranks easily among the highest on the list of places prone to extreme weather. Temperatures in the winter can go as low as 60 degrees below 0 Fahrenheit, or 26 below 0 Celsius. It's one of the many barriers Alaska poses to permanent and even temporary
60 below? What the fuck, dude? How does your blood not freeze at that point?
human settlement. You'd be forgiven for thinking, well, that's just the winter, half the year. Doesn't it warm up later? But unfortunately, in Alaska, the cold obeys other laws than what most of us come to expect as normal. The effects of the cold temperatures influence the Alaskan environment throughout the year. An impressive 85% of Alaska is covered by permafrost, permanently frozen ground. Some of the top surface of the permafrost does thaw and freeze periodically with the seasonal variation in sunlight.
Are polar bears more dangerous than grizzlies? To an extent. There's different aspects of them that are going to be more or less dangerous, but polar bears are less likely to be around humans than grizzly bears. Grizzly bears are more likely to kind of travel in and out of human territories, but grizzly bears, when they're hungry And when they're not able to get food, they will fucking hunt a human from miles away. Like, they will hunt you down and get your ass. So, they are kind of the worst of the worst, because grizzly bears, a lot of times, like, most of their food is going to be like vegetables and fruits and shit like that. They'll obviously go and eat fish as well, but I think the majority of their diet is like fruits and vegetables and crap. Whereas bears, they just eat meat, nothing else. They're just eating fucking meat. Tomfoolery show in Svalbard Island. It is mandatory to have a firearm when going to town for bears. Yeah, that's well, I don't know if that's in Alaska, but there's parts in Alaska where, yes, it is mandatory to have a gun. You have to own a gun, and you have to have it with you when you're out and about. So yeah, that is there's actually a show that was filmed in Alaska, I believe, on, let's see, Alaska show on Prime, I think. Port protection, no. Life below zero, no. Deadliest catch, no. Yeah, I don't remember what it was, but it was like I think people were like turning into zombies or some shit, or somebody was killing people. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was a really interesting show that my sister got me to watch. And yeah, I don't know. Ozark? No. Outlast? No, it's not a reality TV show. What reality TV shows y'all watch where they're fucking killing each other? Yeah, I don't know. I can't remember.
And that, as we'll see later, is for us another place where problems start. It'll make some sense then that Alaska has an extremely small human population, given such climatic conditions, but the same doesn't go for wildlife. Most of America's salmon, crab, halibut, and herring come from Alaska. And while grizzly bears in the lower 48 states have been considered a threatened species since 1975, there's no such problem in Alaska, where there's over 32,000 grizzlies. In the whole of the lower 48 states, there are fewer than 2,000 bears remaining.
What's up,
While in
Newato?
Alaska, there's one grizzly bear for every 21 people. Alaska isn't just defined by its geographical enormity or its astounding wildlife. What truly sets it apart is its emptiness. Despite its massive size and natural wonders, Alaska feels almost untouched, with astonishingly little human settlement dotting its vast, rugged landscapes. This state, the biggest in the US by far in physical size, is one of the smallest when considering its human population. There are only around 730,000 people living in Alaska, almost 500,000 less than the population of Rhode Island, the smallest US state.
Okay, I give up. I wanted to try to stay on to finish this video, but I can't. My sinuses are killing me. All right. I should be back on tomorrow. Till then, make sure you guys leave a comment and make sure you join the Discord. There's a link in the description for the Discord, and you can follow me on Twitter. I just posted this amazing video that says, the worst thing Destiny ever did is create a debate space where losers have conversations like this. 100% he should be canceled and arrested for this.
Tyler,
there's you.
Not only
Abide by the
am
server.
I
Don't
also
share dead
live,
bodies.
I have
Answer
more
this.
viewers than you. Tyler, not only am I also live, I have more viewers than you.
I don't fucking
You're on
care.
my show, Tyler. You're on my show.
No, you're on my show.
You're the little
You're on
bitch
my show.
who's walking in
You're
begging
on
for
my
attention,
show.
Tyler.
I'm not.
Tyler,
You literally
you're the
asked
little
me.
bro.
You were in my
you're
fucking
older
chat.
than me, and you're
You
the
were
little
in
bro,
my
Tyler.
fucking chat.
Tyler,
There's you.
Not only.
Abide by the server.
No, you're on my show. No, you're on my show. No, you're on my show. I have more viewers. No, I have more viewers and you're on my show right now. The worst shit ever. But yeah, make sure you guys go follow me. Here's a link to the post right there. Otherwise, I should probably be back on tomorrow. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. And I'll see you next time. Later, fools.
Later, fools.
Botrix says. Dono for TDS, link. Felix 954 says. Step Brothers. Welch and Den says. Both were horrible.
Make
Zach
sure you
says,
guys leave a comment.
Have a great night, everyone. Freddie Drongo says. 07.
Everybody's
Horses
been leaving a
Unite
comment over the last couple of days. Really helped the views, really helped the channel. So please continue leaving comments. It's been awesome. Been very helpful.
Says. Feel better, Tom.
Thank you.
Welch and Den says. Later, fools.
If you missed yesterday's
Felix
stream, there's a video
954
that
says.
put out today. Go watch
07.
it. Only 30 minutes.
XX says. Penis. Botrix says. Make sure to hit the thumbs up and subscribe if you enjoyed. Catmura 591 Mir says. What was the sweeping topic today? Alice
Your
McGee
mom.
says. Later. XX says. Dixon Slong. Zach says. Don't tell me what to do. Jared B says. Get some more sleep to feel better. And drink more water. Lobster 2.0 says.
Thanks, Jared.
LOL. Welch and Den says. You should regularly do such small vids. Catmura 591
Yeah, we'll try to
Mir
do them
says,
more.
Damn, she does sweep. Joe Blow says. Britney vs shoe on head. XX says.
I might put a
LOL.
shoe on head video out tomorrow.
Matrix
We'll see.
says. Want to call in? Join the Discord.